All right. Let's read the gosh damned Bible. It is a tasty burger. I went back to the gym today for the first time in a while. It was leg day. Goodbye, music. Hello, the Bible. I was working out with Mike. I hardly paid attention to him. You can go over here. I'll minimize. Or we'll put you over here. Here's my RuneScape. Bring this over here. Bring my notes. Scroll down. Hello, Cade. You missed me cooking a burger that was way better than Mario, surprisingly. I might not be able to manage Chinchompa hunting actually, so I think I'm gonna. I think it's time to mine instead. We back in the mines, got my pickaxe swinging from side to side. Oh, don't drop that. Yeah, it's been so long since I've read this that I don't remember where we were. I think that we're in at the start of Samuel 2, but that's where we're starting regardless, because I don't have notes on it, and I'm pretty sure we finished the other one. Do you have your notes, question mark? Read the title. Yes. It goes up to First Samuel, but I don't know if we finished it. I think we did. Anyways, we're back in the mine. To answer the question, why mine beyond full 99? It's because I don't have the fucking pet. I have 30 million of the necessary 13 million for 99, and I don't have the pet. I definitely should have gotten it by now, but I haven't. So we continue going. Oh yeah. Volume check. How's the volume chat? David is the current main character. Volume good. Done Bible noises. Oh. Hold on. I need to add a thing. To you guys who said volume good, I wasn't talking about myself. I was talking about the Bible, which was playing, but hold on. Like, look at this, and then I'll grab these two, and I'll copy, and I'll go back to the Bible. Paste. And now we should have volume. Whenever I do this.
2 Samuel, Chapter 1. After the death of Saul,
How about now?
David returned from
volume
striking
check.
down
My
the
volume
Amalekites and
compared
stayed in
to
Ziklag 2
narrator
days.
man the Bible.
On the third day, a man
This is how I'm
going
going to talk in comparison
to
to how the Bible sounds.
When he came to David, he fell to the ground to pay him honor.
Where have you come from?
David asked him. He answered,
I have escaped from the Israelite camp.
What happened?
David asked.
Tell me.
The men
Bible
fled
touch
from
loud.
the battle.
He replied.
Many of them fell and died, and Saul and his son Jonathan are dead.
Then David said to the young man who brought him the report,
How do you know that Saul and his son Jonathan are dead?
I happened to be on Mount Gilboa,
the young man said.
and there was Saul, leaning on his spear, with the chariots and their
Yeah,
drivers in hot pursuit.
Long
When he
story
turned
short,
around and saw me,
David is the
he
main
called out
character,
to me,
and
and
we're
I
just
said,
we're
"What
doing
can I do?"
episodic challenges
He
of
asked
God,
me,
of like
Who are you?
conquering
An
the
Amalekite,
entirety of
I answered.
the
Then he
surrounding
said to me,
areas.
Stand here by me and kill me. I'm in the throes of death, but I'm still alive. So I stood beside him and killed him, because I knew that after he had fallen he could not survive. And I took the crown that was on his head and the band on his arm, and have brought them here to my lord.
Then David and all the men with him took hold of their clothes and tore them. They mourned and wept and fasted till evening for Saul and his son Jonathan, and for the army of the Lord, and for the nation of Israel, because they had fallen by the sword. David said to the young man who brought him the report,
Where are you from?
I am the son of a foreigner, an Amalekite.
he answered. David asked him.
Why weren't you afraid to lift your hand to destroy the Lord's anointed?
Then David called one of
Destroy.
his men and said,
Go, strike him down.
So he struck him down, and he died.
And so he did.
David had said to him,
Your blood be on your own head. Your own mouth testified against you when you said, I killed the Lord's anointed.
David took up this
Right.
lament concerning Saul and his son Jonathan, and he ordered that the people of Judah be taught this lament of the bow.
And then he
It is
did all.
written in the book of Jasher.
A gazelle lies slain on your heights, Israel. How the mighty have fallen. Tell it not in Gath. Proclaim it not in the streets of Ashkelon. Lest the daughters of the Philistines
I love
be
when they just
glad.
list
Lest
places
the daughters of the
lot.
uncircumcised rejoice. Mountains of Gilboa, may you have neither dew nor rain. May no showers fall on your terraced fields. For there the shield of the mighty was despised, the shield of Saul, no longer rubbed with oil. From the blood of the slain, from the flesh of the mighty, the bow of Jonathan did not turn back. The sword of Saul did not return
Oh
unsatisfied.
jeez.
Saul
We're
and
one
Jonathan,
chapter in. We're
in
already
life
on a
they were
snoozer.
loved and admired, and in death they were not parted. They were swifter than eagles. They were stronger than lions. Daughters of Israel, weep for Saul, who clothed you in scarlet and finery, who adorned your garments with
We already did
ornaments
David
of
versus
gold.
Goliath.
How
for all
the
of you,
mighty have fallen in battle.
For all you out there not
Jonathan
familiar with the
lies
chronology.
slain on your heights.
So if you're waiting for that,
I grieve
first of all,
for
it
you,
sucks.
Jonathan,
And second of
my
all,
brother.
it already happened.
You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful, more wonderful than that of women. How the mighty have fallen. The weapons of war have perished.
Chapter 2. In
The
the
Cap
course
of
of
Pride?
time, David inquired of the Lord.
Shall I go up to one of the towns of Judah?
He asked. The Lord said.
Go up
David asked.
Where shall I go?
to Hebron.
The Lord answered. So David went up there with his 2 wives,
Two of
Ahinoam
them.
of Jezreel, and Abigail, the widow of Nabal of Carmel. David also took the men who were with him, each with his family, and they settled in Hebron and its towns. Then the men of Judah came to Hebron.
David, 2
and
wives,
there
they call
anointed
him.
David king over the tribe of Judah. When David was told that it was the men from Jabesh Gilead who had buried Saul, he sent messengers to them to say to them,
The Lord bless you for showing this kindness to Saul.
Adultery
your
is bad.
master,
Yeah, I don't even
by
know what
burying
adultery
him.
is. They never
May
really
the Lord
defined
now
it.
show you kindness and faithfulness, and I too will
They also
show
haven't
you the same
defined
favor
what it's meant
because
to
you
be
have done
wed.
this. Now then, be strong and brave, for Saul, your master, is dead, and the people of Judah have anointed me king over them.
Sure.
Meanwhile,
I've been anointed.
Abner, son of Ner, the commander of Saul's army, had taken
Is
Ishbosheth,
adultery
son of Saul,
cheating on
and
your wife
brought
or
him
husband?
over to Mahanaim.
Well, yeah, but
he made him
he has
king
2
over
wives.
Gilead, Asherai, and
What
Jezreel,
does it-
and
what does it
also
mean to
over
cheat?
Ephraim, Benjamin, and all Israel. Ishbosheth, son of Saul, was 40 years old when he became king over Israel, and he reigned 2 years. The tribe of Judah, however, remained loyal to David. The length of time David was king in Hebron over Judah was 7 years and 6 months. Abner, son of Ner, together with the men of Ishbosheth, son of Saul, left Mahanaim and went to Gibeon. Joab, son of Zeruiah, and David's men went out and met them at the pool of Gibeon. One group sat down on one side of the pool, and one group on the other side. Then Abner said to Joab,
"Let's have some of the young men get up and fight hand to hand in front of us."
All right,
What?
let them do it.
Joab said.
What?
So they stood up and were counted
Huh?
off. 12 men for Benjamin and Ishbosheth,
Just
son
a,
of Saul,
just a.
and 12 for
Let's
David.
fight.
Then each man
Doesn't that
grabbed
sound
his
fun?
opponent by the
Doing
head
Fight Club?
and thrust his dagger into his opponent's side.
Oh.
And they fell down together.
Oh, not just Fight
That
Club. We're
place
just,
in Gibeon
killing
was
each other.
called Helkath Hazurium. The battle that day was very fierce, and Abner and the Israelites were defeated by David's men. The 3 sons of Zeruiah were there, Joab, Abishai, and Asahel. Now Asahel
means
was
field
as
of daggers?
fleet-footed as a wild gazelle. He chased Abner, turning neither to the right nor to the left as he pursued him. Abner looked behind him and asked.
Is that you,
Why
Asahel?
are we playing
It is.
Most Dangerous
He answered.
Game?
Then Abner said to him,
"Turn aside to the right or to the left. Take on one of the young men and strip him of his weapons."
but Asahel would not stop chasing him. Again Abner warned Asahel.
"Stop chasing me! Why should I strike you down? How could I look your brother Joab in the face?"
But Asahel refused to give up the pursuit. So Abner thrust the butt of his spear into Asahel's stomach, and the spear came out through his back. He fell there and died on the spot. And every man stopped when he came to the place where Asahel had fallen and died. But Joab
Okay.
and Abishai pursued Abner, and as the sun was setting, they came to the hill of Ammah near Giah on the way to the wasteland of Gibeon. Then the men of Benjamin rallied behind Abner. They formed themselves into a group and took their stand on top of a hill. Abner called out to Joab,
"Must the sword devour forever? Don't you realize that this will end in bitterness? How long before you order your men to stop pursuing their fellow Israelites?"
Joab answered,
As surely as God lives, if you had not spoken, the men would have continued pursuing them until morning.
So Joab blew the trumpet.
This literally
and all the
this
troops
literally
came
just
to a halt.
translates
They
to
no longer
on God.
pursued Israel, nor did they fight anymore. All that night, Abner and his men marched
Okay,
through the Arabah.
we
They
asked
crossed the Jordan,
for stopsies and
continued
then we
through
did
the
it.
morning hours and came to Mahanaim. Then Joab
We
stopped
started fighting
pursuing
for no
Abner
reason, and then we
assembled the
stopped
whole
fighting also for no
Besides
reason.
Asahel, 19 of David's men were found missing. But David's men had killed 360 Benjamites who were with Abner. They took Asahel and buried him in his father's tomb at Bethlehem. Then Joab and his men marched all night and arrived at Hebron by daybreak. Chapter 3.
Kind of a lot.
The war
Don't you
between the
think?
house of Saul and the house of David lasted a long time. David grew stronger and stronger, while the house of Saul grew weaker and weaker. Sons were born to David in Hebron. His firstborn was Amnon, the son of Ahinoam
Oh boy,
of
here we go.
Jezreel. His second, Kileab, the
Drinking
son of
game for
Abigail,
those playing
the widow
along
of
at
Nabal
home.
of
Every
Carmel.
time they start
The
listing
third,
off lineage
Absalom,
in
the son of
extensive
Maacah,
fashion, that
daughter
is a
of
drink.
Talmai, king of Geshur. The fourth, Adonijah, the son of Haggith. The fifth, Shephatiah, the son of Abital. And the sixth,
lasted IDK a long
the son of
time.
David's wife, Eglah. These were born to David in Hebron. During the war between the house of Saul and the house of David, Abner had been strengthening his own position in the house of Saul. Now Saul had had a concubine named Rizpah, daughter of Aiah. And Ishbosheth said to Abner,
Yeah, also this whole
Why did
no
you sleep
adultery
with
thing.
my father's concubine?
They talk about
Abner was
concubines a
very
lot
angry
so
because of
far.
what Ishbosheth said, so he answered,
"Am I a dog's head on Judah's side? This very day I am loyal to the house of your father Saul and to his family and friends. I haven't handed you over to David. Yet now you accuse me of an offense involving this woman? May God deal with Abner, be it ever so severely, if I do not do for David what the Lord promised him on oath, and transfer the kingdom from the house of Saul, and establish David's throne over Israel and Judah from Dan to Beersheba."
Ishbosheth did not dare to say another word to Abner because he was afraid of him. Then Abner
he sat
sent
there
messengers
awkwardly.
on his behalf to say to David,
"Whose land is it? Make an agreement with me, and I will help you bring all Israel over to you."
Good.
said David.
I will
Bet.
make an agreement with you. But I demand one thing of you. Do not come into my presence unless you bring Michal, daughter of Saul, when you come to see me.
I need
Then
another
David
wife.
sent messengers to Ishbosheth, son of Saul, demanding,
Give me my wife, Michal, whom I betrothed to myself, for the price of 100 Philistine foreskins.
Huh?
So Ishbosheth gave orders and had her taken away from her husband Paltiel, son of Laish. Her husband, however, went with her, weeping behind her all the way to Bahurim. Then Abner said to him,
Go back home.
So he went back. Abner conferred with the elders of Israel and said,
Copy that
For
one.
some time you have wanted to make David your king. Now do it. For the Lord promised David, By my servant David I will rescue my people Israel from the hand of the Philistines and from the hand of all their enemies.
Abner also spoke to the Benjamites in person. Then he went to Hebron to tell David everything that Israel and the whole tribe of Benjamin wanted to do. When Abner, who had 20 men with him, came to David at Hebron, David prepared a feast for him and his men. Then Abner said to David,
Let me go at once, and assemble all Israel for my lord the king, so that they may make a covenant with you, and that you may rule over all that your heart desires.
So David sent Abner away, and he went in peace. Just then David's men and Joab returned from a raid, and brought with them a great deal of plunder. But Abner was no longer with David in Hebron, because
Were
David had
foreskins
sent
like
him
NFTs?
away, and he had gone
It was
in
like
peace. When Joab and all the
it was
soldiers
like
with him arrived,
taking
he was
scalps.
told that
I
Abner,
think.
son of Ner, had come to the king. and that the
I
king
believe they had
sent him
mentioned this
away,
prior in
and
the
that he had
Bible to
gone
this
in
point.
peace. So Joab went to the king and said,
What have you done? Look, Abner came to you.
It
Why
still
did you let
catches
him
you off
go?
guard every
Now
single
he
time.
is gone. You know Abner, son of Ner. He came to deceive you and observe your
Spoilers
movements
in the
and
title,
find
cool
out
Bible.
everything you are doing.
Joab then left David and sent messengers after Abner, and they brought him back from the cistern at Sirah. But David did not know it. Now when Abner returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside into an inner chamber, as if to speak with him privately. And there, to avenge the blood of his brother Asahel, Joab stabbed him in the stomach, and he died. Later, when David heard about this, he said,
I and my kingdom are forever innocent before the Lord concerning the blood of Abner, son of Ner. May his blood fall on the head of Joab and on his whole family. May Joab's family never be without someone who has a running sore or leprosy, or who leans on a crutch, or who falls by the sword, or who lacks food.
Joab and his brother Abishai murdered Abner
What the fuck,
because he had
man?
killed their brother Asahel in the battle at Gibeon.
Your
Then
family,
David said to Joab and all the people with him,
no
Tear your
no
clothes
dating
and put on
sick
sackcloth
people or
and walk in
cripples
mourning in front of Abner.
or poor
King
people.
David himself walked behind the bier. They buried Abner in Hebron, and the king wept aloud at Abner's tomb. All the people wept also. The king sang this lament for Abner.
Should Abner have died as the lawless die? Your hands were not bound, your feet were not fettered. You fell as one falls before the wicked.
And all the people wept over him again. Then they all came and urged David to eat something while it was still day. But David took an oath, saying,
May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if I taste bread or anything else before the sun sets.
All the people took note and were
Okay.
pleased. Indeed, everything the king did pleased them. So on
And
that
he was
day,
so cool
all
and
the people
awesome.
there and all Israel knew that the
And
king
he had lots
no
of
part in
bitches,
the murder of
and
Abner, son of
he
Ner.
killed a bunch of guys.
Then the king said to his men,
Do you not realize that a commander and
He's
a great
top-rated in
man
Valorant.
is fallen in Israel this day? And today, though I am the anointed king, I am weak. And these sons of Zeruiah are too strong for me. May the Lord repay the evildoer according to his evil deeds.
Chapter 4. When Ishbosheth, son of Saul, heard
Ah,
that
Jesus,
Abner
it
had
keeps
died in
happening.
Hebron,
Holy
he
shit.
lost courage, and all Israel became alarmed.
He didn't
Now
eat bread for
Saul's
2
son
hours.
had 2 men who were leaders of raiding bands. One was named Baanah, and the other Rechab. They were sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, from the tribe of Benjamin. Beeroth is considered part of Benjamin, because the people of Beeroth fled to Gittim and have resided there as foreigners to this day. Jonathan,
Okay,
son
sure.
of Saul,
Who cares?
had a son who was lame in both feet.
If anybody
He
hangs
was
out with
5
you,
years old when the
you
news
just
about
adopt him
Saul
into
and
the family.
Jonathan came from Jezreel. His nurse picked him up and fled, but as she hurried to leave, he fell and became disabled. His name was Mephibosheth.
Mephibosheth.
Now Rechab and Baanah, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, set out for the house of Ishbosheth. And they arrived there in the heat of the day while he was taking his noonday rest. They went into
His
the inner part of
noonday
the
rest,
house as
you know,
if to
as
get
you
some
do.
wheat, and they stabbed him in the stomach. Then Rechab and his brother Baanah slipped away. They had gone into the house while he was lying on the bed in his bedroom. After they stabbed and killed him, they cut off his head.
Oh, okay.
Taking it with them, they traveled all night by way of the Arabah. They brought the head of Ishbosheth to David at Hebron and said to the king,
"Here is the head of Ishbosheth, son of Saul, your enemy, who tried to kill you. This day the Lord has avenged my lord the king against Saul and his offspring."
David answered Rechab and his brother Baanah, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite,
"As surely as the Lord lives, who has delivered me out of every trouble, when someone told me, 'Saul is dead,' and thought he was bringing good news, I seized him and put him to death in Ziklag. That was the reward I gave him for his news. How much more, when wicked men have killed an innocent man in his own house and on his own bed, should I not now demand his blood from your hand and rid the earth of you?"
Bro, chill. Like,
So
we just
David gave an
killed
order
your
to his
enemy.
men, and they killed them. They cut off their hands and feet and hung the bodies by the pool
Oh.
in Hebron. But they took the head
Oh,
of
okay.
Ishbosheth and buried it in Abner's tomb at Hebron. Chapter
That
5.
seems pretty. Like, I don't
All
see
the
David's
tribes of
logic
Israel
here.
came to David at Hebron and said,
We are your own flesh and blood. In the past, while Saul was king over us, you were the one who led Israel on their military campaigns. And the Lord said to you, You will shepherd my people Israel, and you will become their ruler.
When all the elders of Israel had come to King David at Hebron, the king made a covenant with them at Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he became king, and he reigned 40 years. In Hebron he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem he reigned over all Israel and Judah 33 years. The king and his men marched to Jerusalem to attack the Jebusites who lived there. The Jebusites said to David,
"You will not get in here. Even the blind and the lame can ward you off."
They thought.
David cannot get in here.
Nevertheless, David captured the fortress of Zion, which is the city of David. On that day David had said,
"Anyone who conquers the Jebusites will have to use the water shaft to reach those lame and blind, who are David's enemies."
That is why they say,
The blind and lame will not enter the palace.
David then took up residence in the fortress and called it the City of David. He built up the area around it, from the terraces inward, and he became more and more powerful because the Lord God Almighty was with him.
Yeah.
Now Hiram, king of
And not with
Tyre,
anybody
sent
else.
envoys to David, along with cedar logs and carpenters and stonemasons, and they built a palace for David. Then David knew that the Lord had established him as king over Israel, and had exalted his kingdom for the sake of his people Israel. After he left Hebron, David took more concubines and wives in Jerusalem, and more sons and daughters were born to him. These
Have I
are the
seen
names of the
upcoming
children
video
born
games?
to him there:
No.
Shemuah, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, Nephig, Japhiah, Elishama, Eliada, and Eliphalet. When the Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over Israel, they went up in full force to search for him. But David heard about it and went down to the stronghold. Now the Philistines had come and spread out in the valley of Rephaim. So David inquired of the Lord,
"Shall I go and attack the Philistines? Will you deliver them into my hands?"
The Lord answered him,
Go, for I will surely deliver the Philistines into your hands.
So David went to Baal Perazim, and there he defeated them.
David says,
He said,
"As
hey,
waters
can I
break
go
out,
and do a little
the
bit
Lord
more
has broken out
imperialism?
against my enemies before
Please?"
me."
So that place
And
was
God
called
says,
Baal
yeah,
Perazim.
it's actually really cool and
The Philistines
based.
abandoned their idols there, and David and his men carried them off. Once more the Philistines came up and spread out in the valley of Rephaim. So David inquired of the Lord, and he answered,
Do not go straight up, but circle around behind them, and attack them in front of the poplar trees. As soon as you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the poplar trees, move quickly, because that will mean the Lord has gone out in front of you to strike the Philistine army.
So David did as the Lord commanded him, and he struck down the Philistines, all the way from Gibeon to Gezer.
Sure.
Chapter 6. David again brought together all the able young men of Israel.
I pause. It's ads are running currently, and I'm gonna go and make another drink. It's margarita time. I'll be right back. Play. Not this one. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Margarita. Wine only. I should have got. I do have red wine. That is for cooking purposes only in the other room, but I could pour a glass. I love literature. Hello, I love the work on it can do. You use any lemon juice in your margarita? Is that a thing people do? Is it even a margarita at that point? I use lime juice. Like a margarita is typically tequila, triple sec, or some kind of orange liqueur, and lime juice. That's the usual ingredients. Coworkers use equal lemon, lime, and simple. Is that not a different drink? Anyways. Start her up!
Israel, 30,000. He and all his men went to Baalah in Judah to bring up
also,
from there the Ark of God,
for those of you who
which is called by the name,
don't remember or
the name
weren't here,
of the Lord Almighty, who is enthroned between the cherubim on the ark.
When they were like doing a bunch of conquering and pillaging and shit, they had crazy numbers.
Uzzah and Ahio, sons
it's like,
of
yeah,
Abinadab,
this guy has an army of 750,000 people, whenever like the entire fucking population of the whole world is 100 million or some shit.
With all their might before the Lord, with castanets, harps, lyres, timbrels, sistrums, and cymbals. When they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah reached out and took hold of the ark of God, because the oxen stumbled. The Lord's anger burned against Uzzah because of his irreverent act. Therefore God struck him down, and he died there beside the ark of God.
Yo, it's like the
Then
climax to
David was
Indiana
angry
Jones
because the Lord's
1 when
wrath
you
had
touch
broken
the
out
ark,
against Uzzah,
and you
to
just
this day that
and then
place is called Perez
your
Uzzah.
face melts off.
David was afraid of the Lord that
But
day
Indiana
and said,
Jones, being
"How
a
can the ark
God-fearing
of the
man, of
Lord
course
ever
does
come
not
to
look.
me?" He was not willing to take the ark of the Lord to be with him in the city of David. Instead, he took it to the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. The ark of the Lord remained in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite for 3 months, and the Lord blessed him and his entire household. Now King David was told,
"The Lord has blessed the household of Obed-Edom and everything he has, because of the ark of God."
So David went to bring up the ark of God from the house of Obed-Edom to the city of David with rejoicing. When those who were carrying the ark of the Lord had taken 6 steps, he sacrificed a bull and a fattened calf. Wearing a linen ephod, David was dancing before the Lord with all his might, while he and all Israel were bringing up the ark of the Lord with shouts and the sound of trumpets.
And
As the ark of the Lord was entering the city of David, Michal, daughter of Saul, watched from a window. And when she saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, she despised him in her heart.
What
They
the?
brought the ark of the Lord and
What
set
a
it in
hater.
its place inside the tent that David had
I feel like
pitched
we're
for it.
missing some steps in between.
David sacrificed burnt offerings and fellowship offerings before the Lord. After he had finished sacrificing the burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord Almighty. Then he gave a loaf of bread, a cake of dates, and a cake of raisins to each person in the
Fucking
whole
lost my
crowd of
spot.
Israelites, both
Hell
men
ever.
and women, and all the people went to their homes. When David returned home to bless his household, Michal, daughter of Saul, came out to meet him and said,
How the king of Israel has distinguished himself today, going around half naked in full view of the slave girls of his servants, as any vulgar fellow would.
David said to Michal,
It was before the Lord, who chose me rather than your father, or anyone from his house, when he appointed me ruler over the Lord's people, Israel. I will celebrate before the Lord. I will become even more undignified than this, and I will be humiliated in my own eyes. But by these slave girls you spoke of, I will be held in honor.
And Michal, daughter of Saul, had no children to the day of her death.
What the fuck? His wife was being bitchy because he was out dancing with the slave girls, and he says, "Fuck you! I want a divorce." And then she bears no children. This was a song I had to sing growing up. David's wife gets kind of bitchy about him busting a move for God of other women. So he says, fuck you, no kids. I'm leaving. That's, man, people take such extreme jumps.
Chapter 7.
Somebody's a little
After the
catty
king
to
was
you
settled
one
in his
time,
house,
and
the
you're
Lord had
fucking,
given him
you're gonna
rest
get
from all his
vaporized by
enemies around
God.
him, he said to Nathan the prophet,
Here I am, living in a house of cedar.
They did not mention the slave
while
girls
the
in the
Ark of
song.
God
I wonder
remains
why.
in a tent.
I wonder why they
Nathan
omit
replied
that
to the
part.
king,
Whatever you have in mind, go ahead and do it, for the Lord is with you.
But that night, the word of the Lord
Like, what
came
is
to
the
Nathan,
teachable
saying,
moment there?
Go
It's that, like,
and tell my servant David,
dicks out for
this
Jesus?
is what
Is
the
that,
Lord
like,
says.
I don't understand what
Are
the
you
lesson
the
here
one
is.
to build me a house to dwell in?
Oh,
I
no,
have
no, no,
not
no, no, no.
dwelt in a
No,
house
no,
from
no,
the
we're
day
building
I
houses,
brought
man.
the Israelites up out of Egypt to this day. I have been moving from place to place with a tent as my dwelling. Wherever I have moved with all the Israelites, did I ever say to any of their rulers, whom I commanded to shepherd my people Israel, why have you not built me a house of cedar?
Oh,
Now then,
don't,
tell
don't,
my
please
servant
don't
David,
describe how to build
this
it, man.
is what the Lord Almighty says. I took you from the pasture, from tending the flock, and appointed you ruler over my people Israel. I have been with you wherever you have gone, and I have cut off all your enemies from before you. Now, I will make your name great, like the names of the greatest men on earth, and I will provide a place for my people Israel, and will plant them so that they can have a home of their own, and no longer be disturbed.
I feel like we've already done the song and
Wicked
dance.
people will not oppress them anymore, as they did at the beginning, and have done ever since the time I appointed leaders over my people Israel. I will also give you rest from all your enemies. The Lord declares to you that the Lord himself will establish a house for you.
Oh, we don't have to do
When
it?
your days are over and you rest with your ancestors,
You're just gonna make it
I
yourself?
will raise up your offspring to succeed you, your own flesh and blood, and I will establish his kingdom. He is the one who will build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he will be my son. When he does wrong, I will punish him with a rod wielded by men, with floggings inflicted by human hands. But my love will never be taken away from him, as I took it away from Saul, whom I removed.
Now, is this
from
like a
before
father
you.
in a literal sense?
Your house
Are we describing
and your
Jesus
kingdom
or
will endure forever before me. Your throne will be established forever.
Nathan reported to David all the words of this entire revelation.
like this happens?
Then King David went in and sat before the Lord, and he said,
Who am I,
But I feel like this is a little vague.
And what is my family, that you have brought me this far? And as if this were not enough in your sight, sovereign Lord, you have also spoken about the future of the house of your servant. And this decree, sovereign Lord, is for a mere human. What more can David say to you? For you know your servant, sovereign Lord.
It's
For
called
the sake
foreshadowing.
of your word and according to your will, you have done this great thing and made it known to your servant. How great you are, sovereign Lord. There is no one like you, and there is no God but you, as we have heard with our own ears. And who is
Apparently
like
it's
your
a thing
people,
from Abraham
Israel,
to David to Jesus.
the one nation on earth that
Yeah, just
God went out to
all
redeem
one
as a people
lineage.
for himself, and to make a name for himself, and to perform great and awesome wonders by driving out nations and their gods from before your people, whom you redeemed from Egypt. You have established your people Israel as your very own forever, and you, Lord,
You were
have
so
become
cool and
their
awesome,
God.
and I'm so lame and stupid.
And now, Lord God, keep forever the promise you have made concerning your servant and his house. Do as you promised, so that your name will be great forever.
Generic ass
Then
prayer.
people will say,
Put
"The
a
Lord
little bit of
Almighty is God
creative
over Israel,
inspiration onto this
and
one.
the house of your servant David will be established in your sight. Lord Almighty, God of Israel, you have revealed this to your servant, saying, I will build a house for you. So your servant has found courage to pray this prayer to you. Sovereign Lord, you are God. Your covenant is trustworthy, and you have promised these good things to your servant. Now, be pleased to bless the house of your servant, that it may continue forever in your sight. For you, Sovereign Lord, have spoken, and with your blessing, the house of your servant will be blessed forever.
Chapter 8. In the course of time, David defeated the Philistines and subdued them, and he took
And
Metheg
here's
Ammah
his
under control of the
resume.
Philistines.
Here's how cool he is at doing
David also
war
defeated
and,
the Moabites.
and imperialism.
He made them lie down on the ground and measured them off with a length of cord. Every 2 lengths of them were put to death, and the 3rd length was allowed to live.
Bro, that's
so
fucked
the
up.
Moabites became subject to David and brought him tribute. Moreover, David defeated Hadad-Ezer, son of Rehob, king of Zobah, when he went to restore his monument at the Euphrates River. David captured 1,000 of his chariots, 7,000 charioteers, and 20,000 foot soldiers. He hamstrung all but 100 of the chariot horses. When the Arameans of Damascus came to help Hadad-Ezer, king of Zobah, David struck down 22,000 of them. He put garrisons in the Aramean kingdom of Damascus, and the Arameans became subject to him and brought tribute. The Lord gave David victory wherever he went. David took the gold shields that belonged to the officers
These are
of
Final Fantasy
Hadad-Ezer
names, yeah.
and brought them to Jerusalem. From Teba and Berothai, towns that belonged to Hadad-Ezer,
Goose,
King
but if you're a
David took a
duck, you
great
fucking
quantity of bronze.
die.
When Tu, king of Hamath, heard that David had defeated the entire army of Hadad-Ezer, he sent his son Joram to King David to greet him and congratulate him on his victory in battle over Hadad-Ezer, who had been at war with Tu. Joram brought with him
all
articles
these
of silver,
proper nouns that I
gold,
know.
and of bronze. King David dedicated these articles to the Lord, as he had done with the
Fucking
silver and
two-faced
gold from all
gimmick.
the nations he had subdued: Edom and Moab, the Ammonites and the Philistines and Amalek. He also dedicated the plunder taken from Hadad-Ezer, son of Rehob, king of Zobah. And David became famous after he returned from striking down 18,000 Edomites in the Valley of Salt. He put garrisons throughout Edom, and all the Edomites became subject to David. The Lord gave David victory wherever he went. David reigned over all Israel, doing what was just and right for all his people. Joab, son of Zeruiah, was over the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was recorder. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Sariah was secretary. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Kerethites and Pelethites. And David's sons were priests. Chapter 9. David asked,
Is there anyone still left of the house of Saul, to whom I can show kindness for Jonathan's sake?
Now there was a servant of Saul's household named Ziba. They summoned him to appear before David,
next?
and the king said to him,
Are you Ziba?
Sorry.
At your
Hard for me to
service.
keep track while I'm
he
taking
replied.
notes.
The king asked.
Is there no one still alive from the house of Saul to whom I can show God's kindness?
Ziba answered the king.
There is still a son of Jonathan. He is lame in both feet.
Where is he?
The king asked. Ziba answered.
He is at the house of Maker, son of Amiel, in Lo-debar.
So King David had him brought from Lo-debar, from the house of Maker, son of Amiel.
Lo-debar.
When Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, came to David, he bowed down to pay him honor.
Mephibosheth.
David said,
Mephibosheth.
At your service.
He replied.
Don't be afraid,
David said to him,
Mephibosheth.
for I will surely show you kindness for the sake of your father Jonathan. I will restore to you all the land that belonged to your grandfather Saul, and you will always eat at my table.
Mephibosheth bowed down and said,
What is your servant, that you should notice a dead dog like me?
Then the king summoned Ziba, Saul's steward, and said to him,
I have given your master's grandson everything that belonged to Saul and his family. You and your sons and your servants are to farm the land for him and bring in the crops, so that your master's grandson may be provided for. And Mephibosheth, grandson of your master, will always eat at my table.
Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. Then Ziba said to the king,
Your servant will do whatever
Having
my
a lot
lord
of
the king
sons
commands
means
his
you're a
servant
cooler
to do."
guy.
So Mephibosheth ate at David's table like one of the king's sons.
Like
Mephibosheth
for doing
had a
the
young
Lord's
son
bidding, you
named
get rewarded
Micah,
with lots
and
of
all
children.
the members of Ziba's household were servants of Mephibosheth.
Yeah, you get
And
good
Mephibosheth
cum.
lived in Jerusalem because he always ate at the king's table. He was lame in both feet. Chapter 10.
Seems
In
like
the
we're
course
kind of
of
bending
time,
the rules.
the king of the Ammonites died, and his son Hanun succeeded him as king. David thought,
I will show kindness to Hanun, son of Nahash, just as his father showed kindness to me.
So David sent a delegation to express his sympathy to Hanun concerning his father. When David's men came to the land of the Ammonites, the Ammonite commanders said to Hanun their lord,
Do you think David is honoring your father by sending envoys to you to express sympathy? Hasn't David sent them to you only to explore the city and spy it out and overthrow it?
So Hanun seized David's envoys, shaved off half of each man's beard, cut off their garments at the buttocks, and sent them away. When David was told about this, he sent
What,
messengers
wearing
to meet the
miniskirts,
men,
or can you see
for they
their
were
cock and
greatly
balls?
humiliated. The king said,
Oh, not
Stay
half
at
my
Jericho
beard.
till your beards have grown, and then come back.
When the Ammonites realized that they had become obnoxious to David, they hired 20,000 Aramean foot soldiers from Beth-rehob and Zobah, as well as the king of Maacah with 1,000 men, and also 12,000 men from Tob. On hearing this, David sent Joab out with the
Theater of
entire
blood, by the
army
way.
of fighting men. The Ammonites came out and drew up in battle formation at the entrance of their city gate, while the Arameans of Zobah and Rehob and the men of Tob and Maacah were by themselves in the open country. Joab saw that there were battle lines in front of him and behind him, so he selected some of the best troops in Israel and deployed them against the Arameans.
David versus
He put the rest of the men under the command of Abishai,
I bet
his
David doesn't
brother,
even know how to
and deployed them
fucking
against the
do
Ammonites.
a 5-tick
Joab
scythe walk.
said,
If the Arameans are too strong for me, then you are to come to my rescue. But if the Ammonites are too strong for you, then I will come to rescue you. Be strong, and let us fight bravely for our people and the cities of our God. The Lord will do what is good in his sight.
Then Joab and the troops with him advanced to fight the Arameans, and they fled before him. When the Ammonites realized that the Arameans were fleeing, they fled before Abishai and went inside the city. So Joab returned from fighting the Ammonites and came to Jerusalem. After the Arameans saw that they had been routed by Israel, they regrouped. Hadad-ezer had Arameans brought from beyond the Euphrates River. They went to Helam, with Shobak, the commander of Hadad-ezer's army, leading them. When David was told of this, he gathered all Israel, crossed the Jordan, and went to Helam. The Arameans formed their battle lines to meet David and fought against him. But they fled before Israel, and David killed 700 of their charioteers and 40,000 of their foot soldiers.
Personally?
He
Or
also
like-
struck down Shobak, the
or like his
commander of
army.
their army, and he died there. When all the kings who were vassals of Hadad-ezer saw that they had been routed by Israel, they made peace with the Israelites and became subject to them. So the Arameans
They
were
personally
afraid to help the
kill
Ammonites anymore.
440,000 people?
Chapter 11. In the spring, at the time when kings go off to war, David sent Joab out with the king's men and the whole Israelite army.
As we
They
know,
destroyed the
kings go to war in
Ammonites
the
and
spring.
besieged Rabbah, but David remained in Jerusalem. One evening, David got up from his bed and walked
David
around
against
on the roof
Goliath.
of the palace. From the roof,
We already,
he saw a woman bathing. The woman was
already did
very
that.
beautiful, and David sent someone to find out about her. The man said,
She is Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, and the wife of Uriah the Hittite.
Then
He said,
David sent
"Awooga!"
messengers to get her. She came to him, and he slept with her.
Oh, okay.
Now she was purifying herself from her monthly uncleanness.
Oh, okay.
Then she went back home. The woman conceived and sent word to David, saying,
I am pregnant.
So David sent this word to Joab.
I am pregnant.
Send me Uriah the Hittite.
And Joab sent him to David. When Uriah came to him, David asked him how Joab was, how the soldiers were, and how the war was going. Then David said to Uriah,
Go down to your house and wash your feet.
So Uriah left the palace, and a gift from the king was sent after him. But Uriah slept at
Wash
the
your
entrance to the
nasty-ass
palace
feet.
with all his master's servants, and did not go down to his house.
Huh?
David was told.
Uriah did not go home.
So he asked Uriah,
Haven't you just come from a military campaign?
Is this
Why
implying
didn't
that
you go
we
home?
fuck or that we just
Uriah
sleep
said to
there?
David,
The ark and Israel and Judah are staying in tents, and my commander Joab and my lord's men are camped in the open country. How could I go to my house to eat and drink and make love to my wife? As surely as you live, I will not do such a thing.
Then David said to him,
Stay here one more day, and tomorrow I will send you back.
So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day and the next. At David's invitation he ate and drank with him, and David made him drunk. But in the evening Uriah went out to sleep on his mat among his master's servants. He did not go home. In the morning David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it with Uriah. In it he wrote,
Put Uriah out in front where the fighting is fiercest. Then withdraw from him, so he will be struck down and die.
Yeah, that's pretty
so
fucked
while
up.
Joab had the city under siege,
Just
he
kill
put
him yourself,
Uriah
why
at a
don't you?
place where he knew the
Stop this
strongest
pussy
defenders
shit.
were. When the men of the city came out and fought against Joab, some of the men in David's army fell. Moreover, Uriah the Hittite died. Joab sent David a full account of the battle. He instructed the messenger,
When you have finished giving the king this account of the battle, the king's anger may flare up, and he may ask you, Why did you get so close to the city to fight? Didn't you know they would shoot arrows from the wall? Who killed Abimelech, son of Jerubbesheth? Didn't a woman drop an upper millstone on him from the wall, so that he died in Thebes? Why did you get so close to the wall? If he asks you this, then say to him, Moreover, your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead.
The messenger set out, and when he arrived he told David everything Joab had sent him to say. The messenger said to David,
The men overpowered us and came out against us in the open, but we drove them back to the entrance of the city gate. Then the archers shot arrows at your servants from the wall, and some of the king's men died. Moreover, your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead.
David told the messenger,
Say this to Joab. Don't let this upset you. The sword devours one as well as another. Press the attack against the city and destroy it. Say this to encourage Joab.
When Uriah's wife heard that her husband was dead, she mourned for him. After the time of mourning was over, David had her brought to his house, and she became his wife and bore him a son.
Nice!
But the thing David had done displeased the Lord. Chapter 12. The Lord sent Nathan
You know, at least
David.
we're not... At least we're
came
not
to him,
framing
he
it as a
said,
good thing.
There were two men in a certain town, one rich and
I thought God was about to be.
The
Good
rich
job.
man had a very large number of sheep and cattle, but the poor man had nothing except one little ewe lamb he had bought. He raised it, and it grew up with him and his children. It shared his food, drank
That
from
was
his
licensed
cup,
to Tier 1.
and even slept in his arms. It was like a daughter to him. Now a traveler came to the rich man, but the rich man refrained from taking one of his own sheep or cattle to prepare a meal for the traveler who had come to him. Instead, he took the ewe lamb that belonged to the poor man and prepared it for the one who had come to him.
David burned with anger against the man and said to Nathan,
As surely as the Lord lives, the man who did this must die. You must pay for that lamb 4 times over.
Bro, we
did
resulted the
such
death
a
penalty
thing
so fast.
with no pity.
Then Nathan said to David,
You are the man. This is what the Lord,
Bleh.
the God of Israel, says. I anointed you king over Israel, and I delivered you from the hand of Saul. I gave your master's house to you, and your master's
Oh, no.
wives into your arms.
The consequences of my own actions.
All Israel and Judah.
Rearing their
And if
ugly
all
head.
this had been too little, I would have given you even more. Why did you despise the word of the Lord by doing what is evil in his eyes? You struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword and took his wife
I
to
didn't
be
do
your
it.
own.
Was it
You
me?
killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now, therefore, the sword will never depart from your house, because you despised me and took the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your own. This is what the Lord says.
God, he's like he's a
Out of
Google.
your own
What are you
household,
buying?
I am going to bring calamity on you. Before your very eyes, I will take your wives and give them to one who is close to you, and he will sleep with your wives in broad daylight. You did it in secret, but I will do
We're gonna have all of your wives fucked in the town square.
Israel.
Then David said to Nathan,
I have sinned against the Lord.
Godly
Nathan
ordained
replied,
cucking.
The Lord has taken away your sin. You are not going to die. But because by doing this you have shown utter contempt for the Lord, the son born to you will die.
After Nathan had gone home, the Lord struck the child that Uriah's wife had borne to David, and he became ill. David pleaded with God for the child. He fasted and spent the nights lying in sackcloth on the ground. The elders of his household stood beside him to get him up from the ground, but he refused, and he would not eat any food with them. On the 7th day, the child died. David's attendants were afraid to tell him that the child was dead, for they thought,
While the child was still living, he wouldn't listen to us when we spoke to him. How can we now tell him the child is dead? He may do something desperate.
He's gonna do
David
something
noticed
irrational.
that his attendants were whispering among themselves, and he realized the child was
God
dead.
killing more kids?
Is the child
Yeah.
dead?
He asked.
Yes.
So much
They
for being
replied,
pro-life,
"He is
am I
dead."
right?
Then David got up from the ground. After he had washed, put on lotions, and changed his clothes, he went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. Then he went to his own house, and at his request they served him food, and he ate. His attendants asked him,
Why are
This is
you
necessary
acting this
details.
way? While the child was alive, you fasted and wept. But now that the child is dead, you get up and eat.
He answered,
While the child was still alive, I fasted and wept. I thought, who knows? The Lord may be gracious to me and let the child live. But now that he is dead, why should I go on fasting? Can I bring him back again? I will go to him, but he will not return to me.
Then David comforted his wife Bathsheba, and he went to her and made love to her. She gave birth to a son, and they named him Solomon. The Lord loved him, and because the Lord loved him, he sent word through Nathan the prophet to name him Jedediah. Meanwhile, Joab fought against Rabbah of the Ammonites and captured the royal citadel. Joab then sent
Why does the
messengers
Lord
to
like
David,
this
saying,
one?
I have fought against Rabbah and taken its water supply. Now muster the rest of the troops and besiege
It just,
the city.
I
and
don't see,
capture it.
I don't see
Otherwise,
the
I will
rationale.
take the city, and it will be named after me.
So David mustered the
They
entire
used the term
army and
making
went to
love
Rabbah,
back then?
and attacked and captured it. David
This,
took the crown from their
it wasn't
king's
written
head,
in
and it was
English
placed on his own
originally.
head. It weighed a talent of gold, and it was set with precious stones. David took a great quantity of plunder from the city, and brought out the people who were there, consigning them to labor with saws and with iron picks and axes, and he made them work at brickmaking. David did this to all the Ammonite towns.
I can pull up the
Then
King
he
James
and his
version
entire
if you guys
army
really
returned
like
to Jerusalem.
have trouble getting to sleep.
Chapter 13. In the course of time, Amnon, son of David, fell in love with Tamar, the beautiful sister of Absalom, son of David. Amnon became so obsessed with his sister Tamar that he made himself ill. She was a virgin, and it seemed impossible for him to do anything to
We're
her.
reading the New International
Now
Version.
Amnon had an advisor named Jonadab, son of Shimeah, David's brother. Jonadab was a very shrewd man. He asked Amnon,
Why do you, the king's son, look so haggard morning after morning? Won't you tell me?
Amnon said to him,
I'm in love with Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister.
Go to bed and pretend to be ill.
Jonadab said.
When your father comes to see you, say to him, I would like my sister Tamar to come and give
Are
me
we
something
scheming to try to bang
Let
our
her
sister
prepare
right
the
now?
food in my sight, so I may watch her, and then eat it from her hand.
So Amnon lay down and pretended to be ill. When the king came to see him, Amnon said to him,
I would like my
And
sister
then that thing they
Tamar
just said.
to come and make some special bread in my sight, so I may eat from her hand.
David sent word to Tamar at the palace.
Go to the house of your brother Amnon and prepare some food for him.
So Tamar went to the house of her brother Amnon,
And then he
who was
did
lying
it.
down. She took some dough, kneaded it, made the bread in his sight, and baked it. Then she took the pan and served him the bread, but he refused to eat.
Send everyone out of here,
Amnon said. So everyone left him. Then Amnon said to Tamar,
Bring the food here into my bedroom, so I may eat from your hand.
And Tamar took the bread she had prepared and brought it to her brother Amnon.
Ay, 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 ay.
But when she took it to him to eat, he grabbed her and said,
Come to bed with me, my sister.
No, my brother.
She said to him,
Don't force me. Such a thing should not be done in Israel. Don't do this wicked thing. What about me? Where can I get rid of my disgrace? And what about you? You would be like one of the wicked fools in Israel. Please, speak to the king. He will not keep me from being married to you.
But he refused to listen to her, and since he was stronger than she, he raped her.
Yikes!
Then Amnon hated her with intense hatred. In fact, he hated her more than he had loved her. Amnon said to her,
Get up and get out.
No!
She said to him.
Sending me away would be a greater wrong than what you have already done to me.
But he refused to listen to her. He called his personal servant and said,
Get this woman out of my sight and bolt the door after her.
So his servant put her out and bolted the door after her. She was wearing an ornate robe, for this was the kind of garment the virgin daughters of the king wore. Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the ornate robe she was wearing. She put her hands on her head and went away, weeping aloud as she went. Her brother Absalom said to her,
Has that Amnon, your brother, been with you? Be quiet for now, my sister. He is your brother. Don't take this thing to heart.
And Tamar lived in her brother Absalom's house.
Almighty low
a
fly,
desolate
thanks to Tier
woman.
1.
When King David heard all this, he was furious. And
Grab so I can
Absalom
use
never
the
said a
X
word to
emote.
Amnon, either good or bad. He hated Amnon because he had disgraced his sister Tamar. 2 years later, when
Revenge
Absalom's
arc?
sheep shearers were at Baal Hazor near the border of Ephraim, he invited all the king's sons to come there. Absalom went to the king and said,
Your servant has had shearers come.
I wonder what happens
Will the king
next.
and his attendants please join me?
No, my son.
The king replied.
All of us should not go. We would only be a burden to you.
Although Absalom urged him, he still refused to go, but gave him his blessing. Then Absalom said,
If not, please let my brother Amnon come with us.
The king asked him,
Why should he go with you?
But Absalom urged him. So he sent with him Amnon and the rest of the king's sons. Absalom ordered his men,
Listen, when Amnon is in high spirits from drinking wine, and I say to you, strike Amnon down, then kill him. Don't be afraid. Haven't I given you this order? Be strong and brave.
So Absalom's men did to Amnon what Absalom had ordered. Then all the king's sons got up, mounted their mules, and fled. While they were on their way, the report came to David.
Absalom has struck down all the king's sons. Not one of them is left.
The king stood up, tore his clothes, and lay down on the ground, and all his attendants stood by with their clothes torn. But Jonadab, son of Shimeah, David's brother, said,
My lord should not think that they killed all the princes. Only Amnon is dead. This has been Absalom's express intention ever since the day Amnon raped his sister Tamar. My lord the king should not be concerned about the report that all the king's sons are dead. Only Amnon is dead.
Meanwhile, Absalom had fled. Now the man standing watch looked up and saw many people on the road west of him, coming down the side of the hill. The watchman went and told the king.
I see men in the direction of Horonaim, on the side of the hill.
Jonadab said to the king,
See, the king's sons have come. It has happened just as your
Hebrew does not have this
servant said.
sentence.
As he finished speaking, the king's sons came in, wailing loudly. The king, too, and all his attendants wept very bitterly. Absalom fled and went to Talmai, son of Ammihud, the king of Geshur.
Meaning of the Hebrew for this word
But
is
King
uncertain.
David mourned many days for his son. After Absalom fled and went to Geshur, he stayed there 3 years. And King David longed to go to Absalom, for he was
The
consoled
Bible's why
concerning
it's
Amnon's
students that
death.
can't write.
Chapter 14. Joab,
is an
son of
awful,
Zeruiah, knew that the king's heart
awfully
longed
written
for
piece of
Absalom.
literature.
So Joab sent someone to Tekoa, and had a wise woman brought from there. He said to her,
Pretend you are in mourning. Dress in mourning clothes, and don't use any cosmetic lotions. Act like a woman who has spent many days grieving for the dead. Then go to the king and speak these words to him.
And Joab put the words in her mouth. When the woman from Tekoa went to the king, she fell with her face to the ground to pay him honor. And she said,
Help me, your majesty.
The king asked her,
What is troubling you?
She said,
I am a widow. My husband is dead. I, your servant, had 2 sons. They got into a fight with each other in the field, and no one was there to separate them. One struck the other and killed him. Now the whole clan has risen up against your servant. They say, Hand over the one who struck his brother down, so that we may put him to death for the life of his brother whom he killed. Then we will get rid of the heir as well. They would put out the only burning coal I have left, leaving my husband neither name nor descendant on the face of the earth.
The king said to the woman,
Go home.
It's just a
and
grotesque
I will issue an
postmodern
order on your behalf.
But the woman from Tekoa said to him,
Put Master
Let
Jesus
my
as the
lord
primer.
the king
Thank you.
pardon me and my family, and let the king and his throne be without guilt.
The king replied,
If anyone says anything to you, bring them to me, and they will not bother you again.
She said,
Then let the king invoke the Lord his God to prevent the avenger of blood from adding to the destruction, so that my son will not be destroyed.
As surely as the Lord lives,
he said,
not one hair of your son's head will fall to the ground.
Then the woman said,
Let your servant speak a word to my lord the king.
Speak,
he replied. The woman said,
Why then have you devised a thing like this against the people of God? When the king says this, does he not convict himself? For the king has not brought back his banished son. Like water spilled on the ground, which cannot be recovered, so we must die. But that is not what God desires. Rather, he devises ways so that a banished person does not remain banished from him.
I don't
And
know.
now I have come to say
God
this
kind
to
of
my
gets a
lord
lot of
the
guys
king,
killed.
because the
I don't
people
think
have
that's
made me
true.
afraid. Your servant thought,
Revolution
I will
for
speak to the
56
king.
months.
Perhaps he will grant his servant's request.
Crazy.
Perhaps
We
the
are
king
reading the
will
Bible.
agree to deliver his servant from the hand of the man who is trying to cut off both me and my son from God's inheritance. And now your servant says,
Out with it, lady.
May the word
Get on
of
with
my
it.
lord the king secure my inheritance. For my lord the king is like an angel of God in discerning good and evil. May the Lord your God be with you.
Then the king said to the woman,
Don't keep from me the answer to what I am going to ask you.
Let my lord the king speak.
The woman said. The king asked,
Isn't the hand of Joab with you in all this?
The woman answered,
As surely as you live, my lord the king. No one can turn to the right or to the left from anything my lord the king says. Yes, it was your servant Joab who instructed me to do this, and who put all these words into the mouth of your servant. Your servant Joab did this to change the present situation. My lord has wisdom like that of an angel of God. He knows everything that happens in the land.
The king said to Joab,
Very well, I will do it. Go, bring back the young man Absalom.
Joab fell with his face to the ground to pay him honor, and he blessed the king. Joab said,
Today your servant knows that he has found favor in your eyes, my lord the king, because the king has granted his servant's request.
Then Joab went to Geshur and brought Absalom back to Jerusalem. But the king said,
He must go to his own house. He must not see my face.
So Absalom went to his own house and did not see the face of the king. In all Israel there was not a man so highly praised for his handsome appearance as Absalom. From the top of his head to the sole of his foot there was no blemish in him. Whenever he cut the hair of his head, he used to cut his hair once a year because it became too heavy for him, he would weigh it, and its weight was 200 shekels by the royal standard.
Okay.
3 sons and a daughter were born to Absalom. His
Thanks
daughter's
for
name was
the
Tamar,
personal detail.
and she became a beautiful woman. Absalom lived 2 years in Jerusalem without seeing
That is about
the
5
king's
pounds or
face.
2.3 kilograms.
Then Absalom sent for Joab in order to send him to the king. But Joab refused to come to him. So he sent a second time, but he refused to come. Then he said to his servants,
Look, Joab's field is next to mine, and he has barley there. Go and set it on fire.
So Absalom's servants set the field on fire.
Okay.
Then Joab did go to Absalom's house, and he said to him,
Why have your servants set my field on fire?
Absalom said to Joab,
Look, I sent word to you and said, Come here, so I can send you to the king to ask, Why have I come from Geshur? It would be better for me if I were still there. Now then, I want to see the king's face. And if I am guilty of anything, let him put me to death.
So Joab
We've already
went to the
done
king and
a
told
couple
him
of
this.
those.
Then the king summoned Absalom, and he came in and bowed down with his face to the ground before the king. And the king kissed Absalom. Chapter 15.
Kind of gay.
In the course of time, Absalom provided himself with a chariot and horses, and with 50 men to run ahead of him. He would get up early and stand by the side of the road leading to the city gate. Whenever anyone came with a complaint to be placed before the king for a decision, Absalom would call out to him.
What town are you from?
He would answer,
Your servant is from one of the tribes of Israel.
Then Absalom would say to him,
Look, your claims are valid and proper, but there is no
I see you.
representative
You
of
are
the king
valid.
to hear you.
And Absalom would add,
If only I were appointed judge in the land, then everyone who has a complaint or case could come to me, and I would see that they receive justice.
Also, whenever anyone approached him to bow down before him, Absalom would reach out his hand, take hold of him, and kiss him. Absalom behaved in this way toward all the Israelites who came to the king asking for justice. And so
what kind
he
of kiss
stole
we
the
talking
hearts of
about?
the people of Israel. At the end of 4 years, Absalom said to the king,
Let me go to Hebron and fulfill a vow I made to the Lord. While your servant was living at Geshur in Aram, I made this vow. If the Lord takes me back to Jerusalem, I will worship the Lord in Hebron.
The king said to him,
Go in peace.
So he went to Hebron. Then Absalom sent secret messengers throughout the tribes of Israel to say,
As soon as you hear the sound of the trumpets, then say, Absalom is king in Hebron.
200 men from Jerusalem had accompanied Absalom.
Is this
they
all
had
it
been
takes?
invited as guests, and went quite innocently, knowing nothing about the matter. While Absalom was offering sacrifices, he also sent for Ahithophel the Gilonite, David's counselor, to come from Gilo, his hometown. And so the conspiracy gained strength, and Absalom's following kept on increasing. A messenger came and told David,
The hearts of the people of Israel are with Absalom.
Then David said to all his officials who were with him in Jerusalem,
Come, we must flee, or none of us will escape from Absalom. We must leave immediately, or he will move quickly to overtake us and bring ruin on us, and put the city to the sword.
The king's officials answered him,
Your servants are ready to do whatever our lord the king chooses.
The king set out, with his entire household following him, but he left 10 concubines to take care of the palace. So the king set out, with all the people following him, and they halted at the edge of the city. All his men marched past him, along with all the Kirithites and Pelethites, and all the 600 Gittites who had accompanied him from Gath marched before the king. The king said to Ittai the Gittite,
Why should you come along with us? Go back and stay with King Absalom. You are a foreigner, an exile from your homeland. You came only yesterday, and today shall I make you wander about with us, when I do not know where I am going? Go back and take your people with you. May the Lord show you kindness and faithfulness.
But Ittai replied to the king,
As surely as the Lord lives, and as my lord the king lives, wherever my lord the king may be, whether it means life or death, there will your servant be.
David said to Ittai,
Go ahead, march on.
So Ittai the Gittite marched on with all his men and the families that were with him. The whole countryside wept aloud as all the people passed by. The king also crossed the Kidron Valley, and all the people moved on toward the wilderness. Zadok was there
Classic
too,
the
and all
wilderness.
the Levites who were with him were carrying the Ark of the Covenant of God. They set down the Ark of God, and Abiathar offered sacrifices until all the people had finished leaving the city. Then the king said to Zadok,
Take the Ark of God back into the city. If I find favor in the Lord's eyes, he will bring me back and let me see
They
it
just happen
and
to
his dwelling
find
place
the guys
again.
carrying the Ark of the
He
Covenant.
says, I am not pleased with you. Then I am ready. Let him do to me whatever seems good to him.
The king also said to Zadok the priest,
Do you understand? Go back to the city with my blessing. Take your son Ahimaaz with you, and also Abiathar's son Jonathan. You and Abiathar return with your 2 sons. I will wait at the fords in the wilderness until word comes from you to inform me.
So
Beat me,
Zadok and
Chaos
Abiathar
Altar.
took the Ark of God back to
Bring
Jerusalem
bank.
and stayed there. But David continued up the Mount of Olives, weeping as he went. His head was covered, and he was barefoot. All the people with him covered their heads too, and were weeping as they went up. Now David had been told,
Ahithophel is among the conspirators with Absalom.
So David prayed,
Lord, turn Ahithophel's counsel into foolishness.
When David arrived at the summit where people used to worship God, Hushai the Archite was there to meet him, his robe torn and dust on his head. David said to him,
If you go with me, you will be a burden to me. But if you return to the city and say to Absalom, Your Majesty, I will be your servant. I was your father's servant in the past, but now I will be your servant. Then you can help me by frustrating Ahithophel's advice. Won't the priests Zadok and Abiathar be there with you? Tell them anything you hear in the king's palace. Their 2 sons, Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, and Jonathan, son of Abiathar, are there with them. Send them to me with anything you hear.
So Hushai, David's confidant, arrived at Jerusalem as Absalom was entering the city. Chapter 16. When David had gone a short distance beyond the summit, there was Ziba, the steward of Mephibosheth, waiting to meet him.
Not even all that much
He had a
Samuel
string
left.
of donkeys saddled and loaded with 200 loaves of bread, 100 cakes of raisins, 100 cakes of figs, and a skin of wine. The king asked Ziba,
Why have you brought these?
Ziba answered,
The donkeys are for the king's household to ride on. The bread and fruit are for the men to eat, and the wine is to refresh those who become exhausted in the wilderness.
The wine's not really all that refreshing.
Where is your master's grandson?
Ziba said to him,
Not really a lot
He
of...
is staying in Jerusalem because he
makes him
thinks
more
today
dehydrated.
the Israelites will restore to me my grandfather's kingdom.
Then the king said to Ziba,
All that belonged to Mephibosheth is now yours.
I humbly bow.
Ziba said.
May I find favor in your eyes, my lord the king.
As King David approached Bahurim, a man from the same clan as Saul's family came out from there. His name was Shimei, son of Gera, and he cursed as he came out. He pelted David and all the king's officials with stones,
What the
though
fuck?
all the troops and the special guard were on David's right and left. As he cursed, Shimei said,
Get out! Get out! You murderer! You scoundrel! The Lord has repaid you for all the blood you shed in the household of Saul, in whose place you have reigned. The Lord has given the kingdom into the hands of your son Absalom. You have come to ruin because you are a murderer!
Then
I didn't
Abishai,
do it.
son of Zeruiah, said to the king,
Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? Let me go over and cut off his head.
But the king said,
What does this have to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah? If he is cursing because the Lord said to him, Curse David, who can ask, Why do you do this?
David then said to Abishai and all his officials,
My son, my own flesh and blood, is trying to kill me. How much more then this Benjamite? Leave him alone. Let him curse, for the Lord has told him to. It may be that the Lord will look upon my misery and restore to me his covenant blessing.
Do we not cast a shadow of doubt that
today.
So
he's just
David
making
and
it
his
up?
men continued along the road, while Shimei was going along the hillside opposite him, cursing as he went, and throwing stones at him, and showering him with dirt.
Just...
The king
What
and
the
all
fuck?
the
He
people
just has
with
an
him
asshole
arrived at
falling
their
around throwing
destination
rocks.
exhausted, and there he refreshed himself.
He goes, Pussy!
Meanwhile,
Fuck you!
Absalom and all the men of Israel came to Jerusalem, and
with
Ahithophel
rocks.
was with him. Then Hushai the Archite, David's confidant, went to Absalom and said to him,
Long live the king! Long live the king!
Absalom said to Hushai,
So this is the love you show your friend? If he's your friend, why didn't you go with him?
Hushai said to Absalom,
No, the one chosen by the Lord, by these people, and by all the men of Israel. His I will be, and I will remain with him. Furthermore, whom should I serve? Should I not serve the Son? Just as I served your father, so I will serve you.
Absalom said to Ahithophel,
Give us your advice. What should we do?
Ahithophel answered,
Sleep with your father's concubines, whom he left to take care
Why
of
is
the
this always
palace.
the solution?
Then all Israel will hear that you have made yourself obnoxious to your father, and the hands of everyone with you will be more resolute.
So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof, and he slept with his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel.
Huh?
Now in those days, the advice Ahithophel gave was like that of one who inquires of God. That was how both David and Absalom regarded all of Ahithophel's advice.
Huh?
Chapter 17. Ahithophel said to Absalom,
I would choose 12,000 men and set out tonight in pursuit of David. I would attack him while he is weary and weak. I would strike him with terror, and then all the people with him will flee. I would strike down only the king and bring all the people back to you.
A phone number I don't recognize, not answering.
The death of the man you seek will mean the return of all. All the people will be unharmed.
This plan seemed good to Absalom and to all the elders of Israel. But Absalom said,
Summon also Hushai the Archite, so we can hear what he has to say as well.
When Hushai came to him, Absalom said,
Ahithophel has given this advice. Should we do what he says? If not, give us your opinion.
Hushai replied to Absalom,
The advice Ahithophel has given is not good this time. You know your father and his men, they are fighters, and as fierce as a wild bear robbed of her cubs. Besides, your father is an experienced fighter.
His father's concubines
could
could be Absalom's mother.
Even now,
Shush.
he is hidden in a cave or some other place. If he should attack your troops first, whoever hears about it will say, There has been a slaughter among the troops who follow Absalom. Then even the bravest soldier, whose heart is like the heart of a lion, will melt with fear. For all Israel knows that your father is a fighter and that those with him are brave. So I advise you, let all Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, as numerous as the sand on the seashore, be gathered to you, with you yourself leading them into battle. Then we will attack him wherever he may be found, and we will fall on him as dew settles on the ground. Neither he nor any of his men will be left alive. If he withdraws into a city, then all Israel will bring ropes to that city, and we will drag it down to the valley until not so much as a pebble is left.
Talking like a fucking supervillain.
And all the men of Israel said,
The advice of Hushai the Archite is better than that of Ahithophel.
For the Lord had determined to frustrate the good advice of Ahithophel in order to bring disaster on Absalom. Hushai told Zadok and Abiathar the priests,
Ahithophel's talking like fucking Palpatine.
Absalom and the elders of Israel to do such and such, but I have advised them to do so and so. Now, send a message at once and tell David, Do not spend the night at the fords in the wilderness. Cross over without fail, or the king and all the people with him will be swallowed up.
Jonathan and Ahimaaz were staying at Enrogel. A female servant was to go and inform them, and they were to go and tell King David, for they could not risk being seen entering the city.
Does it have to
but
be
a young
female
man
servant?
saw them and told Absalom. So the two of them left at once and went to the house of a man in Bahurim.
I assume that means
he had a well in his courtyard.
Do they use that
and they
interchangeably
climbed
with
down into
concubine?
it. His wife took a covering and spread it out over the opening of the well and scattered grain over it. No one knew anything about it. When Absalom's men came to the woman at the house, they asked,
Where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan?
The woman answered them,
They crossed over the brook.
The men searched but found no one, so they returned to Jerusalem. After they had gone, the two climbed out of the well and went to inform King David. They said to him,
Set out and cross the river at once. Ahithophel has advised such and such against you.
So David and all the people with him set out and crossed the Jordan. By daybreak, no one was left who had not crossed the Jordan. When Ahithophel saw that his advice had not been followed, he saddled his donkey and set out for his house in his hometown. He put his house in order, and then hanged himself. So he died and was buried in his father's tomb.
Huh? Well, I feel like he's taking that kind of hard, no? Why? They didn't follow his advice, so he just fucking went home and killed himself? What? What? This seems a little extreme, does it not? Well, that one's going in the notes. Why is there... His advice wasn't followed one time. He literally rode his ass home and fucking hanged himself. What the fuck? He's like, ah, damn it.
David went to Mahanaim.
Might as well kill myself.
Crossed the Jordan with all the men of Israel. Absalom had appointed Amasa over the army in place of Joab. Amasa was the son of Jether, an Ishmaelite, who had married Abigail, the daughter of Nahash, and sister of Zeruiah, the mother of Joab. The Israelites and Absalom camped in the land of Gilead. When David came to Mahanaim, Shobai, son of Nahash, from Rabbah of the Ammonites, and Makir, son of Amiel, from Lo-debar, and Barzillai, the Gileadite from Rogelim, brought bedding and bowls and articles of pottery. They also brought wheat and barley, flour and roasted grain, beans and lentils, honey and curds,
y'all got beans?
and cheese from cow's milk for David and his people to eat. For they said,
The people have become exhausted and hungry and thirsty in the wilderness.
Chapter 18. David mustered the men who were with him, and appointed over them commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds. David sent out his troops, a third under the command of Joab, a third under Joab's brother Abishai, son of Zeruiah, and a third under Ittai the Gittite. The king told the troops,
I myself will surely march out with you.
But the men said,
You must not go out. If we are forced to flee, they won't care about us. Even if half of us die, they won't care. But you are worth 10,000 of us. It would be better now for you to give us support from the city.
The king answered,
I will do whatever seems best to you.
So the king stood beside the gate while all his men marched out in units of hundreds and of thousands. The king commanded Joab, Abishai, and Ittai,
Be gentle with the young man Absalom for my sake.
And all the troops heard the king giving orders concerning Absalom to each of the commanders. David's army marched out of the city to fight Israel, and the battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. There, Israel's troops were routed by David's men, and the casualties that day were great, 20,000 men.
Yeah,
the battle spread out over the whole countryside, and
20,000 people did not die
that day than the sword.
Your armies weren't that big.
Now Absalom
You're exaggerating.
To meet David's men. He was riding his mule, and as the mule went under the thick branches of a large oak,
we're not
Absalom's
constantly
hair
having
got
these
caught in the
battles
tree.
where tens of thousands of
He was
people
left
die.
hanging
That
in
just,
midair,
it's not true.
while the mule he was riding kept on going. When one of the men saw what had happened, he told Joab.
I just saw Absalom hanging in an oak tree.
Joab said to the man who had told him this,
What? You saw him?
We would have
Why
murdered
didn't
like
you
half
strike
of the
him to
fucking
the
world's
ground right
population
there?
by this point.
Then I would have had to give you 10 shekels of silver and a warrior's belt.
But the man replied,
Even if 1,000 shekels were weighed out into my hands, I would not lay a hand on the king's son. In our hearing, the king commanded you and Abishai and Ittai protect the young man Absalom for my sake. And if I had put my life in jeopardy, and nothing is hidden from the king, you would have kept your distance from me.
Joab said,
I'm not going to wait like this for you.
So he took 3 javelins in his hand and plunged them into Absalom's heart while Absalom was still alive in the oak tree. And 10 of Joab's armor-bearers surrounded Absalom, struck him, and killed him.
Whatever.
Then Joab sounded the trumpet, and the troops stopped pursuing Israel, for Joab halted them. They took Absalom, threw him into a big pit in the forest, and piled up a large heap of rocks over him. Meanwhile, all the Israelites fled to their homes. During his lifetime,
3
Absalom
javelins
had
to
taken
the
a
heart,
pillar
and
erected it in
he's
the
just
king's
pinned
valley
to an oak
as a
tree like
monument
he's
to
fucking
himself,
Inuyasha.
for he thought,
I have no son to carry on the memory of my name.
He named the pillar after himself, and it is called Absalom's Monument to this day. Now Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, said,
Let me run and take the news to the king that the Lord has vindicated him by delivering him from the hand of his enemies.
You are not the one to take the news today.
Joab told him.
You may take the news another time, but you must not do so today, because the king's son is dead.
Then Joab said to a Cushite,
Go, tell the king what you have seen.
The Cushite bowed down before Joab and ran off. Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, again said to Joab,
Come what may, please let me run behind the Cushite.
But Joab replied,
My son, why do you want to go?
My son.
You don't have any news that will bring you a reward.
He said,
Come what may, I want to run.
So Joab said,
Run.
Then Ahimaaz ran by way of the plain and outran the Cushite. While David was sitting between the
They stopped
inner
to have a
and outer
conversation
gates, the
mid-action
watchman went
like
up
they're
to the roof
in a
of the
fucking
gateway by
manga.
the wall. As he looked out, he saw a man running alone. The watchman called out to the king and reported it. The king said,
If he is alone, he must have good news.
And the runner came closer and closer. Then the watchman saw another runner, and he called down to the gatekeeper,
Look, another man running alone.
The king said,
He must be bringing good news too.
The watchman said,
It seems to me that the first one runs like Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok.
He's a good man.
How the fuck do you know
he comes
this?
with good news.
Then Ahimaaz called out to the king.
All is well.
He bowed down before the king with his face to the ground and said,
Praise be to the Lord your God. He has delivered up those who lifted their hands against my lord the king.
The king asked,
Is the young man Absalom safe?
Ahimaaz answered,
I saw great confusion just as Joab was about to send the king's servant and me, your servant, but I don't know what it was.
The king said,
Stand aside and wait here.
So he stepped aside and stood there. Then the Cushite arrived
and then he did
said,
it.
My lord the king, hear the good news. The Lord has vindicated you today by delivering you from the hand of all who rose up against you.
The king asked the Cushite,
Is the young man Absalom safe?
The Cushite replied,
May the enemies of my lord the king and all who rise up to harm you be like that young man.
The king was shaken. He went up to the room over the gateway and wept. As he went, he said,
Oh, my son, Absalom! My son Absalom! If only I had died instead of you. Oh, Absalom, my son, my son.
This verse, 1833, is numbered 19.
Chapter 19.
Why did they...
Joab was told.
Why did they change it?
The king is weeping and mourning for Absalom.
Why does it
And
matter?
for the whole army, the victory that day was turned into mourning, because on that day the troops heard it said,
The king is grieving for his son.
The men stole into the city that day, as men steal in who are ashamed when they flee from battle. The king covered his face and cried aloud,
Oh, my son,
Steal
Absalom!
into the city?
Oh, Absalom, my son! My son!
Then Joab went into the house to the king and said,
Today you have humiliated all your men, who have just saved your life, and the lives of your sons and daughters, and the lives of your wives and concubines. You love those who hate you.
Your wives
and, hate those
and
who
also
love
the
you.
concubines.
You have made it clear today that the commanders and their men mean nothing to you. I
Your
see
bottom
that you would be
bitches and your
pleased
hoes.
Absalom were alive today, and all of us were dead. Now go out and encourage your men. I swear by the Lord that if you don't go out, not a man will be left with you by nightfall. This will be worse for you than all the calamities that have come on you from your youth till now.
So the king got up and took his seat in the gateway. When the men were told,
The king is sitting in the gateway.
they all came before him. Meanwhile, the Israelites had fled to their homes. Throughout the tribes of Israel, all the people were arguing among themselves, saying,
The king delivered us from the hand of our enemies. He is the one who rescued us from the hand of the Philistines. But now he has fled the country to escape from Absalom. And Absalom, whom we anointed to rule over us, has died in battle. So why do you say nothing about bringing the king back?
He
King
sucks
David sent
on account
this
of
message
he died.
to Zadok and Abiathar the priests.
Ask the elders of Judah, why should you be the last to bring the king back to his palace, since what is being said throughout Israel has reached the king at his quarters? You are my relatives, my own flesh and blood. So why should you be the last to bring back the king? And say to Amasa, Are you not my own flesh and blood? May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if you are not the commander of my army for life in place of Joab.
He won over the hearts of the men of Judah, so that they were all of one mind. They sent word to the king.
Return, you and all your men.
Then the king returned and went as far as the Jordan. Now the men of Judah had come to Gilgal to go out and meet the king and bring him across the Jordan. Shimei, son of Gera, the Benjamite from Bahurim, hurried down with the men of Judah to meet King David. With him were 1,000 Benjamites, along with Ziba, the steward of Saul's household, and his 15 sons and 20 servants. They rushed to the Jordan where the king was. They crossed
And
at the
no
ford
daughters.
to take the king's household over and do whatever he wished. When Shimei, son of Gera, crossed the Jordan, he fell prostrate before the king and said to him,
May my lord not hold me guilty. Do not remember how your servant did wrong on the day my lord the king left Jerusalem. May the king put it out of his mind. For I, your servant, know that I have sinned. But today I have come here as the first from the tribes of Joseph to come down and meet my lord the king.
Then Abishai, son of Zeruiah, said,
Shouldn't Shimei be put to death for this? He cursed the Lord's anointed.
David replied,
What does this have to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah? What right do you have to interfere? Should anyone be put to death in Israel today? Don't I know that today I am king over Israel?
So the king said to Shimei,
You shall not die.
And the king promised him on oath. Mephibosheth, Saul's grandson, also went down to meet the king. He had not taken care of his feet, or trimmed his mustache, or washed his clothes, from the day the king left until the day he returned safely.
Didn't even trim the mustache?
When he came from Jerusalem to meet the king asked him,
Why didn't you go with me, Mephibosheth?
Whatever taking care of your
My
feet
lord
implies.
the king, since I, your servant, am lame, I said, I will have my donkey saddled and will ride on it, so I can go with the king. But Ziba, my servant, betrayed me, and he has slandered your servant to my lord the king. My lord the king is like an angel of God, so do whatever you wish. All my grandfather's descendants deserved nothing but death from my lord the king, but you gave your servant a place among those who eat at your table. So what right do I have to make any more appeals to the king?
The king said to him,
Why say more? I order you and Ziba to divide the land.
Mephibosheth said to the king,
Let him take everything, now that my lord the king has returned home safely.
Barzillai the Gileadite also came down from Rogelim,
he's just back in
crossed
business
the Jordan
now,
with the king,
I guess.
sent him on his way from there.
Didn't
Now
really seem like he
Barzillai
did
was very
anything.
old, 80 years of age. He had provided for the king during his stay in Mahanaim, for he was a very wealthy man. The king said to Barzillai,
Cross over with me and stay with me in Jerusalem, and I will provide for you.
But Barzillai answered the king,
How many more years will I live, that I should go up to Jerusalem with the king? I am now 80 years old. Can I tell the difference between what is enjoyable and what is not?
So do we live like a reasonable number of years now? Have we done away with the living to 700 stuff?
Singers? Why should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king? Your servant will cross over the Jordan with the king for a short distance. But why should the king reward me in this way? Let your servant return that I may die in my own town, near the tomb of my father and mother. But here is your servant Kimham. Let him cross over with my lord the king. Do for him
Wasn't
whatever
Moses
you
the end
wish.
of that? I don't know.
The king said,
Kimham shall cross
Perhaps.
over with me, and I will do for him whatever you wish. And anything you desire from me, I will do for you.
So all the people crossed the Jordan, and then the king crossed over. The king kissed Barzillai and bid him farewell.
Nice.
And Barzillai returned to his home. When the king crossed over to Gilgal, Kimham crossed with him. All the troops of Judah and half the troops of Israel had taken the king over. Soon all the men of Israel were coming to the king and saying to him,
Why did our brothers, the men of Judah, steal the king away and bring him and his household across the Jordan, together with all his men?
All the men of Judah answered the men of Israel,
We did this because the king is closely related to us. Why are you angry about it? Have we eaten
Why you
any
have
of the
to be
king's
mad?
provisions? Have we
We're putting you
taken
to sleep.
anything for ourselves?
Then the men of Israel answered the men of Judah,
We
would you
have
say
10
that?
shares in the king, so we have a greater claim on David than you have. Why then do you treat us with contempt? Weren't we the first to speak of bringing back our king?
But the men of Judah pressed their claims even more forcefully than the men of Israel. Chapter 20. Now a troublemaker named Sheba, son of Bichri,
Oh,
a Benjamite,
troublemaker.
happened to be there. He sounded the trumpet and shouted,
This little rascal.
No share in David, no part in Jesse's son. Every man to his tent, Israel.
So all the men of Israel deserted David to follow
Like that
Sheba,
voice
son
actor.
of Bichri. But the men of Judah stayed by their king all the way from the Jordan to Jerusalem. When David returned to his palace in Jerusalem, he took the 10 concubines he had left to take care of the palace and put them in a house under guard. He provided for them, but had no sexual relations with them. They were kept in confinement till the day of their death, living as widows.
Why?
Then the king said to Amasa,
Summon the men of Judah to come to me within 3 days, and be here
What?
yourself.
But when Amasa went to summon Judah,
for what
it
reason?
took longer than the time the king had set for him. David said to Abishai,
Now Sheba, son of Bichri, will do us more harm than Absalom did. Take your master's men and pursue him, or he will find fortified cities and escape from us.
So Joab's men and the Kerethites and Pelethites and all the mighty warriors went out under the command of Abishai. They marched out from Jerusalem to pursue Sheba, son of Bichri. While they were at the great rock in Gibeon, Amasa came to meet them. Joab was wearing his military tunic, and strapped over it at his waist was a belt with a dagger in its sheath. As he stepped forward, it dropped out of its sheath. Joab said to Amasa,
"How are you, my brother?"
Then Joab took Amasa by the beard with his right hand to kiss him. Amasa was not on his guard against the dagger in Joab's hand, and Joab plunged it into his belly, and his intestines spilled out on the ground. Without being stabbed again, Amasa died. Then Joab and his brother Abishai pursued Sheba, son of Bichri. One of Joab's men stood beside Amasa and said,
"Whoever favors Joab, and whoever is for David, let him follow Joab."
Amasa lay wallowing in his blood in the middle of the road, and the man saw that all the troops came to a halt there. When he realized that everyone who came up to Amasa stopped, he dragged him from the road into a field and threw a garment over him. After Amasa had been removed from the road, everyone went on with Joab to pursue Sheba, son of Bichri. Sheba passed through all the tribes of Israel to Abel-Beth-Maachah and through the entire region of the Bichrites, who gathered together and followed him. All the troops with Joab came and besieged Sheba in Abel-Beth-Maachah. They built a siege ramp up to the city, and it stood against the outer fortifications. While they were battering the wall to bring it down, a wise woman called from the city,
"Listen! Listen! Tell Joab to come here, so I can speak to him."
He went toward her, and she asked,
"Are you Joab?"
"I am,"
he answered. She said,
"Listen to what your servant has to say."
"Get on with it,"
he said. She continued,
"Long ago,
this is bad
they
writing.
used to say,
All this,
get your
omit it.
answer at Abel, and that settled it. We are the peaceful and faithful in Israel. You are trying to destroy a city that is a mother in Israel. Why do you want to swallow up the Lord's inheritance?"
"Far be it from me,"
Joab replied.
"Far be it from me to swallow up or destroy. That is not the case. A man named Sheba, son of Bichri, from the hill country of Ephraim, has lifted up his hand against the king, against David. Hand over this one man,
I thought,
and I'll withdraw from the city."
The woman said to Joab,
"His head will be thrown to you."
So was him being stripped of kingly status not God's doing?
They cut off the head of
or
Sheba,
was that
son
just
of Bichri,
happenstance?
and threw it to Joab.
Because God was
So
pissed
he
at him
sounded
for
the
the
trumpet,
whole
and his
getting
men
his
dispersed from
homeboy
the city,
killed and fucking
each
his wife
returning to
thing.
his home, and Joab went back to the king in Jerusalem. Joab was over
I guess
Israel's
God's
entire
punishment
army.
was just having all of his
Benaiah,
wives
son of
fucked by his
Jehoiada, was over the
friends in
Kerethites
public.
and Pelethites.
Pretty weird,
Adoniram
but
was in charge
I
of
guess he got to
forced
keep his
labor.
king
Jehoshaphat,
status.
son of Ahilud, was recorder. Sheba was secretary. Zadok and Abiathar were priests, and Ira the Jairite was David's priest. Chapter 21. During the reign of David, there was a famine for 3 successive years. So David sought the face of the Lord. The Lord said,
"It is on account of Saul and his blood-stained house. It is because he put the Gibeonites to death."
The king summoned the Gibeonites and spoke to them. Now the Gibeonites were not a part of Israel, but were survivors of the Amorites. The Israelites had sworn to spare them, but Saul, in his zeal for Israel and Judah, had tried to annihilate them. David asked the Gibeonites,
"What shall I do for you? How shall I make atonement so that you will bless the Lord's inheritance?"
The Gibeonites answered him,
"We have no right to demand silver or gold from Saul or his family, nor do we have the right to put anyone in Israel to death."
"What if we do it
anyways? What do you want me to
do for you?" David asked. They answered the king,
"As for the man who destroyed us and plotted against us so that we have been decimated and have no place anywhere in Israel, let 7 of his male descendants be given to us to be killed, and their bodies exposed before the Lord at Gibeah of Saul, the Lord's chosen one."
So the king said,
"I will give them to you."
The king spared Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, because of the oath before the Lord between David and Jonathan, son of Saul. But the king took Armoni and Mephibosheth, the 2 sons of Aiah's daughter Rizpah, whom she had borne to Saul, together with the 5 sons of Saul's daughter Merib, whom she had borne to Adriel, son of Barzillai the Maholathite.
What?
He handed them over to the Gibeonites, who killed them and exposed their bodies on a hill before the Lord.
Okay.
All 7 of them fell together. They were put to death during the first days of the harvest, just as the barley harvest was beginning.
Okay.
Rizpah, daughter of Aiah, took sackcloth and spread it out for herself on a rock. From the beginning of the harvest till the rain poured down from the heavens on the bodies, she did not let the birds touch them by day, or the wild animals by night. When David was told what Aiah's daughter Rizpah, Saul's concubine, had done, he went and took the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan from the citizens of Jabesh-Gilead. They had stolen their bodies from the public square at Bethshan, where the Philistines had hung them after they struck Saul down on Gilboa. David brought the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan from there.
Pretty fucked up.
The bones of those who had been killed and exposed were gathered up. They buried the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan in the tomb of Saul's father Kish at Zelah in Benjamin, and did everything the king commanded. After that, God answered prayer in behalf of the land. Once again there was a battle between the Philistines and Israel. David went down with his men to fight against the Philistines, and he became exhausted. And Ishbi-Benob, one of the descendants of Rapha, whose bronze spearhead weighed 300 shekels, and who was armed with a new sword, said he would kill David. But Abishai, son of Zeruiah, came to David's rescue. He struck the Philistine down and killed him. Then David's men swore to him, saying,
"Never again will you go out with us to battle, so that the lamp of Israel will not be extinguished."
In the course of time there was another battle with the Philistines at Gob. At that time Shibbekai the Hushathite killed Saph, one of the descendants of Rapha. In another battle with the Philistines at Gob, Elhanan, son of Jair the Bethlehemite, killed the brother of Goliath the Gittite, who had a spear with a shaft like a weaver's rod. In still another battle, which took place at Gath, there was a huge man with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all.
Cool.
He also was descended from Rapha. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of Shimeah, David's brother, killed him.
And there was a guy with
These 4 were descendants of
24
Rapha in Gath,
digits, and he died too.
And his men. Chapter 22.
I don't understand. Like,
David sang to the Lord the words of this song when the Lord delivered him from the hand of all his enemies and from the hand of Saul.
Oh, jeez.
He said,
jeez. My fortress and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation. He is my stronghold, my refuge and my Savior. From violent people you save me. I called to the Lord, who is worthy of praise, and have been saved from my enemies. The waves of death swirled about me. The torrents of destruction overwhelmed me. The cords of the grave coiled around me. The snares of death confronted me. In my distress, I called to the Lord. I called out to my God. From his temple,
it's time to get up and make some food.
My cry came to his ears. The earth trembled and quaked. The foundations of the heavens shook. They trembled because he was angry.
Imagine if we don't
Smoke
skip
rose
Psalms
from
and
his
this for
nostrils.
6 hours.
Consuming fire came from his mouth. Burning coals blazed out of it. He parted the heavens and came down. Dark clouds were under his feet. He mounted the cherubim and flew. He soared on the wings of the wind. He made
yeah, it's a server-wide P break, everybody.
The dark rain clouds of the
server-wide
sky.
P break.
Out of the brightness of his presence,
take this opportunity
bolts
for
of
the server-wide
lightning
P break.
blazed forth. The Lord thundered from heaven. The voice of the Most High resounded. He shot his arrows and scattered the enemy. With great bolts of lightning he routed them. The valleys of the sea were exposed, and the foundations of the earth laid bare at the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of breath from his nostrils. He reached down from on high and took hold of me. He drew me out of deep waters. He rescued me from my powerful enemy, from my foes who were too strong for me. They confronted me in the day of my disaster, but the Lord was my support. He brought me out into a spacious place. He rescued me because he delighted in me. The Lord has dealt with me according to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands, he has rewarded me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord. I am not guilty of turning from my God. All his laws are before me. I have not turned away from his decrees. I have been blameless before him, and have kept myself from sin. The Lord has rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his sight. To the faithful, you show yourself faithful. To the blameless, you show yourself blameless. To the pure, you show yourself pure. But to the devious, you show yourself shrewd. You save the humble, but your eyes are on the haughty to bring them low. You, Lord, are my lamp. The Lord turns my darkness into light. With your help, I can advance against a troop. With my God, I can scale a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in him. For who is God besides the Lord? And who is the rock except our God? It is God who arms me with strength and keeps my way secure. He makes my feet like the feet of a deer. He causes me to stand on the heights. He trains my hands for battle. My arms can bend a bow of bronze. You make your saving help my shield. Your help has made me great. You provide a broad path for my feet, so that my ankles do not give way. I pursued my enemies and crushed them. I did not turn back till they were destroyed. I crushed them completely, and they could not rise. They fell beneath my feet. You armed me with strength for battle. You humbled my adversaries before me. You made my enemies turn their backs in flight, and I destroyed my foes. They cried for help, but there was no one to save them. To the Lord, but he did not answer. I beat them as fine as the dust of the earth. I pounded and trampled them like mud in the streets. You have delivered me from the attacks of the peoples. You have preserved me as the head of nations. People I did not know now serve me.
Surely he's done by now, right?
Cower before me. As soon as they hear of me, they obey me. They all lose heart. They come trembling from their strongholds.
Oh my God, he's not.
The Lord lives. Praise be to my rock.
We're still in the same chapter.
Exalted be my God, the rock, my Savior. He is the God who avenges me.
This chapter reading is 5 minutes and 21 seconds long.
Who sets me free from my enemies. You exalted me above my foes. From a violent man you rescued me. Therefore, I will praise you, Lord, among the nations.
I'm sure what he had to say was very important.
He gives his king great victories. He shows unfailing
Congratulations / I'm sorry that happened.
To David and his descendants forever.
Chapter 23. These are the last words of David.
Oh, okay.
The inspired utterance of David.
Wait, is he dying?
Jesse, the utterance of the man exalted by the Most High. The man anointed.
Is he out of gas after that long-ass prayer?
Israel's songs. The Spirit of the Lord spoke through me. His word was on my tongue. The God of Israel spoke. The Rock of Israel said to me, when one rules over people in righteousness, when he rules in the fear of God, he is like the light of morning at sunrise on a cloudless morning, like the brightness after rain that brings grass from the earth. If my house were not right with God, surely he would not have made with me an everlasting covenant, arranged and secured in every part. Surely he would not bring to fruition my salvation.
Pretty fucked up. Everlasting, like.
But evil men are all to be cast aside like thorns.
What did
gathered with the hand?
The lineage starts at Abraham, correct?
The tool of iron, or the shaft of a spear.
Why is that his special little guy?
Where they lie.
These are the names of David's mighty warriors. Josheb-Basshebeth, a Tekemonite, was chief of the three.
Oh no!
He raised his spear against 800 men whom he
Please
killed
don't do
in
it.
one encounter. Next
do
to
not
him
list
was
names.
Eleazar, son of Dodai the Ahohite. As one of the three mighty warriors, he was with David when they taunted the Philistines gathered at Pas-dammim for battle. Then the Israelites retreated, but Eleazar stood his ground and struck down the Philistines till his hand grew tired and froze to the sword. The Lord brought about a great victory that day. The troops returned to Eleazar, but only to strip the dead. Next to him was Shammah, son of Agi the Hararite. When the Philistines banded together at a place where there was a field full of lentils, Israel's troops fled from them. But Shammah took his stand in the middle of the field. He defended it and struck the Philistines down, and the Lord brought about a great victory. During harvest time, 3 of the 30 chief warriors came down to David at the cave of Adullam.
I like how all the enemies for all the protagonists are described as though they're like just fucking Goombas from Mario. They're just helpless, unable to defend themselves, really easy to kill.
Oh, that someone would get me a drink of water from the well near the gate of Bethlehem.
So the 3 mighty warriors broke through the Philistine lines, drew water from the well near the gate of Bethlehem, and carried it back to David. But he refused to drink. Instead, he poured it out before the Lord.
Listen to this for another 20 minutes.
Me, Lord, to do this,
he said.
Is it not the blood of men who went at the risk of their lives?
And David would not drink it. Such were the exploits of the 3 mighty warriors. Abishai, the brother of Joab, son of Zeruiah, was chief of the 3. He raised his spear against 300 men whom he killed, and so he became as famous as the 3. Was he not held in greater honor than the three? He became their commander, even though he was not included among them.
I don't know. You're the narrator. You tell me.
Benaiah, son of Jehoiada,
was he held in greater honor? Why are you asking? Why are you asking a question?
Exploits. He struck down Moab's 2 mightiest warriors. He also went down into a pit on a snowy day and killed a lion. He struck down a huge Egyptian. Although the Egyptian had a spear in his hand, Benaiah went against him with a club.
Bro, this is like
from the Egyptian's
this
hand
is me writing about how awesome I am
spear.
in 2nd grade.
Such were the exploits of Benaiah,
and
son
I
of
killed a
Jehoiada.
lion, and there was a
He, too,
huge
was as
Egyptian,
famous
and
as
we
the
hate
3
those
mighty
guys.
warriors. He was held in
And
greater
he
honor
had a better
than
weapon
any of
than I
the 30,
did.
But he was not included among the 3, and David put him in charge of his bodyguard. Among the 30 were Asahel, the brother of Joab, Elhanan, son of Dodo from Bethlehem, Shammah the Harodite,
Everyone make sure to take notes.
Elika the Harodite, Helez the Paltite, Ira, son of Ikish from Tekoa, Abiezer from Anathoth, Sibbecai the Hushathite, Zalmon the Ahohite, Maharai the Netophathite, Heled, son of Baanah the Netophathite, Ithai, son of Ribai from Gibeah in Benjamin, Benaiah the Pirathonite, Hiddai from the ravines of Gaash, Abi-Albon the Arbathite, Asmaveth the Barhumite, Eliabah the Shaalbonite, the sons of Jashan, Jonathan, son of Shammah the Hararite, Ahiam, son of Sherah,
I'm internalizing all of this.
Eliphelet, son of Ahasbai the Maacathite, Eliam, son of Ahithophel the Gilonite, Hezro the Carmelite, Haarai the Arbite, Igal, son of Nathan from Zobah, the son of Hagri, Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai the Beerothite, the armor-bearer of Joab, son of Zeruiah, Ira the Ithrite, Gareb the Ithrite, and Uriah the Hittite. There were 37 in all.
All right, man.
Chapter 24. Again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel.
Why?
And he incited David against them, saying,
Go and take a census of Israel and Judah.
A census?
So the king said
Not
to
again.
Joab and the army commanders with him,
Go throughout the tribes of Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, and enroll the fighting men, so that I may know how many there are.
But Joab replied to the king,
May the Lord your God multiply the troops
test in
100
high
times
school where you had to
over,
list
and
the
may
family
the eyes
tree?
of my lord the king see it.
Huh?
Why does my lord the king want to do such a thing?
The king's word, however, overruled Joab and the army commanders.
Surely
left
none of the
presence
branches,
king
just
to enroll
the
fighting
main
men of
trunk.
Israel. After crossing the Jordan, they camped near Aroer,
There's like
south of the town in the
hundreds
gorge,
of
and then went
gibberish
through Gad
names.
and on to Jazer. They went to Gilead in the region of Tatim Hodshai, and on to Dan Jaan, and around toward Sidon. Then they went toward the fortress of Tyre, and all the towns of the Hivites and Canaanites. Finally, they went on to Beersheba in the Negev of Judah. After they had gone through the entire land, they came back to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days.
Oh my God.
Joab reported the number of the fighting men to the king. In Israel there were 800,000 able-bodied men who could handle a sword, and in Judah 500,000. David was conscience-stricken after he had counted the fighting men, and he said to the Lord,
I have
Thank God we got the Cliff Notes version, dude.
Now, Lord,
I could have seen that.
Take away the guilt of your servant.
Going terribly.
I have done a very foolish thing.
Before David got up the next morning, the word of the Lord had come to Gad the prophet, David's seer.
Go and tell David, this is what the Lord says.
But also,
I am giving you 3 options.
Do we break continuity?
Choose one of them for me to carry out
we just read
you.
a chapter called David's Final Words.
Shall there come on you 3 years of famine in your land, or 3 months of fleeing from your enemies while they pursue you, or 3 days of plague in your land? Now then, think it over, and decide how I should answer the one who sent me.
David said to Gad,
I am in deep distress. Let us fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is great. But do not let me fall into human hands.
So the Lord sent a plague on Israel from that morning until the end of the time designated, and 70,000 of the people from Dan to Beersheba died. When the angel stretched out his hand to destroy Jerusalem, the Lord relented concerning the disaster, and said to the angel who was afflicting the people,
Enough. Withdraw your hand.
The angel of the Lord was then at the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. When David saw the angel who was striking down the people, he said to the Lord,
I have sinned. I, the shepherd, have done wrong. These are but sheep. What have they done? Let your hand fall on me and my family.
You just
On
read
that
off his
day,
last words
Gad
like
went
a
to
flash
David
forward.
and said
Yeah,
to
I
him,
don't put it at the
Go
fucking
up and
end.
build an
Why do we?
altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite.
So David went up as the Lord had commanded through Gad. When Araunah looked and saw the king
That's
and
why
his
I was
officials
confused when
coming
it
toward
happened.
him,
I was like,
he went
oh,
out
why
and
is he
bowed
fucking
down
dying
before
all
the
of a
king
sudden?
with
This
his
is
face
kind of
to
out
the
of
ground.
nowhere.
Araunah said,
Why has my lord the king come to his servant?
To buy your threshing floor,
David answered.
so I can build an altar to the Lord, that the plague on the people may be stopped.
Araunah said to David,
Let my lord the king take whatever he wishes and offer it up. Here are oxen for the burnt offering, and here are threshing sledges and ox yokes for the wood. Your Majesty, Araunah gives
I
all
wonder
this to
when the last mention of
Araunah
burnt
also said to
offerings are
him,
going to
May
be.
the Lord your God accept you.
Like, no
But the
one
king
does this
replied to
anymore.
Araunah,
It's so wasteful,
I insist on paying you for it.
expensive.
I will not sacrifice
Pointless.
to the Lord my God burnt offerings that cost me nothing.
So David bought the threshing floor and the oxen, and paid 50 shekels of silver for them. David built an altar to the Lord there, and sacrificed burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. Then the Lord answered his prayer in behalf of the land, and the plague on Israel was stopped.
1 Kings. That's it. That's the book. That one. That one ended pretty strangely. It just kind of. Not really not necessarily an end to in any shape or form, but I don't know. They just said, yeah, let's just call this next chapter. We're calling it something else. Okay, so I'll go to my notes. 1 Kings. Bam. Let's let it rock.
1 Kings, chapter 1. When King David was very old, he could not keep warm, even when they put covers
Samuel
over
King
him.
is supposed to be one book and
So his
split into 4.
attendant
The
said
Bible
to
because it's
him,
really long to
Let us
put them
look
all
for a
together.
young virgin to serve
Yeah,
the
like,
king
who
and take
cares?
care
I don't
of him.
know.
She can lie beside him so that our Lord the king
We already
may
have
keep
chapters
warm.
and verse
Then they
numbers,
searched
like...
throughout Israel for a beautiful young woman, and found Abishag, a Shunammite, and brought her to the king. The woman was very beautiful. She took care of the king and waited on him, but the king had no sexual relations with her.
Okay.
Now Adonijah, whose mother was Haggith, put himself forward and said,
I will be king.
So he got chariots and horses ready, with 50 men to run ahead of him. His father had never rebuked him by asking,
King David is our Volcel.
as you do?
Volcel champion.
Very handsome, and was born next after Absalom.
Has he
Adonijah
smashed it all
conferred
since
with Joab, son
God
of Zeruiah,
took all of his
and with
wives and
Abiathar
gave them
the
to his
priest,
friends and had them
and they
fucked in
gave him
public?
their support. But Zadok the priest, Benaiah son of Jehoiada, Nathan the prophet,
Or whenever
Shimei, and
all
Rei,
that
and
happened to
David's
his
special guard
prostitutes
did not
as
join
well.
Adonijah. Adonijah then sacrificed sheep, cattle, and fattened calves at the stone of Zaholath near Enrogel. He invited all his brothers, the king's sons, and all the royal officials of Judah, but he did not invite Nathan the prophet, or Benaiah, or the special guard, or his brother Solomon. Then Nathan asked Bathsheba, Solomon's mother,
Have you not heard that Adonijah, the son of Haggith, has become king? And our Lord David knows nothing about it. Now then, let me advise you how you can save your own life and the life of your son Solomon. Go into King David and
The
say
authors
to him,
are different between
My
Samuel
Lord
Kings.
the king, did
They're
you
like,
not
yeah, I'm
swear
writing a
to
sequel.
me, your servant?
And I'm not
Surely
crediting
Solomon, your
the.
son shall be king after me,
I'm not
and he
crediting
will sit
the
on
original
my
author.
throne. Why then has Adonijah become king? While you are still there talking to the king, I will come in and add my word to what you have said.
So Bathsheba went to see the aged king in his room, where Abishag the Shunammite was attending him. Bathsheba bowed down, prostrating herself before the king.
What is it you want?
The king asked. She said to him,
My lord, you yourself swore to me, your servant, by the Lord your God, Solomon your son shall be king after me, and he will sit on my throne. But now Adonijah has become king, and you, my lord the king, do not know about it. He has sacrificed great numbers of cattle, fattened calves and sheep, and has invited all the king's sons, Abiathar the priest, and Joab the commander of the army. But he has not invited Solomon your servant. My lord the king, the eyes of all Israel are on you, to learn from you who will sit on the throne of my lord the king after him. Otherwise, as soon as my lord the king is laid to rest with his ancestors, I and my son Solomon will be treated as criminals.
While she was still speaking with the king, Nathan the prophet arrived, and the king was told,
Nathan the prophet is here.
So he went before the king and bowed with his face to the ground. Nathan said,
Have you, my lord the king, declared that Adonijah shall be king after you, and that he will sit on your throne? Today he has gone down and sacrificed great numbers of cattle, fattened calves, and sheep. He has invited all the king's sons, the commanders of the army, and Abiathar the priest. Right now they are eating and drinking with him, and saying, Long live King Adonijah! But me, your servant, and Zadok the priest, and Benaiah son of Jehoiada, and your servant Solomon he did not invite. Is this something my lord the king has done without letting his servants know who should sit on the throne of my lord the king after him?
Then King David said,
Call in Bathsheba.
So she came into the king's presence.
David's like, yeah, right, whatever, you can have it.
The king then took an oath.
As surely as the Lord lives, who has delivered me out of every trouble, I will surely carry out this very day what I swore to you by the Lord, the God of Israel. Solomon your son shall be king after me, and he will sit on my throne in my place.
Then Bathsheba bowed down with her face to the ground, prostrating herself before the king, and said,
May my lord King David live forever.
King David said,
Forever.
Call in Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah son of Jehoiada.
When they came before the king, he said to them,
Take your lord's servants with you, and have Solomon my son mount my own mule, and take him down to Gihon. There have Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet anoint him king over Israel. Blow the trumpet and shout, Long live King Solomon! Then you are to go up with him, and he is to come and sit on my throne and reign in my place. I have appointed him ruler over Israel and Judah.
Benaiah son of Jehoiada answered the king,
Amen. May the Lord, the God of my lord the king, so declare it. As the Lord was with my lord the king, so may he be with Solomon to make his throne even greater than the throne of my lord King David.
So Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, Benaiah son of Jehoiada, the Kerethites and the Pelethites went down and had Solomon mount King David's mule, and they escorted him to Gihon. Zadok the priest took the horn of oil from the sacred tent and anointed Solomon. Then they sounded the trumpet, and all the people shouted,
Long live King Solomon!
And all the people went up after him, playing pipes and rejoicing greatly, so that
and everybody
the ground
had so much
shook
fun
with the sound.
stuff.
Adonijah and all the guests who were with him heard it as they were finishing their feast. On hearing the sound of the trumpet, Joab asked,
What's the meaning of all the noise in the city?
Even as he was speaking, Jonathan, son of Abiathar the priest, arrived. Adonijah said,
Come in. A worthy man like you must be bringing good news.
Not at all,
Jonathan answered.
Our lord King David has made Solomon king. The king has sent with him Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, Benaiah son of Jehoiada, the Kerethites and the Pelethites, and they have put him on the king's mule. And Zadok the priest
God's
and
like,
Nathan the prophet
yeah, make Solomon the
have anointed
king.
him king at Gihon.
Is this just
From
like
there, they have gone
revisionist
up
history?
And the city resounds with it. That's the noise you
If I were
hear.
reading this at the time, would it make sense to me? It's like, Solomon, that guy, of course. I remember
Also,
him
the royal
from
officials
when my
have come to
grandmommy
congratulate
told me
our
about
Lord
it.
King David, saying, May
It
your
turns out
God
that was
make
God?
Solomon's
It happened
name
because of
more famous
God?
than yours,
That's
and
crazy.
his throne greater than yours.
I'm going to believe
And the
this at
king
face
bowed
value.
in worship on his bed, and said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who has allowed my eyes to see a successor on my throne today."
At this, all Adonijah's guests rose in alarm and dispersed. But Adonijah, in fear of Solomon, went and took hold of the horns of the altar. Then Solomon was told,
Adonijah is afraid of King Solomon and is clinging to the horns of the altar. He says, "Let King Solomon swear to me today that he will not put his servant to death with the sword."
Solomon replied,
"If he shows himself to be worthy, not a hair of his head will fall to the ground. But
It's
if
just
evil
God's
is found in
plan,
him,
you
he will
know.
die."
Then King
It's like
Solomon
whenever an
sent men,
athlete wins the
and they
Super
brought him
Bowl.
down from the altar.
Like,
And Adonijah came
yeah,
and bowed down to King
I believe in
Solomon.
God,
And
and
Solomon
Go to your
shout
home.
outs to the Lord for
Chapter 2.
allowing me to go through
When the
through
time
this.
drew near
and,
for David to die, he gave a charge to Solomon his son.
let me experience
I am about
this.
to go the way of all the
As
earth,
though
he said.
like God is
So
playing
be
favorites
strong.
and he likes
Act
Tom
like a
Brady more
man,
than he likes all
and
the other
observe what the
quarterbacks in
Lord
the
your
NFL.
God
You know,
requires. Walk in obedience to him, and keep his decrees and commands, his laws and regulations, as written in the law of Moses. Do this, so that you may prosper in all you do, and wherever you go, and that the Lord may keep his promise to me. If your descendants watch how they live, and if they walk faithfully before me with all their heart and soul, you will never fail to have a successor on the throne of Israel. Now you yourself know what Joab, son of Zeruiah, did to me, what he did to the two commanders of Israel's armies.
bro, what were they even
Abner,
fighting about?
son of Ner, and Amasa, son of Jether.
Was it not just because they were bored and then it like spiraled?
Shedding their blood in peacetime, as if in battle. And with that blood, he stained the belt around his waist and the sandals on his feet. Deal with him according to your wisdom, but do not let his gray head go down to the grave in peace. But show kindness to the sons of Barzillai of Gilead, and let them be among those who eat at your table. They stood by me when I fled from your brother, Absalom. And remember, you have with you Shimei, son of Gera, the Benjamite, from Baharim, who called down bitter curses on me the day I went to Mahanaim. When he came down to meet me at the Jordan, I swore to him by the Lord, I will not put you to death by the sword. But now, do not consider him innocent.
That's the whole Bible.
You are a man
God
of
playing
wisdom.
with little
You
green
will know
army
what to
men.
do to him. Bring his gray head down.
Yeah, like
to
whenever
the
he got
grave
bored and he just
in blood.
cleared off the table
Then David rested with his ancestors and was buried in the
like
city
3
of David.
times.
He had reigned 40 years over Israel, 7 years in Hebron and 33 in Jerusalem. So Solomon sat on the throne of his father David, and his rule was firmly established. Now Adonijah the son of Haggith went to Bathsheba, Solomon's mother. Bathsheba asked him.
Do you come peacefully?
He answered.
Yes, peacefully.
Then he added.
I have something to say to you.
You may say it.
She replied.
As you know,
He said.
the kingdom was mine. All Israel looked to me as their king. But things changed, and the kingdom has gone to my brother, for it has come to him from the Lord. Now I have one request to make of you. Do not refuse me.
Fact check?
She
On
said.
that one?
So he continued.
Please ask King Solomon, he will not refuse you, to give me Abishag, the Shunammite, as my wife.
Very well.
Bathsheba replied.
I will speak to the king for you.
When Bathsheba went to King Solomon to speak to him for Adonijah, the king stood up to meet her, bowed down to her, and sat down on his throne. He had a throne brought for the king's mother, and she sat down at his right hand.
I have one small request to make of you,
she said.
Do not refuse me.
The king replied.
Make it, my mother. I
I
will
like
not
whenever
refuse you.
God was
So she said.
nuking
Let Abishag the Shunammite
Sodom or
be given in
whatever it
marriage to
was.
your brother Adonijah.
King
Maybe
Solomon
it was
answered
Jericho, I
his
can't
mother.
remember, and
Why do
said,
you
whatever you
request
don't look
Abishag
at
the
it.
Shunammite for Adonijah? You
Some
might as well
bitch looked
request
at
the
it and
kingdom
got
for
turned
him.
into stone
After all,
instantly.
he is my older brother. Yes, for him
Just
and
on the
for
spot,
Abiathar
just
the
became a
priest
statue.
and Joab son of Zeruiah.
Then King Solomon swore by the Lord.
May God deal with me, be it ever so severely,
why
if
can't I look
Adonijah
at it?
does not pay
This is
with
such
his
an
life
arbitrary
for
rule.
this request. And now, as surely as the Lord lives, he who has established me securely on the throne of my father David, and has founded a dynasty for me as he promised, Adonijah shall be put to death today.
So King Solomon gave orders to Benaiah son of Jehoiada, and he struck down Adonijah, and he died. To Abiathar the priest the king said,
Go back to your fields in Anathoth. You deserve to die.
But they repeat everything they have in
But
great
I will not
detail.
put
They're
you
probably
to
not
death
going
now,
to.
Because you carried the ark of the sovereign Lord before my father David and shared all my father's hardships.
So Solomon removed Abiathar from the priesthood of the Lord, fulfilling the word the Lord had spoken at Shiloh about the house of Eli. When the news reached Joab, who had conspired with Adonijah, though not with Absalom, he fled to the tent of the Lord and took hold of the horns of the altar. King Solomon was told that Joab had fled to the tent of the Lord and was beside the altar. Then Solomon ordered Benaiah son of Jehoiada,
Go, strike him down.
So Benaiah
Bro,
entered the
just
tent of the
fucking-
Lord and said to Joab,
we're so bloodthirsty
The
all
king
the time.
says, Come out.
But he answered,
No, I will die here.
No.
Benaiah reported to the king.
This is how Joab answered me.
Then the king commanded Benaiah,
Do as he says. Strike him down and bury him, and so clear me and my whole family of the guilt of the innocent blood that Joab shed. The Lord will repay him for the blood he shed, because without my father David knowing it, he attacked 2 men and killed them with the sword. Both of them, Abner son of Ner, commander of Israel's army, and Amasa son of Jether, commander of Judah's army, were better men and more upright than he. May the guilt of their blood rest on the head of Joab and his descendants forever. But on David
I'm not
and
killing
his
him.
descendants,
The Lord
his
is repaying
house
him
and
for the
his
blood that he
throne,
shed.
May there be the Lord's peace forever.
So Benaiah son of Jehoiada went up and struck down Joab and killed him, and he was buried at his home out in the country. The king put Benaiah son of Jehoiada over the army in Joab's position, and replaced Abiathar with Zadok the priest. Then the king sent for Shimei and said to him,
Build yourself a house in Jerusalem and live there, but do not go anywhere else. The day you leave and cross the Kidron Valley, you can be sure you will die. Your blood will be on your own head.
Shimei answered the king,
What you say is good. Your servant will do as my lord the king has said.
And Shimei stayed in Jerusalem for a long time.
And he was there for
3 years
ages,
later,
bro.
2 of Shimei's slaves ran off to Achish, son of Maacah, king of Gath, and Shimei was told,
Your slaves are in Gath.
At this, he saddled his donkey and went to Achish at Gath in search of his slaves. So Shimei went away and brought the slaves back from Gath. When Solomon was told that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and had returned, the king summoned Shimei and said to him,
Did I not make you swear
I'm not
by the Lord
summarizing
and
the
warn
Bible.
you on the day you
I don't
leave
know.
to go anywhere
You're asking
else,
about my
you can be
notes.
sure you will die?
I'm just writing down the stuff
At
that I
that
think
time
is
you
important.
said to me, What you say is good, I will obey. Why then did you not keep your oath to the Lord
I'm
and
providing
obey
a
the
little bit of
command
my
I
own
gave
commentary.
The king also said to Shimei,
You know in your heart all the wrong you did to my father David. Now the Lord will repay you for your wrongdoing. But King Solomon will be blessed,
Well, if
and
you
David's
wrote down
throne
everything that
will
was
remain
important, you would
secure
actually just
before the
copy and
Lord
paste the entire
forever.
thing.
Then the king gave the order to Benaiah son of Jehoiada, and he went out and struck Shimei down, and he died. The kingdom was now established in Solomon's hands.
Yeah, fuck him. It's mine. It just,
Chapter 3.
We
Solomon
come in,
made
we
an
Game of
alliance
Thrones
with
it.
Pharaoh king of Egypt and married his daughter. He brought her to the city of David until he finished building his palace.
Is this bitch
and the
still
temple of the Lord
alive?
And the wall around Jerusalem.
Is this a different Pharaoh?
The people, however, were still sacrificing at the high places, because a temple had not yet been built for the name of the Lord. Solomon
I thought
showed
that
his
Pharaoh
love for the
was a
Lord by
guy's
walking
name and
according
not
to the instructions
ruler of
given him by
Egypt.
his father David.
I thought that was a
Except
name and
that he
not a
offered
title.
sacrifices and burned incense on the high places.
Whenever
The
Moses
king
was
went
a
to Gibeon
slave.
to offer sacrifices, for that was the most important high place, and Solomon offered 1,000 burnt offerings on that altar. At Gibeon, the Lord appeared to Solomon during the night in a dream, and God said,
Ask for whatever you want me to give you.
Solomon answered,
You have shown great kindness to your servant, my father David, because he was faithful to you and righteous and upright in heart. You have continued this great kindness to him and have given him a son to sit on his throne this very day.
Okay, so hold up. So we went and now we're marrying. We made an alliance. We're marrying with Egypt. I thought after Moses led all of the homies out of Egypt at the behest of the Lord as it was ordained by God. I thought we were specifically told not to fuck Egyptians. Like don't interbreed with the Egyptians. Am I misremembering? I thought we were specifically told not to do this. Is Solomon a descendant of the tribes? He is, right? Of the original OGs that were led out of Egypt? I could have sworn we were specifically told only to marry and fuck amongst ourselves, and don't go outside the tribe, basically. I could be wrong, but I thought that's what I remembered it being said.
Now, Lord my God, you have made your servant king in place of my father David. But I am only a little child and do not know how to carry out my duties. Your servant is here among the people you have chosen, a great people, too numerous to count or number. So give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. For who is able to govern this great people of yours?
The Lord was pleased that Solomon had asked for this. So God said to him,
Since you have asked for
also,
this,
I feel like,
and not for long life or wealth for yourself, nor have asked for the death of your enemies,
we kind of just glossed over it, and we just pop into the chapter and said Solomon made an alliance with Egypt.
I will give you a wise and
he did
discerning
it.
heart, so that there will never
the best
have
trade
been
deal.
anyone like you, nor will there ever be.
And we don't. How did he do it? I don't know. He did it. Shut up.
What you have not asked for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. And if you walk in obedience to me, and keep my decrees and commands as David your father did, I will give you a long life.
Then Solomon awoke, and he realized it had been a dream. He returned to Jerusalem, stood before the ark of the Lord's covenant, and sacrificed burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. Then he gave a feast for all his court. Now 2 prostitutes came to the king and stood before him.
Let's go.
One of them said,
Pardon me, my lord. This woman and I live in the same house, and I had a baby while she was there with me. The 3rd day after my child was born, this woman also had a baby. We were alone. There was no one in the house but the 2 of us. During the night, this woman's son died because she lay on him. So she got up in the middle of the night and took my son from my side, while I, your servant, was asleep. She
Classic,
put
this
him
one.
by her
I know this
breast
one.
and put her dead son by my breast. The next morning I got up to nurse my son, and he was dead. But when I looked at him closely in the morning light, I saw that it wasn't the son I had born.
The other woman said,
No, the living one
A
is my
wise
son.
ruling.
The dead one is yours.
But the first one insisted,
No, the dead one is yours. The living one is mine.
and so they argued before the king. The king said,
This one says, my son is alive.
The king gets fed up with all the bickering and decides to murder the remaining
no,
baby that's
Your
alive.
son is dead, and mine is alive.
Then the king said,
Bring me a sword.
So they brought a sword for the king. He then gave an order.
Cut the living child in 2, and give half to one and half to the other.
The woman whose son was alive was deeply moved out of love for her son and said to the king,
Please, my lord, give her the living baby. Don't kill him.
But the other said,
Neither I nor you shall have him.
Like,
cut him in 2.
This would not happen.
Then the king gave his ruling.
Give the living baby to the first woman. Do not kill him. She is his mother.
When all Israel heard the verdict the king had given,
no one would say, yeah, kill the baby.
They saw that he had wisdom from God to administer justice.
Thank you,
Chapter
the
4.
wisdom from God.
So King Solomon
This is
ruled
justice.
over
You've
all
been
Israel.
tricked.
And
You've
these
fallen
were
for
his
my
chief
ruse.
officials: Azariah, son of Zadok the priest; Elihoreph and Ahijah, sons of Shisha, secretaries; Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, recorder; Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, commander-in-chief; Zadok and Abiathar, priests; Azariah, son of Nathan, in charge of the district governors; Zabud, son of Nathan, a priest and advisor to the king; Ahishar, palace administrator; Adoniram, son of Abda, in charge of
All right,
force
man.
Solomon had 12 district governors over all Israel, who supplied provisions for the king and the royal household. Each one had to provide supplies for 1 month in the year. These are their names: Ben-Hur, in the hill country of Ephraim; Ben-Deker in Makaz, Shealbim, Beth-Shemesh, and Elon Beth-Hanan. Ben-Hesed in Arubath, Soko, and all the land of Hepher were his. Ben-Abinadab in Naphath Dor, he was married to Tapheth, daughter of Solomon. Baana, son of Ahilud, in Taanach and Megiddo, and in all of Bethshan next to Zarathan below Jezreel, from Bethshan to Abel-Meholah across to Jokmeam. Ben-Geber in Ramoth-Gilead, the settlements of Jair, son of Manasseh, in Gilead were his, as well as the region of Argob and Bashan, and its 60 large walled cities with bronze gate bars. Ahinadab, son of Iddo, in Mahanaim. Ahimaaz in Naphtali, he had married Basemath, daughter of Solomon. Baana, son of Hushai, in Asher and in Aloth. Jehoshaphat, son of Peruah, in Issachar. Shimei, son of Elah, in Benjamin. Geber, son of Uri, in Gilead, the country of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the country of Og, king of Bashan. He was the only governor over the district. The people of Judah and Israel were as numerous as the sand on the seashore. They ate, they drank, and they were happy.
Okay.
And Solomon ruled over all the kingdoms from the Euphrates River to the land of the Philistines, as far as the border of Egypt. These countries brought tribute and were Solomon's subjects all his life. Solomon's daily provisions were 30 cores of the finest flour and 60 cores of meal, 10 head of stall-fed cattle, 20 of pasture-fed cattle, and 100 sheep and goats, as well as deer, gazelles,
the hotkey
roebucks,
for
and
doing
choice fowl.
a strike
For
through?
he ruled over all the
Google
kingdoms
Docs.
west of the Euphrates
I can't
River,
find it.
from Tifsa to Gaza, and had peace on all sides. During Solomon's lifetime, Judah and Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, lived in safety, everyone under their own vine
could Google it
and under their own
myself.
fig tree. Solomon had 4,000 stalls for chariot horses and 12,000 horses. The district governors, each in his month, supplied provisions for King Solomon and all who came to the king's table. They saw to it that nothing was lacking. They also brought to the proper place their quotas of barley and straw for the chariot horses.
Yeah, I feel like whenever I've heard the cut the baby
God
in
gave
two
Solomon
story from the
wisdom
Bible,
and very great insight, and a breadth of
it was
understanding
always
as
two
measureless as the
mothers
sand
and
on the
not
seashore.
two prostitutes.
Solomon's wisdom was greater than the wisdom of all the people of the East, and greater than all the wisdom of Egypt. He was wiser than anyone else, including Ethan the Ezrahite, wiser than Heman, Calcol, and Darda.
He
the sons of
was
Nahal.
so
And his fame
smart.
spread to all the surrounding nations. He spoke 3,000 proverbs, and his songs numbered 1,005.
He had
about
1,005
plant life,
songs.
From the cedar of Lebanon to the hyssop that grows out of walls. He also spoke about animals and birds, reptiles and fish. From all nations people came to listen to Solomon's wisdom, sent by all the kings of the world who had heard of his wisdom. Chapter 5. When Hiram king of Tyre heard that Solomon had been anointed king to succeed his father David, he sent his envoys to Solomon, because he had always been on friendly terms with David. Solomon sent back this message to Hiram.
You know that because of the wars waged against my father David from all sides, he could not build a temple for the name of the Lord his God until the Lord put his enemies under his feet. But now the Lord my God has given me rest on every side, and there is no adversary or disaster. I intend, therefore, to build a temple for the name of the Lord my God, as the Lord told my father David when he said, Your son, whom I will put on the throne in your place, will build the temple for my name. So give orders that cedars of Lebanon be cut for me. My men will work with yours,
man.
and I will pay you for your men whatever wages you set. You know that we have no one so skilled in felling timber as the Sidonians.
When Hiram heard Solomon's message,
I will pay them any amount.
Praise be to the Lord today, for he has given David a wise son to rule over this great nation.
So Hiram sent word to Solomon.
I have received the message you sent me, and will do all you want in providing the cedar and juniper logs. My men will haul them down from Lebanon to the Mediterranean Sea, and I will float them as rafts by sea to the place you specify. There I will separate them, and you can take them away. And you are to grant my wish by providing food for my royal household.
In this way, Hiram
I feel like
kept Solomon's
they would
supply
get
with all
lost.
the
I don't
cedar
feel
and
like that'd be
juniper
very
logs he wanted.
reliable.
And Solomon gave Hiram 20,000 cores of wheat as food for his household, in addition to 20,000 baths of pressed olive oil.
Baths
Solomon
of
continued to do this for
pressed
Hiram
olive
year
oil.
after year.
How big is a bath?
The Lord gave Solomon wisdom, just as he had promised him. There were
120,000 gallons of olive
Solomon,
oil.
and the two of them made a treaty.
That'd be
King
pretty hard
Solomon
to transport.
conscripted laborers from all Israel, 30,000 men. He sent them
Transport
off to
logs by
Lebanon
just
in
floating
shifts
them?
of 10,000 a month,
But the
so that
sea?
they spent 1 month in
Is
Lebanon
the current predictable?
and 2 months at home.
I understand like
Adoniram
floating it
was
down the
in charge
river,
of the
but
forced labor. Solomon had 70,000
in a
carriers
sea?
and 80,000 stonecutters in the hills, as well as 3,300 foremen who supervised the project and directed the workers. At the king's command, they removed from the quarry large blocks of high-grade stone to provide a foundation of dressed stone for the temple. The craftsmen of Solomon and Hiram and workers from Byblos cut and prepared the timber and stone for the building of the temple.
Did I lose the...
Chapter 6.
Okay, no, I jumped the gun.
In the 480th year after the Israelites came out of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over
480
Israel,
years
in the month of
since
Ziv,
Moses
the second
guided
month,
the Israelites.
He began to build the temple of the Lord. The temple that
Write
King
that down.
Solomon built for the Lord was 60 cubits long, 20 wide, and 30 high. The portico at the front of the main hall of the temple extended the width of the temple, that is, 20 cubits, and projected 10 cubits from the front of the temple.
We're building a temple again.
High up in the temple walls, against the walls of the main hall and inner sanctuary.
Ah shit! I thought we were done with
around
this.
the building, in which there were side rooms. The lowest floor was 5 cubits wide, the middle floor 6 cubits, and the third floor 7.
It's a long
He
chapter
made
too.
offset ledges around the outside of the temple, so that nothing would be inserted into the temple walls. In building the temple, only blocks dressed at the quarry were used, and no hammer, chisel, or any other iron tool was heard at the temple site while it was being built. The entrance to the lowest floor was on the south side of the temple. A stairway led up to the middle level, and from there to the third. So he built the temple and completed it, roofing it with beams and cedar planks. And he built the side rooms all along the temple. The height of each was 5 cubits, and they were attached to the temple by beams of cedar. The word of the Lord came to Solomon.
As for this temple you are building, if you follow my decrees, observe
Leviticus
my
is about
laws,
building the ark and the tent,
and keep
now we're
all
upgrading to a
my
permanent
commands and
residency.
obey them, I will fulfill through you the promise I gave to David your father, and I will live among the Israelites, and will not abandon my people Israel.
So Solomon built the temple and completed it. He
And then
lined
he
its
did it.
interior walls with cedar boards, paneling them from
Personally.
the floor of the temple to the ceiling, and covered the floor of the temple with planks of juniper. He partitioned
My
off
favorite
20
thing is
cubits at the rear of the temple with
we
cedar boards
list
from
in
floor to ceiling
very
to form
meticulous
within the temple
detail
an inner sanctuary,
how to do
the
something,
most
and then
holy
we
place.
turn right around and
The
then
main hall in front of this room was
we
40
do it in the
cubits
present
long.
tense. It's like,
The inside
here's
of
what
the
you
temple
need to
was
do,
cedar,
and we
carved
rattle
with
off for
gourds
2
and
minutes,
open
and then we say,
Everything
I'm
was
doing
cedar.
this and this
No
and this.
stone was to be seen.
Present tense for 2 minutes.
He prepared the inner sanctuary within the temple to set the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord there. The inner sanctuary was 20 cubits long, 20 wide.
Yeah, the Ark of
and
the
20
Covenant of
high.
the Lord must have held
He
up for a
overlaid the
long
inside
time.
with
It's been
pure gold,
500
and he
years.
also overlaid
They had
the
to do any
altar of cedar.
maintenance.
Solomon covered the inside of the temple with pure gold, and he extended gold chains across the front of the inner sanctuary, which was overlaid with gold. So he overlaid the whole interior with gold. He also overlaid with gold the altar that belonged to the inner
You have
sanctuary.
to make it all out of
For the inner
gold.
sanctuary, he made a pair of cherubim out of olive wood.
Give me
each
your
10
gold.
cubits high. One wing of the first cherub was 5 cubits long, and the other wing 5 cubits, 10 cubits from wingtip to wingtip. The second cherub also measured 10 cubits, for the 2 cherubim were identical in size and shape. The height of each cherub was 10 cubits. He placed the cherubim inside the innermost room of the temple with their wings spread out. The wing of one cherub touched one wall, while the wing of the other touched the other wall, and their wings touched each other in the middle of the room. He overlaid the cherubim with gold. On the walls all around the temple, in both the inner and outer rooms, he carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers.
Remember when we built an
He
altar
also
for half
covered
an
the
hour?
floors of both
We
the
built
inner
the
and
same
outer rooms of the
altar
temple with
for
gold.
half an hour like
For
3
the
times.
entrance to the inner sanctuary, he made doors out of olive wood that were 1/5 of the width of the sanctuary. And on the 2 olive wood doors he carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers, and overlaid the cherubim and palm trees with hammered gold. In the same way, for the entrance to the main hall, he made door frames out of
Anyone
olive
want
wood
anything?
that were 1/4
If it's lead based, can you give me
He
out?
also
Give me
made
some
2
paint
doors
chips
out of juniper wood,
as a snack,
each having
for
2
later.
leaves that turned in sockets. He carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers on them, and overlaid them with gold hammered evenly over the carvings. And he built the inner courtyard of 3 courses of dressed stone, and and 1 course of trimmed cedar beams. The foundation of the temple of the Lord was laid in the 4th year, in the month of Ziv. In the 11th year, in the month of Bul, the 8th month, the temple was finished in all its details according to its specifications. He had spent 7 years building it.
7
Chapter 7.
years.
It took Solomon 13 years, however, to complete the construction of his palace. He built the palace of the forest of Lebanon 100 cubits long,
7
50
years to
wide, and
build,
30 high, with 4 rows of cedar columns supporting trimmed cedar beams. It was roofed with cedar above the beams that rested on the
7 years
columns.
building the temple, and then
45
another
beams,
13
15
building
to
his
a row.
palace.
Its windows were placed high in sets of 3, facing each other. All the doorways had rectangular frames. They were in the front part in sets of 3, facing each other. He made a colonnade 50 cubits long and 30 wide. In front of it was a portico, and in front of that were pillars and an overhanging roof. He built the throne hall, the hall of justice, where he was to judge, and he covered it with cedar from floor to ceiling. And the palace in which
Solomon
he was to
ain't
live,
king of
set
shit.
farther back,
He's
was
a
similar in
carpenter.
design. Solomon also made a palace like this wall for Pharaoh's daughter, whom he had married. All these
He's not
structures,
ruling over
from the outside
Jack.
to the great courtyard, and from foundation to eaves, were made of blocks of high-grade stone cut to size and smoothed on their inner and
He's a
outer
fucking
faces.
architect, man.
The foundations were laid with large stones of good quality, some measuring 10 cubits and some 8. Above were high-grade stones cut to size and cedar beams. The great courtyard was surrounded by a wall of 3 courses of dressed stone and 1 course of trimmed cedar beams, as was the inner courtyard of the temple of the Lord with its portico. King Solomon sent to Tyre and brought Huram, whose mother was a widow from the tribe of Naphtali, and whose father was from Tyre, and a skilled craftsman in bronze. Huram was filled with wisdom, with understanding, and with knowledge to do all kinds of bronze work. He came to King Solomon and did all the work assigned to him. He cast 2 bronze pillars, each 18 cubits high and 12 cubits in circumference. He also made 2 capitals of cast bronze to set on the tops of the pillars. Each capital was 5 cubits high. A network of interwoven chains adorned the capitals on top of the pillars, 7 for each capital. He made pomegranates in 2 rows encircling each network to decorate the capitals on top of the pillars. He did the same for each capital. The capitals on top of the pillars in the portico were in the shape of lilies, 4 cubits high. On the capitals of both pillars, above the bowl-shaped part next to the network, were the 200 pomegranates in rows all around. He erected the pillars at the portico of the temple. The pillar to the south he named Jachin, and the one to the north, Boaz. The capitals on top were in the shape of lilies, and so the work on the pillars was completed.
Okay.
He made the sea of cast metal, circular in shape, measuring 10 cubits from rim to rim,
Sea
and
of
5
cast
cubits high.
metal?
It took a line of 30 cubits to measure around it. Below the rim, gourds encircled it, 10 to a cubit. The gourds were cast in 2 rows in 1 piece with the sea. The sea stood on 12 bulls, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, and 3 facing east. The sea rested on top of them, and their hindquarters were toward the center. It was a handbreadth in thickness, and its rim was like the rim of a cup, like a lily blossom. It held 2,000 baths.
A
He also made
handbreadth
10
is
movable
14
stands
meters,
of bronze.
I guess.
Each was 4 cubits long, 4 wide, and 3 high. This is how the stands were made. They had side panels attached to uprights. On the panels between the uprights were
Why is
lions,
this part of the
bulls,
Bible?
and cherubim, and on the uprights as well.
It's telling
Above
assholes
and below
at
the
the
lions
time
and bulls were wreaths of hammered work. Each stand had 4 bronze wheels
how
with
to
bronze axles,
build.
and each had a
If
basin
you want to
resting on
worship,
4
build it like
supports,
this.
cast with wreaths.
That's how
on
you
each
know
side.
that you're worshiping
On the
this
inside
god
of
and
the
not
stand,
some
there
other
was
one.
an opening that had a circular frame 1 cubit deep. This opening was round, and with its basework it measured 1.5 cubits. Around its opening there was engraving.
Or maybe it's
the panels of the stands were square.
Maybe it's
not
trying to
round.
very vividly
The 4
paint a
wheels
picture
were
as
under
to
the
how it
panels,
looks.
and the axles of the wheels were
Needlessly
attached to the
so.
stand. The diameter of each wheel was 1.5 cubits. The wheels were
Okay.
made like chariot wheels.
Idea:
The axles,
Harry Potter,
rims,
but
spokes,
whenever
and
we're
hubs
describing
were
the
all
halls of
cast metal.
Hogwarts, we do it in this fashion.
Each stand had 4 handles, one on each
we give
corner,
the
projecting from the
exact
stand.
dimensions and
At the top
materials
of
of
the stand, there
Hogwarts.
was a circular band 0.5 cubit deep. The supports and panels were attached to the top of the stand. He engraved cherubim, lions, and palm trees on the surfaces of the supports and on the panels, in every available space, with wreaths all around.
That would make Harry Potter
This
the
is the
length
way
of the
he made the
Bible.
10 stands. They were all cast in the same molds.
Is the Bible
and were
longer than
identical
Harry
in
Potter?
size and shape.
I think Harry Potter, all the books combined, probably longer than the Bible.
Measuring 4 cubits across, 1 basin to go on each of the 10 stands. He placed 5 of the stands on the south side of the temple.
Maybe I'm overestimating how long Harry Potter is.
He placed the sea on the south side, at the southeast corner of the temple. He also made the pots and shovels and sprinkling bowls. So Huram finished all the work he had undertaken for King Solomon in the temple of the Lord. The 2 pillars, the 2 bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars.
Give me the
2
recap.
Sets of network decorating the 2 bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars. The 400 pomegranates for the 2 sets of network, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network, decorating the bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars.
Harry Potter is bigger than the Bible,
the 10 stands with their 10 basins, the sea and the 12 bowls under it, the pots, shovels, and sprinkling
Now
bowls.
the past tense of what we just
All
did.
These objects that Huram made for
we have
King
to say
Solomon
to do it,
for the
and then
temple
we
of
have
the
to do
Lord
it,
were
and then
of
we have to
burnished
recap what we
bronze.
did.
The king had them cast in clay molds in the plain of the Jordan between Succoth and Zarethan. Solomon left all these things unweighed.
This is
because
biblical
there were so
flexing
many.
due to the
weight of
literal
the bronze
tons of
was not
bronze.
determined. Solomon also made all the furnishings that were in the Lord's temple, the golden altar, the golden table on which was the bread of the presence, the lampstands of pure gold, 5 on the right and 5 on the left in front of the inner sanctuary, the gold floral work and lamps and tongs, the pure gold basins, wick trimmers, sprinkling bowls, dishes and censers, and the gold sockets for the doors of the innermost room, the most holy place, and also for the doors of the main hall of the temple. When all the work King Solomon had done for the temple of the Lord was finished, he brought in the things his father David had dedicated, the silver and gold and the furnishings, and he placed them in the treasuries of the Lord's temple.
Surely that's the last of the architecture, right?
Chapter 8.
All right, man.
Then King Solomon summoned into his presence at Jerusalem the elders of Israel, all the heads of the tribes and the chiefs
This
of
book
the
is better
Israelite
than Harry
families,
Potter because it's less
to bring up
transphobic.
the Ark of the Lord's Covenant from Zion,
You don't know
the
that.
city of David. All the Israelites came together.
I don't think
to
there's
King
very much
Solomon at the
outright
time of the
transphobia
festival in the month of
in
Ethanim,
the actual Harry
7th
Potter
month.
text.
When all the elders of
It's more
Israel
so,
had arrived,
and
the
that's
priests
like
took
if
up the
one of
ark,
the authors
and they brought up the Ark of the Lord
of the
and
Bible
tent
wrote a
of
different
meeting,
book
and all the sacred
where they
furnishings
were
in it.
whiling, but
The priests and Levites carried them up, and King Solomon
I
and
think
the
that the
entire
Bible
assembly
is
of
in fact
Israel
more
that had gathered
bigoted than
about
Harry
him were
Potter.
before the ark, sacrificing so many sheep and cattle that they could not be recorded or counted. The priests then brought the Ark of the Lord's Covenant to its place in the inner sanctuary of the temple, the most holy place, and put it beneath the wings of the cherubim.
Bible is less anti-Semitic,
The
though.
cherubim spread their wings over the place of the ark and overshadowed the ark and its carrying poles. These poles were so long that their ends could be seen from
I
the
don't know,
holy
there's a
place
lot of
in front of the inner
anti-Semitic
sanctuary,
characters in
but
the
not
New
from
Testament.
outside the holy place.
Right?
And they are still there today. There was nothing in the ark except the 2 stone tablets that Moses had placed in it at Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites after they came out of Egypt. When the priests withdrew from the holy place, the cloud filled the temple of the Lord, and the priests could not perform their service because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord filled his temple. Then Solomon said,
The Lord has said that he would dwell in a dark cloud. I have indeed built a magnificent temple for you, a place
Source
for you
do
to
trust.
dwell forever.
While the whole assembly of Israel was standing there, the king turned around and blessed them. Then he said,
Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who with his own hand has fulfilled what he promised with his own mouth to my father David. For
I mean,
he
I
said,
understand.
Since the day I brought my people Israel
I was not
out of
taking
Egypt,
the claim
I have not chosen a city in any tribe of
that
Israel
Harry Potter is
to
more
have a temple
more
built
transphobic.
so that my name might be
Sincerely.
there. But I have chosen David to rule my people Israel. My father David had it in his heart.
I just wanted
build
to
a
take that
temple for
opportunity to
name
make
of
the point
Lord,
that I think the
God
actual
of
books
Israel.
of Harry Potter
But the
are
Lord
not
said to my
transphobic at
father
all. In
David,
fact,
you did well to have it in your heart to build
because
a temple for my name.
I don't know. Is it transphobic if you don't write any transgender characters in your 1 million page
your
series?
Own flesh and blood.
Probably not.
He is the one who will build the temple for my name. The Lord has kept the promise he made. I have succeeded David, my father, and now I sit on the throne of Israel, just as the Lord promised, and I have built the temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. I have provided a place there for the ark, in which is the covenant of the Lord that he made with our ancestors when he brought them out
I was
of
running around
Egypt.
on a cloud like
Then
a
Solomon
wackatoo.
stood before the altar of the Lord in front of the whole assembly
Dude, at
of
the
Israel,
Mario Kart ride
spread out
at
his hands
Nintendo
toward
World
heaven, and said,
at
Lord,
Universal
the God of
Hollywood,
Israel,
Lakitu
God
talks.
like you in heaven above
Lakitu,
or
like,
on
you know,
earth
like their
below.
legally required,
You who keep your
like,
covenant
safety
of love
video
with
that they
your
play before the
servants
ride.
who continue
Lakitu talks.
wholeheartedly in your way.
It's
You
fucked
have
up.
kept your promise to your servant David, my father. With your mouth you have promised, and with your hand you
Does
have
he sound
fulfilled
normal?
it,
No, he sounds
as
like
it is
a
today.
fucking
Now,
like a
Lord, the
little
God of
gnome.
Israel,
He sounds like a
keep for your
Smurf.
servant David, my father, the promises you made to him.
Toad
when
also
you
talks?
said,
Yeah,
"You
Toad
shall
also
never
talks.
fail to have a successor to sit before me on the throne of Israel."
Doesn't like it
If
to talk in
only your
SM64. Well, he's
descendants
not
are
voice
careful
acted.
in all they do to
That's my
walk
point.
before me faithfully as you have done. And now, God of Israel, let your word that you promised your servant David, my father, come true. But will God really dwell on earth? The heavens, even the highest heaven, cannot contain you. How much less this temple I have built?
taken aback.
Yet give attention
whenever
to your
Lakitu
servant's
began
prayer
speaking
and
at me
his plea for
at
mercy,
Super Nintendo
Lord my
World.
God. Hear the cry and the prayer that your servant is praying in your presence this day. May your eyes be open toward this temple night and day, this place of which you said, "My name shall be there," so that you will hear the prayer your
Nothing like getting
servant
drizzy.
prays toward this place.
Reading the Bible.
Hear the supplication of your servant and of your people
You know, if they had
Israel
an
when
open
pray
bar at
toward this
church,
place.
I might go.
Hear from heaven your dwelling place.
Show up 8
And
a.m.
when
on a
you
Sunday.
hear,
Get
forgive.
fucking turned.
When anyone wrongs their neighbor and is required to take an oath, and they come and swear the oath before your altar in this temple, then hear from heaven and act. Judge between your servants, condemning the guilty by bringing down on their heads what they have done, and vindicating the innocent by treating them in accordance with their innocence. When your people Israel have been defeated by an enemy because they have sinned against you, and when they turn back to you and give praise to your name, praying and making supplication to you in this temple, then hear from heaven and forgive the sin of your people Israel, and bring them back to the land.
Bro,
you
what is
gave to
what
their
is bro
ancestors.
rattling on about?
When the heavens are shut up, and there is no rain because your
What the fuck
people
is
have
Solomon
sinned
on?
against you. And when they pray toward this place and give praise to your name and turn from their sin because you have afflicted them, then hear from heaven and forgive the sin of your servants, your people Israel. Teach them the right way to live, and send rain on the land you gave your people for an inheritance. When famine or plague comes to the land, or blight or mildew,
he's just asking, like,
locusts
yeah,
or
can you
grasshoppers, or
whenever
when
shit
an
goes
enemy
bad, can you make it
besieges
stop?
them in any of their cities, whatever disaster
If we're
or
hungry,
disease
can you
may
feed
come,
us? If
and
we
when
have
a prayer
plagues,
or
can
plea
you
is
heal
made
us?
by anyone among your people Israel, being aware of the afflictions of their own hearts and spreading out their hands toward this temple, then hear from heaven your dwelling place. Forgive and act.
This is the first time in the Bible that whenever we give a prayer to God, it sounds like the prayer that you and I are familiar with, in my opinion.
Human heart, so that they will fear you
Literally
all
just
the time they live
talking
in the
aloud
land
and
you gave our
asking Magic Man upstairs to
As
solve
for the
all of our
foreigner
problems.
who does not belong to your people Israel, but has come from a distant land because of your name. For they will hear of your great name and your mighty hand and your outstretched arm. When they come and pray toward this temple, then hear from heaven your dwelling place.
Are we
Do
saved
whatever the
yet?
foreigner asks of you, so
Saved
that
in
all
like
the
a
peoples of the earth may know your
like
name and
a
fear
Jesus
you,
sense?
as
Nah,
do your
that's
own people
Jesus.
Israel,
Jesus isn't canon
and
yet.
may know that this house I have built bears your name. When your people go to war against their enemies, wherever you send them, and when they pray to the Lord toward the city you have chosen and the temple I have built for your name, then hear from heaven their prayer and their
Some
plea,
people he
and
still
uphold
isn't
their
canon.
cause. When they sin against you, for there is no one who does not sin, and you become angry with them and give them over to their enemies, who take them captive to their own lands, far away or near. And if
Maybe
they
we
have
could
a
read
change of heart
way in
the
the future.
land
We could
where
read
they are held
Apocrypha.
captive,
I don't
and
even know what the
repent
fuck
and
is
plead with
in
you
that
in the land
at
of
all.
their captors, and say, "We have sinned. We
The
have
New Game
done
Plus
wrong. We have acted
Bible.
wickedly."
chapters.
And if they turn back to you with all their heart and soul in the land of their enemies who took
Ever heard of it?
It's
like the cut content from the Bible, essentially. Whenever they stopped updating it, people kept writing for it, but they didn't accept it into canon.
From heaven, your dwelling place, hear their prayer and their plea, and uphold their cause, and forgive your people who have sinned against you. Forgive all the offenses they have committed against you, and cause their captors to show them mercy. For they are your people and your inheritance, whom you brought out of Egypt, out of that iron smelting furnace.
Like whenever we gave the Ten Commandments, did we use the terminology sin?
Servant's plea and to the plea of your people Israel. And may you listen to them whenever they cry out to you. For you singled them out from all the nations of the world to be your own inheritance, just as you declared through your servant Moses when you, sovereign Lord, brought our ancestors out of Egypt.
When Solomon had finished all these prayers and supplications to the Lord, he rose from before the altar of the Lord, where he had been kneeling with his hands spread out toward heaven. He stood and blessed the whole assembly of Israel in a loud voice, saying,
What is sin?
Praise be to the Lord,
I don't know, whenever
who
you
has
do something
given
that
rest
God
to
tells
his
you not
people
to,
Israel, just as he promised.
I believe.
Not one word has failed of all the good promises he gave through his servant Moses. May the Lord our God be with us, as he was with our ancestors. May he never leave us nor
as ordained by the Bible.
Us. May he turn our hearts to him, to walk in obedience to him,
as judged
and keep
by
the commands,
the ruling power
and laws
of
he gave
whoever
our
the church is at the time.
And may these words of mine, which I have prayed before
but yeah, whenever you piss off one of the people writing the Bible, they're writing to sin just to fuck with you.
Day and night, that he may uphold the cause of his servant and the cause of his people Israel according to each day's need, so that all the peoples of the earth may know that the Lord is God, and that there is no other. And may your hearts be fully committed to the Lord our God, to live by his decrees and obey his commands.
If God spoke directly to so many people at the time,
then the king and all Israel
and then
with him offered
they were able to write books about it
Lord.
and then put
Solomon
it into the Bible.
Offered a sacrifice of fellowship
Why did he
offerings to the
stop?
Lord, 22,000 cattle and 120,000 sheep and goats.
Sheep and
the
goats.
king and all the Israelites dedicated the temple of the Lord. On that same day, the king consecrated the middle part of the courtyard in front of the temple of the Lord, and there he offered burnt offerings, grain offerings, and the fat of the fellowship
like,
offering.
for all intents and purposes,
the bronze altar
he should
that
still
stood
be
before the
talking
Lord
to
was
people,
too
and we should
small
still
to
be
hold the
getting
burnt
updated
offerings,
chapters,
grain
right?
offerings, and the fat of the fellowship offerings. So Solomon observed the festival at that time, and all Israel with him, a vast assembly, people from Lebo-Hamath.
Like, I don't know, maybe the reason why Benito Mussolini killed all those people or whatever is because he was ordained by God to do so.
On the following day, he sent the people away.
Who's to say?
They blessed the king and then went home, joyful and glad in heart for all the good things the Lord had done for his servant David and his people Israel. Chapter 9. When Solomon had finished building the temple of the Lord and the royal palace, and had achieved all he had desired to do, the Lord appeared to him a second time, as he had appeared to him at Gibeon. The Lord
God got
said
burnt out creatively.
I have heard the prayer and plea you have made before me. I have consecrated this temple, which you have built, by putting my name there.
I suppose
forever.
if we take Revelations as
my
canon,
eyes
that
and my heart will
you know,
always be there.
We're just filling in
As
the
for
gaps
you,
currently.
If you walk before me faithfully, with integrity of heart and uprightness, as David your father did, and do all I command, and observe my decrees and laws, I will establish your royal throne over Israel forever, as I promised David your father, when I said, you shall never fail to have a successor on the throne of Israel.
Bro,
But
like,
if you
is God
or
in
your
good with David or
descendants turn
not? It's
away
like so
from me
fucked up.
And do not observe the commands and decrees I have given you, and go off to
He's
serve other
playing
gods
favorites so
and
hard to
worship
David.
them.
If other people
Then
made him mad,
I will cut
he
off
wouldn't
Israel
just
from the land I
he wouldn't
have
just
given
like
them,
have all of
and
his
will
wives
reject this temple I
wed
have
off to
consecrated
his
for my
bros and fucked into
Israel
town square or
will
whatever.
then become a byword and an object of ridicule.
He would have
among
killed
all
them and had
peoples.
every single
This
one of
temple
his family
will
members
become a
killed
heap
and
of
all of their future
All
sons
who
killed.
pass by will be appalled.
God's
and will
gotten
scoff
soft.
and say, why has the Lord done such a thing to this land and to this temple? People will answer, because they have forsaken the Lord their God, who brought their ancestors out of Egypt, and have embraced other gods.
Bro, it's been 500 years,
worshiping
man.
And
Just
serving them. That is why the Lord brought all this disaster on them.
At the end of 20 years, during which Solomon built these two buildings,
God does
Lord
us a solid one time, which he didn't even have to do because he literally mind-controlled the Pharaoh into forcing this situation to happen.
With all the cedar and juniper and gold he wanted. But when Hiram went from Tyre to see the
when
towns
Egypt has us as slaves, it's bad. Whenever we have other people's slaves, who cares?
What kind of towns are these you have given me, my brother?
He asked. And he called them the land of Cable, a name they have to this day. Now Hiram had sent to the king 120 talents of gold. Here is the account of the forced labor King Solomon conscripted to build the Lord's temple, his own palace, the terraces, the wall of Jerusalem, and Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer. Pharaoh,
speaking of slavery,
and captured Gezer. He had set it on fire. He killed its Canaanite inhabitants, and then gave it as a wedding gift to his daughter, Solomon's wife. And Solomon rebuilt Gezer. He built up Lower Beth-horon, Baalath, and Tadmor in the desert within his land, as well as all his store cities and the towns for his chariots and for his horses, whatever he desired to build in Jerusalem, in Lebanon, and throughout all the territory he ruled. There were still people left from the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. These people were not Israelites. Solomon conscripted the descendants of all these peoples remaining in the land, whom the Israelites could not exterminate, to serve as slave labor, as it is to this day.
Slavery is cool,
but Solomon
only
did not
when we
make
do
slaves
it.
of any of the
Pretty
Israelites.
much.
They were his fighting men, his government officials, his officers, his captains, and the commanders of his chariots and charioteers. They were also the chief officials in charge of Solomon's projects, 550 officials supervising those who did the work. After Pharaoh's daughter had come up from the city of David to the palace Solomon had built for her, he constructed the terraces. 3 times a year, Solomon sacrificed burnt offerings and fellowship offerings on the altar he had built for the Lord, burning incense before the Lord along with them, and so fulfilled the temple obligations. King Solomon also built ships at Ezion-Geber, which is near Elath in Edom on the shore of the Red Sea. And Hiram sent his men, sailors who knew the sea, to serve in the fleet with Solomon's men. They sailed to Ophir and brought back 420 talents of gold, which they delivered to King Solomon. Chapter 10. When the Queen of Sheba heard about the fame of Solomon and his relationship to the Lord, she came to test Solomon with hard questions. Arriving at Jerusalem with a very great caravan, with camels carrying spices, large quantities of gold and precious stones, she came to Solomon and talked with him about all that she had on her mind. Solomon answered all her questions. Nothing was too hard for the king to explain to her.
He's so smart on account of all his wisdom.
All the wisdom of Solomon and the palace he had built, the food on his table, the seating of his officials, the attending servants in their robes, his cupbearers, and the burnt offerings he made at the temple of the Lord, she was overwhelmed. She said to the king,
He mansplained the shit out of her.
I heard in my own country about your achievements and your wisdom is true. But I did not believe these things until I came and saw with my own eyes. Indeed, not even half was told me. In wisdom and wealth you have far exceeded the report I heard. How happy
You're
your
so
people
smart and
must
rich,
be.
too.
How happy your officials who continually stand before you and hear your wisdom. Praise be to the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and placed you on the throne of Israel. Because of the Lord's eternal love for Israel, he has made you king to maintain justice and righteousness.
And she gave the king 120 talents of gold, large quantities of spices and precious stones. Never again
She shows up and he lists off all 1,000 plus Pokemon from memory, and then she says, "Wow, here's all of my country's resources."
The king used the almug wood to make supports for the temple of the Lord and for the royal palace, and to make harps and lyres for the musicians. So much almug wood has never been imported or seen since that day.
So much almug wood.
Gave the Queen of Sheba all she desired and asked for, besides what he had given her out of his royal bounty. Then she left and returned with her retinue to her own country. The weight of the gold that Solomon received yearly was 666 talents, not including the revenues from merchants and traders, and from all the Arabian kings and the governors of the territories. King Solomon made 200 large shields of hammered gold. 600 shekels of gold went into each shield. He also made 300 small shields of hammered gold, with 3 minas of gold in each shield. The king put them in the palace of the forest of Lebanon. Then the king made a great throne covered with ivory and overlaid with fine gold. The throne had 6 steps, and its back had a rounded top.
All right, man!
On both sides of the seat were armrests.
Yeah!
There were lions standing beside each of them. 12 lions stood on the 6 steps, one at either end.
And here's
of
all
step.
of the stuff
Nothing
that
like
we
it had
got.
ever
So
been
much
made for
stuff.
any
Let's
other
list
kingdom.
all of the stuff. It's very
All King
important that
Solomon's
we're very
goblets were gold,
specific.
and all the household articles in the palace of the forest of Lebanon were pure gold.
Random
Nothing was
events
made of
working
silver,
OSRS.
because silver
Fucking
was
sandwich
considered of
lady
little
shows up.
value in Solomon's days. The king had a
gives
fleet
us
of
a
trading ships at
fucking
sea, along with the
entire
ships of
country's
Hiram.
worth of bounty.
Once every 3 years it returned, carrying gold, silver, and ivory, and apes and baboons. King Solomon was greater in riches and wisdom than all the other kings of the earth. The whole world sought audience with Solomon to hear the wisdom God had put in his heart.
Does she give us monkeys?
Year after year, everyone who came brought a gift.
NFTs.
Articles of silver and gold, robes, weapons and spices, and horses and mules. Solomon accumulated chariots and horses. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horses, which he kept in the chariot cities, and also with him in Jerusalem. The king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore fig trees in the foothills. Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and from Kue. The royal merchants purchased them from Kue at the current price. They imported a chariot from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. They also exported them to all the kings of the Hittites and of the Arameans.
Okay,
Chapter
it seems
11.
a little excessive.
King Solomon, however, loved
just
many
because
foreign
he
women
won
besides
trivia night or
Pharaoh's
whatever.
daughter. Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, and Hittites.
Solomon's wives.
They were from nations about which the Lord had told the Israelites.
King Solomon, however, loved
not
many foreign women.
intermarry with them, because they will surely turn your hearts after their gods.
Nevertheless, Solomon held fast to them in love. He had 700 wives of royal birth
Huh?
and 300 concubines, and his wives led him astray. As Solomon grew old, his wives turned his heart after other gods, and his heart was not fully devoted to the Lord his God, as the heart of David his father
He
had
had
been. He followed
1,000.
Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Molech, the detestable god of the Ammonites. So Solomon did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not follow the Lord completely, as David his father had done. On a hill east of Jerusalem, Solomon built a high place for Chemosh, the detestable god of Moab, and for Molech, the detestable god of the Ammonites. He did the same for all his foreign wives, who burned incense and offered sacrifices to their gods. The Lord became angry with Solomon because his heart had turned away from the Lord, the God of Israel, who had appeared to him twice. Although he had forbidden Solomon to follow other gods, Solomon did not keep the Lord's command. So the Lord said to Solomon,
Since this is your attitude, and you have not kept my covenant and my decrees, which I commanded you, I will most certainly tear the kingdom away from you and give it to one of your subordinates. Nevertheless, for the sake of David your father, I will not do it during your lifetime. I will tear it out of the hand of your son.
Bro, this keeps happening.
I will not tear the whole kingdom from him, but will give him one
I differentiate
tribe
between wives and
for the
concubines.
sake
I
of
don't know the
David, my
difference.
servant, and for the
1,000?
sake of Jerusalem,
What's the
which
difference?
I have chosen.
Then the Lord raised up against Solomon an adversary, Hadad the Edomite, from the royal line of
Hadad.
Edom. Earlier, when David was fighting with Edom, Joab, the commander of the army, who had gone up to bury the dead, had struck down all the men in Edom.
700.
Joab and all the Israelites.
Bro,
stayed
he's
there for
so
6
smart and
months
cool, and
until
he
they
has
destroyed all the men in
so
Edom.
many girlfriends.
But Hadad, still only a boy, fled to Egypt with some Edomite officials who had served his father. They set out from Midian and went to Paran. Then, taking people from
people are
Paran
like,
with
wow,
them, they went to Egypt, to Pharaoh.
700, huh?
Hadad a
Can you
house
list
and
all of
land
them for
and
me?
provided him with food. Pharaoh
Well, I
was
can't
so
believe it
pleased with
unless they
Hadad
all have
that he
names
gave
and
him a
places,
sister of
and
his
there were
own
sons or
wife,
daughters
Queen
of people.
Tahpenes, in marriage. The sister of Tahpenes
Concubines
bore
are
him a
unmarried
son
and wives are
named
married.
Genubath,
What does it mean to be
whom
married?
Tahpenes brought up in the royal
We haven't
palace.
defined that.
There, Genubath
We don't know
lived with Pharaoh's
what
own
is
children.
being married.
While he was in Egypt, Hadad heard that David rested with his ancestors, and that Joab, the commander of
You
the
go
army,
through the
was
ceremony?
also
What
dead.
ceremony?
Then Hadad said to Pharaoh,
Let me go, that I may return
We've not
to
described
my
a
own
ceremony
country.
so far.
What have you lacked here that you want to go back to your own country?
Not to this
Pharaoh
point we haven't.
Nothing, Hadad replied.
But do let me go.
And God raised up against Solomon another adversary, Rezin, son of Eliada, who had fled from his master, Hadadezer, king of Zobah. When David destroyed Zobah's army, Rezin gathered a band of men around him and became their leader. They went to Damascus, where they settled and took control. Rezin was Israel's adversary as long as Solomon lived, adding to the trouble caused by Hadad. So Rezin ruled in Aram and was hostile toward Israel. Also, Jeroboam, son of Nebat, rebelled against the king. He was one of Solomon's officials, an Ephraimite from Zerida, and his mother was a widow named Zeruiah. Here is the account of how he rebelled against the king. Solomon had built the terraces and had filled in the gap in the wall of the city of David his father. Now Jeroboam was a man of standing, and when Solomon saw how well the young man did his work, he put him in charge of the whole labor force of the tribes of Joseph. About that time, Jeroboam was going out of Jerusalem, and Ahijah the prophet of Shiloh met him on the way, wearing a new cloak. The two of them were alone out in the country, and Ahijah took hold of the new cloak he was wearing, and tore it into 12 pieces. Then he said to Jeroboam,
"Take 10 pieces for yourself, for this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. See, I am going to tear the kingdom out of Solomon's hand, and give you 10 tribes.
Man,
but for the sake
Solomon's
of my
dying already?
David, and the city of Jerusalem, which I have
thought he was a larger
chosen out of all
character
the
than this.
tribes
I thought he played a bigger
will have
role.
one tribe. I will do this because they have forsaken me and worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, and Molech, the god of the Ammonites, and have not walked in obedience to me, nor done what is right in my eyes.
There had to
nor
have been
kept my
some
decrees
crazy
and laws as
STIs
David, Solomon's
going
father
about in
did.
that community.
But I will not
Everyone's
take
getting
the
the
whole
drip.
kingdom out of Solomon's hand. I have made him ruler all the days of his life,
But also,
for the
like-
sake of David, my servant, whom I chose, and who obeyed my
Like-
commands and decrees.
Even if you fuck
I
2
will
babes
take the
per
kingdom
day,
from his son's
that's a waiting
hands
list of 2
and give you
years.
10 tribes. I will give 1 tribe to his son, so that David,
If you have sex
my
with 2
servant,
different women
will
every
always have a
single
lamp
day
before me in
to
Jerusalem,
get back around
city
to him,
where
it's
I
gonna
chose
be like it's gonna be like 20
However,
months.
as for you, I will take you, and you will rule over all that your heart desires. You will be king over Israel, if you do whatever I command you.
I think he'll
Walk
only
in
have sex with 1
obedience to
woman at a
me,
time.
and do what is right
Well,
in
he can
my
only
eyes
blast
by
inside of one of
obeying
them
my
at a time.
decrees and commands, as David my servant did.
Unless he can kink it like a garden hose.
I will build you a dynasty as enduring as the one I built for David, and will give Israel to you. I will humble David's descendants because of this, but not forever.
Solomon tried to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam fled to Egypt, to Shishak the king, and stayed there until Solomon's death. As for the other events of Solomon's reign, all he did, and the wisdom he displayed, are they not written in the book of the Annals of Solomon? Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. Then he rested with his ancestors, and was buried in the city of David his father. And Rehoboam his son succeeded him as king.
And the rest of the shit isn't
Chapter
important.
12.
Shut up.
Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel had gone there to make him king. When Jeroboam, son of Nebat, heard this, he was still in Egypt, where he had fled from King Solomon. He returned from Egypt. So they sent for Jeroboam, and he and the whole assembly of Israel went to Rehoboam and said to him,
Your father put a heavy yoke on us, but now lighten the harsh labor and the heavy yoke he put on us, and we will serve you.
Rehoboam answered,
Go away for 3 days, and then come back to me.
So the people went away. Then King Rehoboam consulted the elders who had served his father Solomon during his lifetime.
How would you
Is the
advise
rest not
me
written
to
about
answer
the annals of
They
Solomon?
If today you will be
I don't
a
know.
servant to these people and serve them and give them
I thought that's what you were supposed to tell me.
always be your servants.
But Rehoboam rejected the advice the elders gave him, and consulted the young men who had grown up with him and were serving him. He asked them,
You go to
What is
fucking
your
algebra class or whatever,
How should we
and
answer
then
these
and then
people who
the
say
teacher
things
asks you
lighten the
to
yoke your father
recite the
put on us?
Pythagorean theorem.
The young men who had grown
and
up
you
with
go,
him replied,
These people
I don't know what
have
that
said to
is.
you, Your father put a heavy yoke on us, but make our yoke lighter. Now tell them, my little finger is thicker than my father's waist. My father laid on you a heavy yoke. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions.
The rest of his
3
days
days
was
later,
one day.
Jeroboam
Yeah,
and all
I'm
the
sure it
people
couldn't have been
returned
that
to
bad.
Rehoboam, as the king
He had
said.
1,000
Come back to me in
bitches.
3 days.
The king answered the people harshly. Rejecting the advice given him by the elders, he followed the advice of the young men and said,
My father made your yoke heavy. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged
Your
you
yoke
with
will be the
whips.
heaviest of yokes.
I will scourge you with scorpions.
So the king did not listen to the people, for this turn of events was from the Lord, to fulfill the word the Lord had spoken to Jeroboam son of Nebat through Ahijah the Shilonite. When all Israel saw that the king refused to listen to them, they answered the king,
What share do we have in David?
I wonder how
what
God will
part
take
in
this one.
Jesse's son? To your tents, Israel. Look after your own house, David.
So the Israelites went home. But as for the Israelites who were living in the towns of Judah, Rehoboam still ruled over them. King Rehoboam sent out Adoniram, who was in charge of forced labor, but all Israel stoned him to death. King Rehoboam, however, managed to get into his chariot and escape to Jerusalem. So Israel has been in rebellion against the house of David to this day. When all
Forced
the
labor,
Israelites
we call
heard
it.
that Jeroboam had returned, they sent and called him to the assembly and made him king over all Israel. Only the tribe of Judah remained loyal to the house of David. When Rehoboam arrived in Jerusalem, he mustered all Judah and the tribe of Benjamin, 180,000 able young men, to go to war against Israel and to regain the kingdom for Rehoboam son of Solomon. But this word of God came to Shemaiah the man of God.
Say to Rehoboam, son of Solomon, king of Judah, to all Judah and Benjamin, and to the rest of the people, This is what the Lord says. Do not go up to fight against your brothers the Israelites. Go home, every one of you.
God went back on his promise to make David's family the kings forever. They're the kings.
So they obeyed the word of the
in
Lord
our hearts
and went home again, as the Lord
and that's
had
what's
ordered.
important.
Then Jeroboam fortified Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim and lived there. From there he went out and built up Peniel. Jeroboam thought to himself,
The kingdom will now likely revert to the house of David. If these people go up to offer sacrifices at the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem, they will
Probable reading
again
of the
give their
original Hebrew
allegiance
text.
to their lord Rehoboam, king of Judah. They will kill me
Masoretic?
and return to King Rehoboam.
After seeking advice, the king made 2 golden
Masoretic
calves.
text?
He said to the people,
It is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to need somebody
Here
to draw
are
a
your
map.
gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt.
Anytime they talk
One
about
he set up in
geography, I
Bethel,
check
and
out.
the other in Dan. And this thing became a sin. The people came to worship the one at Bethel, and went as far as Dan to worship the other. Jeroboam built shrines on high places, and appointed priests from all sorts of people, even though they were
What
not
do you mean it
Levites.
became a sin?
He instituted a festival on the 15th day of the 8th month.
If
like
I
the
do
festival
something that
held in
isn't a
Judah,
sin,
and offered
can it
sacrifices
later
on
be
the altar.
judged to have been
This
a
he did
sin?
in Bethel,
How was I
sacrificing
supposed
the
to know?
calves he had made. And at Bethel, he also installed
Pretty
priests
fucked
at the
up.
high places he had made. On the 15th day of the 8th month,
It's like
a month of
imagine
his own
imagine
choosing,
the
he
year
offered
is like
sacrifices
fucking
on the altar he had built at Bethel.
1890,
So he
and then I
instituted the
take a
festival
swig
for
of
the
whiskey, and it's later
went up to the
later
altar to make
ordained that alcohol is illegal, so I go to jail for it.
Chapter 13. By the word of the Lord, a man
means
of God
Jewish
came
canon.
from Judah to Bethel.
Are we not
as
reading
Jeroboam
Jewish
was
canon
standing by
right
the
now?
altar to make an offering. By the word of the Lord he cried out against the altar.
Altar! Altar!
How was this any
This
different?
is what the Lord says. A son named Josiah will be born to the house of David. On you he will sacrifice the priests of the high places who make offerings here, and human bones will be burned on you.
That
Okay,
same
that's
day,
pretty
the
fucked
man
up.
of God gave a sign.
This is the sign the Lord has declared. The altar will be split apart, and the ashes on it will be poured out.
When King Jeroboam heard what the man of God cried out against the altar at Bethel, he stretched out his hand from the altar and said,
Seize him!
But the hand he stretched out toward the man shriveled up, so that he could not pull it back. Also, the altar was split apart, and its ashes poured out according to the sign given by the man of God, by the word of the Lord. Then the king said to the man of God,
Intercede with the Lord your God, and pray for me, that my hand may be restored.
So the man of God interceded with the Lord, and the king's hand was restored, and became
Okay,
as it was
problem
before.
solved.
The king said to the man
Why
of
do we?
God,
Why did everybody go
Come
through this?
home with me for a
What-
meal.
For what? For
and I
why?
will give you a gift.
But the man of God answered the king,
Even if you were to give me half your possessions, I would not go with you, nor would I eat bread or drink
SpongeBob
water
inside
here.
of Sandy's
For I was
dome.
commanded by the word of the Lord. You must not eat bread or drink water or return by the way you came.
So he took another road and did not return
Why?
by the way he had come to Bethel. Now there was a certain old prophet living in Bethel, whose sons came and told him all that the
certain
man
old
of God
prophet.
had done there that day. They also told their father what he had said to
This
the
one
king.
doesn't get a name?
Their father asked them,
Which way did he go?
and his sons showed him which road the man of God from Judah had taken. So he said to his sons,
Saddle the donkey for me.
and when they had saddled the donkey for him, he mounted it, and rode after the man of God.
As you do.
He found him sitting under an oak tree and asked,
Are you the man of God who came from Judah?
I am,
he replied. So the prophet said to him,
Come home with me and eat.
The man of God said,
I cannot turn back and go. With
Classic,
you, nor can I
classic
eat
being
bread
told,
or drink
don't
water
do
with
this
you
very
in this
specific
place.
thing, and then we do it.
I have been told
I
by
hope.
the word of the Lord, you must not eat bread or drink water there or return by the way you came.
The old prophet answered,
I too am a prophet, as you are. And an angel said to me,
classic, don't do this specific thing, and then we do it?
with you to your house,
Is it happening?
so that he may eat bread and drink water.
but he was lying to him. So the man of God returned with him and ate and drank.
Classic.
While they were sitting at the table, the word of the Lord came to the old prophet who had brought him back.
Classic, don't
He
do this
cried out to
very
the man of God who
particular
had come from
thing.
Judah.
This is what the Lord says. You have defied the word of the Lord, and have not kept the command the Lord your God gave you.
Bro, this
Came
shit is
back
early
and ate
Genesis
bread and
right
drank
here.
water in
We're
the place
playing the
where he
hits.
told you not to eat
Whatever
or
you
drink.
do, Eve,
Therefore,
don't fucking
your
touch
body will
that
not be
goddamn
buried
fruit.
in the tomb of your
I
ancestors.
swear to shit.
When the man of God had
if
finished
you eat the
eating
fruit,
and drinking, the prophet who had brought him back
I'm gonna
saddled his
fuck
donkey
you
for
up
him.
forever.
As he went on his way, a lion met him on the road and killed him.
Oh.
His body was left lying on the road, with both the donkey and the lion standing beside it.
Oh, okay.
Some people who passed by saw the body lying there.
He got
with the
attacked by a
standing
lion.
beside the body, and they went and reported it in the city.
What, one of
where the
those
old
Middle
prophet
Eastern
lived.
lions?
When the prophet who
By
had
the
brought
way,
him back from his journey heard of it, he said,
It is the man of God who defied the word of the Lord. The Lord has given him over to the lion, which has mauled him and killed him, as the word of the Lord had warned him.
Are lions native in
the donkey for me.
in the Middle East? Because I
Then
feel
he
like
went out and found the body lying on the road.
I don't.
with
I
the
feel like
donkey
they're
and the
probably
lion
not.
standing beside it. The lion had neither eaten the body nor mauled the donkey. So
think
the
they
prophet
were at the
picked up the
time.
body of the man of God,
What the fuck?
laid it on the donkey, and brought it back to his own city to mourn for him and bury him. Then he laid the body in his own tomb, and they mourned over him and said,
Alas, my brother,
After burying him, he said to his sons,
when I die, bury me in the grave where the man of God is buried. Lay my bones beside his bones. For the message he declared by the word of the Lord against the altar in Bethel, and against all the shrines on the high places in the towns of Samaria, will certainly come true.
Even after this, Jeroboam did not change his evil ways, but once more appointed priests for the high places from all sorts of people. Anyone who wanted to become a priest he consecrated for the high places. This was the sin of the house of Jeroboam that led to its downfall and to its destruction from the face of the earth.
What the fuck? What a guy
Chapter 14.
a guy
At that
eats
time,
a
Abijah,
damn
son of
Oreo
Jeroboam,
and
became
then
ill. And Jeroboam said to his wife,
Go disguise yourself,
and then
so you
like
won't
and
be
then
recognized as
God
the
doesn't
wife
like
of
him anymore or what? His whole
Then go to
family
Shiloh.
forever and ever.
Ahijah the prophet is there, the one who told me I would be king over this people. Take 10 loaves of bread with you, some cakes, and a jar of honey, and go to him. He will tell you
Fucking
what will
random
happen to the
encounter
boy.
lion.
So Jeroboam's wife did what he said and went to Ahijah's house in Shiloh. Now Ahijah could not see. His sight was gone because of his age. But the Lord had told Ahijah,
Jeroboam's wife is coming to ask you about her son, for he is ill, and you are to give her such and such an answer. When she arrives, she will pretend to be someone else.
So when Ahijah heard the sound of her footsteps at the door, he said,
Come in, wife of Jeroboam. Why this pretense? I have been sent to you with bad news. Go
Classic
tell
such and
Jeroboam
such.
that this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I raised you up from among the people, and appointed you
I don't know.
ruler over my people.
I felt like
Israel.
this was God
I
giving
tore
somebody
the kingdom away from the house of
like a
David and gave it to
pretty
you.
impossible task, and then punishing them for not succeeding at it.
David, who kept my
There are many such instances of
and followed me
this.
with all his heart, doing only what was
There were
right
lions in the Middle East until 1918, according to Google.
have done more evil
fuck?
than all who lived before you. You have made for yourself other gods, idols made of metal. You have aroused my anger and turned your back on me. Because of this, I am going to bring disaster on the house of Jeroboam. I will cut off from Jeroboam every last male in Israel, slave or free. I will burn up the house of Jeroboam as one burns dung until it is all gone.
Is that something that people did?
Those belonging to Jeroboam
did you burn the
who
shit?
die in the city, and the birds
Seems like they'd be kind
will
of stinky.
feed on those who die in the country. The Lord has spoken. As for you, go back home.
Explain these how to make a statue of God's image. I don't think so. I don't think they described a statue. They were describing a temple and a
All
palace,
Israel will mourn for him and
like the
bury him.
pillars.
He is the only one belonging to Jeroboam who will be buried, because he is the only one in the
What
house
else can
of
do with it? I don't know.
Jeroboam
Bury it like
in
a
whom
cat.
the Lord, the God of Israel, has found anything good. The Lord will raise up for himself a king over Israel who will cut off the family of Jeroboam. Even now this is beginning to happen. And the Lord
Many
will
people are saying
strike
this.
Israel so that it will be like a reed swaying in the water. He will uproot Israel from this good land that he gave to their ancestors and scatter them beyond the Euphrates River, because they aroused the Lord's anger by making Asherah poles. And he will give Israel up because of the sins Jeroboam has committed and has caused Israel to commit.
Then Jeroboam's wife got up and left and went to Tirzah. As soon as she stepped over the threshold of the house, the boy died.
Oh.
They buried him, and all Israel mourned for him, as the Lord had said through his servant the prophet Ahijah.
Okay.
The other events of Jeroboam's reign, his wars and how he ruled, are written in the book of the Annals of the Kings of Israel. He reigned for 22 years, and then rested with his ancestors, and Nadab his son succeeded him as king. Rehoboam, son of Solomon, was king in Judah. He was 41 years old when he became king, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city the Lord had chosen out of all the tribes of Israel in which to put his name. His mother's name was Naamah. She was an Ammonite. Judah did evil in the eyes of the Lord. By the sins they committed, they stirred up his jealous anger more than those who were before them had done. They also set up for themselves high places, sacred stones, and Asherah poles on every high hill and under every spreading tree.
If God made man and they keep fucking up,
the people engaged in
time
all
after
the
time,
detestable
generation
practices
after
of the nations
generation,
the Lord
who
had
the
driven
fuck
out
is to
before the
blame?
Israelites. In the 5th year of King Rehoboam, Shishak, king of Egypt, attacked Jerusalem. He carried off the treasures of the temple of the Lord and the treasures of the royal palace. He took everything.
It's like if I train my dog to shit on the rug and then I punish my dog for shitting on the rug, you know?
Bronze shields to replace them, and assigned these to the commanders of the guard on duty at the entrance to the royal palace. Whenever the king went to the Lord's temple, the guards bore the shields, and afterward they returned them to the guardroom. As for the other events of Rehoboam's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of the Annals of the Kings of Judah? There was continual warfare between Rehoboam and Jeroboam, and Rehoboam rested with his ancestors and was buried with them in the city of David. His mother's name was Naamah. She was an Ammonite, and Abijah his son succeeded him as king.
We literally repeated that 4 chapters
Chapter
later.
15.
4 paragraphs later.
In the 18th year of the reign of Jeroboam son of Nebat, Abijah became king of Judah, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 years. His mother's name was Maacah, daughter of
Oh man, yeah, these guys aren't important, so let's just rattle it off. They don't have any fun stories.
Fully devoted
Go
to
next.
The Lord his God, as the heart of David his forefather had been. Nevertheless, for David's sake, the Lord his God gave him a lamp in Jerusalem by raising up a son to succeed him.
He committed all
and by
the sins of
making
his
Jerusalem
father.
Strong. For David had done what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and had not failed to keep any of the Lord's commands all the days of his life, except in the case of Uriah the Hittite. There was war between Abijah and Jeroboam throughout Abijah's lifetime. As for the other events of Abijah's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of the Annals of the Kings of Judah? There was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. And Abijah rested with his ancestors, and was buried in the city of David. And Asa his son succeeded him as king. In the 20th year of Jeroboam,
is it time for time skip? Is that what we're doing?
King of Judah, and he reigned in Jerusalem 41 years. His grandmother's name was Maacah, daughter of Abishalom. Asa did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as his father David had done. He expelled the male shrine prostitutes from the land, and got
no
rid of
male
all the
prostitutes,
idols his ancestors
only
had
female
made.
prostitutes.
He even deposed his grandmother Maacah from her position as queen mother, because she had made a repulsive image for the worship of Asherah. Asa cut it down and burned it in the Kidron Valley. Although he did not remove the high places, Asa's heart was fully committed to the Lord all his life. He brought into the temple of the Lord the silver and gold, and the articles that he and his father had dedicated.
I
There
don't
was war
know.
between Asa and Baasha, king of Israel, throughout their reigns. Baasha, king of Israel, went up against Judah and fortified Ramah to prevent anyone from leaving or entering the territory of Asa, king of Judah. Asa then took all the silver and gold that was left in the treasuries of the Lord's temple and of his own palace. He entrusted it to his officials and sent them to Ben-Hadad, son of Tabrimmon, the son of Hezion, the king of Aram, who was ruling in Damascus.
"Let there be a treaty between me and you,"
he said,
"as there was between my father and your father. See, I am sending you a gift of silver and gold. Now break your treaty with Baasha, king of Israel, so he will withdraw from me."
Ben-Hadad agreed with King Asa and sent the commanders of his forces against the towns of Israel. He conquered Ijon, Dan, Abel-Beth-Maacah, and all Kinnereth, in addition to Naphtali. When Baasha heard this, he stopped building Ramah and withdrew to Tirzah. Then King Asa issued an order to all Judah. No one was exempt, and they carried away from Ramah the stones and timber Baasha had been using there. With them, King Asa built up Geba in Benjamin, and also Mizpah.
I'll
As
remember
for
all
the other
this.
events of Asa's reign, all his achievements, all he did, and the cities he built, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Judah? In his old age, however, his feet became diseased. Then Asa rested with his ancestors, and was buried with them in the city of his father David. And Jehoshaphat his son succeeded him as king. Nadab, son of Jeroboam, became king of Israel in the 2nd year of Asa, king of Judah, and he reigned over Israel 2 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, following the ways of his father, and committing the same sin his father had caused Israel to commit. Baasha, son of Ahijah, from the tribe of Issachar, plotted against him.
Best part is we don't have the books of the annals of the kings of Judah anymore.
While Nadab
we'll literally never know the answer to that question. Yeah.
Baasha killed Nadab in the 3rd year of Asa.
I don't know. Go read this other fucking book that doesn't exist.
As soon as he began to reign, he killed Jeroboam's whole family. He did not leave Jeroboam anyone that breathed, but destroyed them all, according to the word of the Lord given through his servant Ahijah the Shilonite.
And that's a good thing.
This happened because of the sins Jeroboam had committed and had caused Israel to commit, and because he aroused the anger of the Lord, the God of Israel.
Sure.
As for the other events of Nadab's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Israel? There was war between Asa and Baasha, king of Israel, throughout their
And the other stuff is we don't care.
Asa, king of Judah, Baasha, son of Ahijah, became king of all Israel in Tirzah.
The Library of Alexandria. Is that where it would have been?
He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, following the ways of Jeroboam, and committing the same sin Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit.
Arby thanks for the prime.
Chapter 16. Then the word of the Lord came to Jehu, son of Hanani, concerning Baasha.
I lifted you up from the dust, and appointed you ruler over my people Israel. But you followed the ways of Jeroboam, and caused
Who's the main character now?
Israel to sin, and to arouse my anger.
No, never mind. We still got to rattle off some more kings.
So I am about to wipe out Baasha and his house, and I will make your house like that of Jeroboam, son of Nebat. Dogs will eat those belonging to Baasha who die in the city, and birds will feed on those who die in the country.
Okay.
As for the other events of Baasha's reign, what he did and his achievements, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Israel? Baasha rested with his
I don't know, are they?
And was buried in Tirzah, and Elah his son succeeded him as king. Moreover, the word of the Lord came through the prophet Jehu, son of Hanani, to Baasha and his house, because of all the evil he had done in the eyes of the Lord, arousing his anger by the things
he did. How many kings were active in the region at any one time?
Because he destroyed it. In the 26th year of Asa king of Judah, Elah son of Baasha became king of Israel, and he reigned in Tirzah 2 years. Zimri, one of his officials, who had command of half his chariots,
damn.
plotted against him.
Oh,
Elah
it's
was
kings,
in Tirzah
all right.
at the time, getting drunk in the home of Arza,
Let's
the
go.
palace administrator at Tirzah. Zimri came in, struck him down, and killed him in the 27th year of Asa, king of Judah.
Bro, nothing
Then he
happens.
succeeded
Nothing
him
good
as
happens
king.
to drunk people.
As soon as he began to reign and was seated on the throne,
So,
he
sometimes
killed off
you
Baasha's
get
whole family.
like raped by your
He
two
did not
daughters.
spare a single male,
You know,
whether
you get
relative
killed.
or friend. So Zimri destroyed the whole family of Baasha in accordance with the word
Just
of the
all
Lord
fucked
spoken
up,
against
top to
Baasha
bottom.
through the prophet Jehu, because of all the sins Baasha and his son Elah had committed and had caused Israel to commit, so that they aroused the anger of the Lord, the God of
Nothing
Israel.
good ever
by their
happens whenever you
worthless
drink in the
idols.
Bible.
As for the other events of Elah's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Israel? In the 27th year of Asa, king of Judah,
The phrasing is
Zimri
so
reigned
funny.
in Tirzah 7 days.
As
The
for the
army
other
was
stuff,
encamped
I don't
near
know.
Gibbethon, a Philistine town.
You tell
When
me.
the Israelites in the camp heard that Zimri had plotted against the king and murdered him, they proclaimed Omri, the commander of the army, king over Israel that very day there in the camp. Then Omri and all the Israelites with him withdrew from Gibbethon and lay siege to Tirzah. When Zimri saw that the city was taken, he went into the citadel of the royal palace and set the palace on fire around him. So he died, because of the sins he had committed, doing evil in the eyes of the Lord, and following the ways of Jeroboam, and committing the same sin Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit.
It just
As
keeps
for the other events of
happening.
Zimri's reign, and the rebellion he carried out, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Israel? Then the people of Israel were split into two factions. Half supported Tibni, son of Ginath, for king, and the other half supported Omri. But Omri's followers proved stronger than those of Tibni, son of Ginath. So Tibni died, and Omri became king. In the 31st year of Asa, king of Judah, Omri became king of Israel, and he reigned 12 years, 6 of them in Tirzah. He bought the hill of Samaria from Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and built a city on the hill, calling it Samaria, after Shemer, the name of the former owner of the hill. But Omri did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and sinned more than all those before him. He followed completely the ways of Jeroboam son of Nebat, committing the same sin Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit, so that they aroused the anger of the Lord, the God of Israel, by their worthless idols.
Was that added at the
As
bottom?
for the other events of Omri's reign,
Sin
what
Bibles.
he did and the things he achieved,
The most
are
dangerous
they not
places
written
to
in the
be a
book of the annals
believer.
of the
Give
kings
now.
of Israel? Omri rested with
fuck
his
does that
ancestors
mean?
and was buried in Samaria, and Ahab his son succeeded him as king. In the 38th year of Asa king of Judah, Ahab son of Omri became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria over Israel 22 years. Ahab son of Omri did more evil in the eyes of the Lord than any of those before him. He not only considered it trivial to commit the sins of Jeroboam son of Nebat, but he also married Jezebel, daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Sidonians,
Jezebel.
and began to serve Baal and worship him. He set up an altar for Baal in the temple of Baal that he built in Samaria. Ahab also made an Asherah pole, and did more to arouse the anger of the Lord, the God of Israel, than did all the kings of Israel before him. In Ahab's time, Hiel of Bethel rebuilt Jericho. He laid its foundations at the cost of his firstborn son Abiram, and he set up its gates at the cost of his youngest son Segub, in accordance with the word of the Lord spoken by Joshua son of Nun.
Sure.
Chapter 17. Now Elijah the Tishbite from Tishbe in Gilead said to Ahab,
As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, whom I serve, there will be neither dew nor rain in the next few years except at my word.
I curse
Then the word
you
of the Lord came to Elijah.
to drought.
Leave
Blah.
there, turn eastward, and hide in the Kerith ravine, east of the Jordan. You will drink from the brook, and I have directed the ravens to supply you with food there.
So he did what the Lord had told him. He went to the Kerith ravine,
Get the supply
east
package
of
from the
Jordan,
ravens?
and stayed there. The ravens brought him bread and meat in the morning, and bread and meat in the evening, and he drank from the brook. Some time later the brook dried up, because there had been no rain in the land. Then the word of the Lord came to him.
Go at once to Zarephath, in the region of Sidon, and stay there. I have directed a widow there to supply you with food.
So he went to Zarephath.
A widow.
When he came to the town gate,
Do we
a widow was
know how
there
to spot the
gathering
difference
sticks.
between a widow
He
and
called to her and
a
asked,
woman?
Would you bring me a little water in a jar so I may have a drink?
As she was going to get it, he called,
And bring me, please, a piece of bread.
As surely as the Lord your God lives,
she replied.
Bro, they're on a high-carb diet here in the Bible. All they eat is bread.
Flour in a jar and a little olive oil in a jug. I am gathering a few sticks to take home and make a meal for myself and my son.
Yeah, it's the olive oil flour sticks meal.
And die.
Elijah said to her,
Don't be afraid. Go home and do as you have said. But first make a small loaf of bread for me from what you have and bring it to me. And then make something for yourself and your son. For this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. The jar of flour will not be used up, and the jug of oil will not run dry until the day the Lord sends rain on the land.
She went away and did as Elijah had told her. So there was food every day for Elijah and for the woman and her family. For the jar of flour was not used up, and the jug of oil did not run dry, in keeping with the word of the Lord spoken by Elijah. Some time later, the son of the woman who owned the house became ill. He grew worse, and finally stopped breathing. She said to Elijah,
What do you have against me, man of God? Did you come to remind me of my sin and kill my son?
Give me your son,
Elijah replied. He took him from her arms, carried him to the upper room where he was staying, and laid him on his bed. Then he cried out to the Lord,
Lord my God, have you brought tragedy even on this widow I am staying with by causing her son to die?
Then he stretched himself out on the boy 3 times and cried out to the Lord,
Lord my God, let this boy's life return to him.
The Lord heard Elijah's cry, and the boy's life returned to him, and he lived.
He did what?
Elijah picked up the child and carried him down from the room into the house. He gave him to his mother and said,
Look, your son is alive.
Then the woman said to Elijah,
Now I know that you are a man of God, and that the word of the Lord from your mouth is the truth.
Chapter 18. After a long time, in the third
new
year,
main character,
the
I
word
guess.
of the Lord came to Elijah.
Go and present yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain on the land.
So Elijah went to present himself to Ahab. Now the famine was severe in Samaria, and Ahab had summoned Obadiah, his palace administrator.
Yeah, it's just CPR.
Obadiah was a devout believer in the Lord. While Jezebel was killing off the Lord's prophets, Obadiah had taken 100 prophets and hidden them in 2 caves.
100 prophets?
And had supplied them with food.
How many prophets are there?
Ahab had said to Obadiah,
Go through the land to all the springs and valleys. Maybe we can find some grass to keep the horses and mules alive, so we will not have to kill any of our animals.
So they divided the land they were to cover, Ahab going in one direction and Obadiah in another. As Obadiah was walking along, Elijah met him. Obadiah recognized him, bowed down to the ground, and said,
Is it really you, my lord Elijah?
Yes,
my lord.
Go tell your master, Elijah is here.
What have I done wrong?
Asked Obadiah.
That you are handing your servant over to Ahab to be put to death. As surely as the Lord your God lives, there is not a nation or kingdom where my master has not sent someone to look for you. And whenever a nation or kingdom claimed you were not there, he made them swear they could not find you. But now you tell me to go to my master and say Elijah is here. I don't know where the Spirit of the Lord may carry you when I leave you. If I go and tell Ahab and he doesn't find you, he will kill me. Yet I, your servant, have worshipped the Lord since my youth. Haven't you heard, my lord, what I did while Jezebel was killing the prophets of the Lord? I hid 100 of the Lord's prophets in 2 caves, 50 in each, and supplied them with food and water. And now you tell me to go to my master and say, Elijah is here. He will kill me.
Recapping
Elijah
events,
said,
As the Lord Almighty lives, whom I serve, I will surely present myself to Ahab today.
So Obadiah went to meet Ahab and told him. And Ahab went to meet Elijah. When he saw Elijah, he said to him,
Is that you, you troubler of Israel?
I have not made trouble for Israel,
Elijah replied.
But you and your father's family have. You have abandoned the Lord's commands and have followed the Baals. Now, summon the people from all over Israel to meet me on Mount Carmel, and bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table.
So Ahab sent word throughout all Israel and assembled the prophets on Mount Carmel. Elijah went before the people and said,
How long will you waver between 2 opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him.
But the people said nothing. Then Elijah said to them,
I am the only one of the Lord's prophets left, but Baal has 450 prophets. Get 2 bulls for
Dance off?
Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves, and let them cut it into pieces, and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. I will prepare the other bull, and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it.
Okay.
Then you call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord, the God who answers by fire. He is God.
This is a stupid-ass test.
What you say is good.
Elijah said to the prophets of Baal,
Choose one of the bulls and prepare it first.
New Guardian,
since
thanks
there
for tier
are
1.
so many of you.
I've been here a while, but
call on the
always
name
glad
of
to return
your
to the
God,
Bible.
but do not light the fire.
So they took the bull given
Yeah,
them
it's a.
Then they
not
called
only
on
is
the
it an
name of
awful
Baal
book
from
from like a
morning till
cultural
noon.
standpoint, it's also boring.
Answer us!
They shouted, but there was no response. No one answered. And they danced around the altar they had made. At noon,
poorly written.
Elijah began to taunt them.
No pace.
Shout louder,
he said.
Surely he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or traveling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened.
So they shouted louder and slashed themselves with swords and spears, as was their custom, until their blood flowed. Midday passed, and they continued their frantic prophesying until the time for the evening sacrifice. But there was no response. No one answered. No one paid attention. Then Elijah said to all the people,
Come here to me.
They came to him, and he repaired the altar of the Lord, which had been torn down. Elijah took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes descended from Jacob, to whom the word of the Lord had come, saying,
Your name shall be Israel.
With the stones he built an altar in the name of the Lord, and he dug a trench around it large enough to hold 2 seahs of seed. He arranged the wood, cut the bull into pieces, and laid it on the wood. Then he said to them,
Fill 4 large jars with water, and pour it on the offering and on the wood. Do it again,
he said, and they did it again.
Do it a third time,
he ordered, and they did it the 3rd time. The water ran down around the altar and even filled the trench. At the time of sacrifice, the prophet Elijah stepped forward and prayed,
Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord. Answer me so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again.
Then the fire of the Lord fell and burned up the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and the soil, and also licked up the water in the trench. When all the people saw this, they fell prostrate and cried,
The Lord!
And then everybody started crying.
The Lord! He is God!
Then Elijah commanded them,
Seize the prophets of Baal! Don't let anyone get away!
They seized them, and Elijah had them brought down to the Kishon Valley and slaughtered there. And Elijah said to Ahab,
Go, eat and drink, for there is the sound of a heavy rain.
So Ahab went off to eat and drink. But Elijah climbed to the top of Carmel, bent down to the ground, and put his face between his knees.
Go and look toward the sea,
he told his servant. And he went up and looked.
There is nothing there,
he said. 7 times Elijah said,
Go back.
The 7th time the servant reported,
A cloud is
Yeah, then after we won, we fucking killed all of them. Ah ha 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 ha.
So Elijah said,
Go and tell Ahab, hitch up your chariot,
then we killed all of them
before the rain stops you.
Meanwhile,
like,
the
see,
sky grew
I told
black
you
with
guys,
clouds.
like,
the wind rose. A heavy rain started.
I like how
falling,
we agreed to like this
Ahab
gentleman
rode off to
competition of
Jezreel.
like seeing whose
The power of
fucking
the Lord
altar
came
lit on
Elijah,
fire
and,
first.
Tucking his cloak into his belt, he ran ahead of Ahab all the way to Jezreel. Chapter 19.
And then after we won, we're
Now
like,
Ahab
up,
told
we win.
Jezebel
That means
everything
you die.
Elijah had done, and how he had killed all the prophets with the sword. So Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah to say,
May the gods deal with me, be it ever so severely, if by this time tomorrow I do not make your life like that of one of them.
Elijah was afraid and ran for his life. When he came to Beersheba in Judah, he left his servant there, while he himself went a day's journey into the wilderness. He came to a broom bush, sat down under it, and prayed that he might die.
I have had enough, Lord,
he said.
Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors.
Then he lay down under the bush and fell asleep. All at once an angel touched him and said,
"Get up and eat."
He looked around, and there by his head was some bread baked over hot coals, and a jar of
like,
water. He ate and drank.
Obviously,
and
you and I
down.
know what an angel is.
The angel of the Lord came back a second time and touched him. And said,
reading the Bible to this point, I don't like. If I only know the Bible,
so he got up.
I don't know what the fucking
drank.
angel is.
Strengthened by that food, he traveled 40 days and 40 nights.
If this is my first
until he reached
experience
Horeb,
into
the mountain of God.
into
There
this
he went into
religion,
a cave and
they keep talking about
And the word of the
angels,
Lord
but I
came
don't
to
know what the
him.
fucking angel
What are you
is.
doing here, Elijah?
He replied,
I have been
Servant
very
of God?
jealous
Well, how is
for
an
the Lord
angel
God
any
Almighty.
different than
The Israelites have rejected
Moses?
your
Is
covenant,
Moses an
torn
angel?
down your altars,
Is Moses
and
not a
put your
servant of
prophets
God?
to death with the sword. I am the only one left.
Or Israel,
and now
or
they're
Abraham,
trying
or
to
any
kill
of the
me
other
too.
fucking characters from the
Lord
Bible?
said,
"Go out and stand on the mountain
I don't know what an angel
in the presence
is.
of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by."
Then a great and powerful wind tore the mountains apart and shattered the rocks before the Lord.
Oh, okay.
But the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind there was an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake came a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And
Prophets
after the
of
fire
God.
came a
Well, we've
gentle
also discussed prophets.
When Elijah heard it, he pulled his cloak
To this
over his
point,
face
constantly.
and went out and stood at the mouth of the cave. Then a voice said to him,
"What are you doing here, Elijah?"
He replied,
I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too.
The Lord said to him,
"Go back the way you came, and go to the desert of Damascus. When you get there, anoint Hazael king over Aram. Also anoint Jehu son of Nimshi king over Israel, and anoint Elisha son of Shaphat from Abel Maholah to succeed you as prophet. Jehu will put to death any who escape the sword of Hazael, and Elisha will put to death any who escape the sword of Jehu.
Well, what about those who escaped the sword of Elisha?
7,000 in Israel, all whose knees have not bowed down to Baal, and whose mouths have not kissed him."
So Elijah went from there and found Elisha, son of Shaphat. He was plowing with 12 yoke of oxen, and he himself was driving the 12th pair. Elijah went up to him and threw his cloak around him. Elisha then left his oxen and ran after
This version
Elijah.
says, "God is talking
Let
to
me
Judaism."
kiss my
Usually
father
says
and
it's an
mother
angel
goodbye,
speaking
he
for
said,
God.
and then I will come with you.
Go back,
Elijah replied.
What have I
The
done
Jewish
to
Bible
you?
differentiates
So
between
Elisha left
angels
him
and
went back.
heavenly beings.
He took his yoke of oxen and slaughtered them. He burned the plowing equipment to cook the meat, and gave it to the people, and they ate. Then he set out to follow Elijah and became his servant. Chapter 20. Now Ben-Hadad, king
Menacing
of
music.
Aram, mustered his entire army. Accompanied by 32 kings with their horses and chariots, he went up and besieged Samaria and attacked it. He sent messengers into the city to Ahab, king of Israel, saying,
This is what Ben-Hadad says. Your silver and gold are mine, and the best of your wives and children are mine.
The king of Israel answered,
Just as you say, my lord the king, I and all I have are yours.
The messengers came again and said,
This is what Ben-Hadad says.
Ben-Hadad.
I sent to demand your silver and gold, your wives and your children. But about this time tomorrow, I'm going to send my officials to search your palace and the houses of your officials. They will seize everything you value and carry it away.
The king of Israel summoned all the elders of the land and said to them,
See how this man is looking for trouble? When he sent for my wives and my children, my silver and my gold,
You're being
I did
audited.
not refuse him.
The elders and the
If
people
you don't
all
pay your
answered,
taxes,
Don't
the
listen to
IRS
him
fucks your
or agree
bitch.
to his demands.
So he replied to Ben-Hadad's messengers,
Tell my lord the king, your servant will do all you demanded the first time, but this demand I cannot
A biblically
They
accurate
left and took the
punishment
answer back to Ben-Hadad.
of getting your bitch
Then
fucked.
Ben-Hadad sent another message to Ahab.
May the gods deal with me, be it ever so severely, if enough dust remains in Samaria to give each of my men a handful.
The king of Israel answered,
Tell him, one who puts on his armor should not boast like one who takes it off.
Ben-Hadad heard this message while he and the kings were drinking in their tents, and he ordered his men,
Prepare to attack.
So they prepared to attack the city. Meanwhile, a prophet came to Ahab, king of Israel, and announced,
"This is what the Lord says. Do you see this vast army? I will give it into your hand today, and then you will know that I am the Lord."
"But who will do this?"
asked Ahab. The prophet replied,
"Who among us?"
This is what the Lord says. "The junior officers under the provincial commanders will do it."
"And who will start the battle?"
he asked. The prophet answered,
"You will."
So Ahab summoned the 232 junior officers under the provincial commanders. Then he assembled the rest of the Israelites, 7,000 in all. They set out at noon.
7,000? What happened to our, like, 100,000 something army?
Were in their tents getting drunk. The junior officers under the provincial
Bad
commanders
news.
went out first.
Don't get drunk.
Ben-Hadad had dispatched scouts who reported,
"Men are advancing from Samaria."
He said,
"If they have come out for peace, take them alive. If they have come out for war, take them alive."
The junior officers under the provincial commanders marched out of the city with the army behind them, and each one struck down his opponent. At that, the Arameans fled, with the Israelites in pursuit. But Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, escaped on horseback with some of his horsemen. The king of Israel advanced and overpowered the horses and chariots, and inflicted heavy losses on the Arameans.
Why does it matter their intentions
Afterward,
then? Yeah, I don't
the
know.
prophet came to the king of Israel and said,
"Strengthen your position and see what must be done, because next spring the king of Aram will attack you again."
Meanwhile, the officials of the king of Aram advised him,
"Their gods are gods of the hills. That is why they were too strong for us. But if we fight them on the plains, surely we will be stronger than they. Do this. Remove all the kings from their commands and replace them with other officers. You must also raise an army like the one you lost, horse for horse and chariot for chariot, so we can fight Israel on the plains. Then surely we will be stronger than they."
He agreed with him and acted accordingly.
He said bet.
The next spring, Ben-Hadad mustered the Arameans.
Coney, raiding with a party of 939.
And the Israelites were also mustered and given provisions. They marched
Hello,
out
Coney
to
Raid. Welcome to the
Israelites
Holy
camped
Bible.
opposite them like two small flocks of goats.
Have any of you done your studies lately?
The countryside. The man of God came up and told the king of Israel,
"This is what the Lord says."
We're reading
Arameans
First Kings.
think the Lord is a god of
currently.
the hills and not a god of the valleys. I will deliver this vast army into your hands.
We're doing a little bit of war,
I am the Lord.
Which has been the whole Bible to this point. All they do is war. They just fight and kill and pillage and conquer. That's the
100,000 casualties.
If you want my notes, you can see the link in the chat. I've been taking notes the whole time.
Where the wall collapsed on 27,000 of them, and Ben-Hadad fled to the city and hid in an inner room. His officials said to him,
"Look, we have heard that the kings of Israel are merciful.
And
we
can't stop doing war, and we're doing imperialism. We take hundreds of wives and have hundreds of children."
Around their heads, they went to the king of Israel and said,
"Your servant Ben-Hadad says, 'Please let me live.'"
The king answered,
"Is he still alive? He is my brother."
It's just crazy. There's slavery.
Yes, your brother Ben-Hadad.
Women are objects. It's every gamer's dream.
Said. When Ben-Hadad came out, Ahab had him come up into his chariot.
"I will return the cities my father took from your father,"
Ben-Hadad offered.
"You may set up your own market areas in Damascus, as my father did in Samaria."
Ahab
This
said,
book seems fucked up. Oh, I've not even read you the worst of it. There's been some demonstrably fucked up things.
By the word of the Lord, one of the company of the prophets said to his companion,
"Strike me with your weapon."
But he refused. So the prophet said,
"Because you have not obeyed the Lord, as soon as you leave me, a lion will kill you."
And after the man went away, a lion found him and killed him. The prophet found another man and said,
"Strike me,
lions keep killing people."
So the man struck him and wounded him. Then the prophet went and stood by the road waiting for the king.
Why do we keep getting attacked by lions?
With his headband down over his eyes. As the king passed by, the prophet called out to him.
This is like the third time that we just get killed by a random lion
in
the Middle East.
Came to me with a captive and said, "Guard this man. If he is missing, it will be your life for his life, or you must pay a talent of silver." While your servant was busy here and there, the man disappeared.
That is your sentence.
The king of Israel
People
said.
keep getting attacked by random lions.
Then the prophet quickly removed the headband from his eyes. And
is there a raid I missed? Yeah, a Coney raid.
The prophets. He said to the king,
"This is what the Lord says. You have set free a man
Did Coney have any idea
Therefore,
that I was reading the Bible before he raided?
Your people
I have a
for
feeling
his
the answer is
people.
no.
Sullen and angry, the king of Israel went to his palace in Samaria.
He was told.
Chapter 21. Some time later, there was an incident involving a vineyard belonging to Naboth the Jezreelite. The vineyard was in Jezreel, close to the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria. Ahab said to Naboth,
"Let me have your vineyard to use."
Yeah, I've done this. So we're on First Kings. We started at Genesis 1:1. So we've read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've read 10 books of the Bible so far,
but Naboth
and we have a lot more to go.
That I should give you the inheritance of my ancestors.
So Ahab went home.
It's probably been like maybe like a 30-hour commitment to this point to read this much.
My ancestors.
He lay on his bed sulking and refused to eat. His wife Jezebel came in and asked him,
"Why are you so sullen? Why won't you eat?"
He answered her,
"Because I said to Naboth
the
Jezreelite,
I think it's been like
sell me your vineyard.
Maybe like
Or if
6
you
different
prefer,
live streams.
I will give you
There's been a big
vineyard
break.
in its place." But he said, "I will not give you my vineyard."
Jezebel, his wife, said,
"Is this how you act as king over Israel? Get up and eat. Cheer up. I'll get you the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite."
So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, placed his seal on
5-hour stream, and this is the second book of this stream.
Who lived in Naboth's city.
Yes.
In those letters she wrote,
"Proclaim a day of fasting and seat Naboth in a prominent place among the people. But seat 2 scoundrels opposite him and have them bring charges that he has cursed both God and the king. Then take him out and stone him to death."
So the elders and nobles who lived in Naboth's city did
highlighted today, David. You guys know David from David and Goliath. Yeah, he's like a king guy. And he sees this smoking hot babe taking a bath, and he says, "I want that." But it turns out she's married or whatever, and he's the king. So he has the husband sent out onto the front lines to die, so that way she's widowed, and he can take that for himself.
As soon as Jezebel heard,
and God didn't like that, so as punishment, God took all of David's many wives, because we're still at the section where you have many wives. And it has all of the wives leave David and then marry his friends and get fucked in public.
To Elijah the Tishbite.
Go down to
like
meet
in broad daylight, as it's quoted. That's his punishment.
He is now
which doesn't sound like punishment to him. It sounds like punishment for all of his wives, in my opinion. But that's God's punishment.
This is what the Lord says. Have you not murdered a man and seized his property? Then say to him, this is
God
what the Lord
fucking
says.
loves collective
In the place
punishment.
where dogs licked up Naboth's blood,
whenever one person
dogs
does
will
something
lick up
wrong,
your
everyone gets
blood.
punished.
Yes, yours.
Ahab said to Elijah,
"So you have found me, my enemy."
"I have found you,"
he answered,
"because you have sold yourself to do evil in the eyes of the Lord. He says, I am going to bring disaster on you. I will wipe out your descendants
that's
and
the thing
cut
I said.
off from Ahab every last male in Israel, slave or free. I will make your house like that of Jeroboam,
I will
son
wipe out
of
all your
Nebat,
descendants.
and that of Baasha, son of Ahijah, because you have aroused my anger
God
and have
loves
caused Israel
collective
to
punishment.
sin. And also concerning Jezebel, the Lord says, dogs will devour Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. Dogs will
made
eat
all of
those
Israel hate the house of
belonging to
David
Ahab
forever.
who die
Yeah,
in the
we're
city,
setting up
and
the cop-out
birds
answer
will
for whenever we
feed on
kill
those who
Jesus.
die in the country.
Spoilers.
There was never anyone like Ahab who sold himself to do evil in the eyes of the Lord.
Or maybe
urged on
not,
by
I don't know.
Jezebel, his wife. He behaved in the vilest manner by going after idols, like the Amorites the Lord drove out before Israel. When Ahab heard these words, he tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and fasted. He lay in sackcloth and went around meekly. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite.
Have you noticed how Ahab has humbled himself before me? Because he has humbled himself, I will not bring this disaster in his day.
Anyways, at this point in the Bible, we're still like, we're like sacrificing cattle, like burning them and
Chapter
shit.
22. For 3 years,
we're still doing a bunch of stuff that like absolutely nobody does today.
But in the 3rd year, Jehoshaphat,
giving up burnt offerings.
The king of Israel. The king of Israel had said to his officials,
"Who is Jesus?" Yeah, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. Jesus is not canonical.
We are doing nothing to retake it from
as of this point in the Bible.
So he asked Jehoshaphat,
"Will you go with me to fight against Ramoth-Gilead?"
Jehoshaphat replied to the king of Israel,
first time I've heard this since I left Christianity.
My people
what, the Bible,
your people.
Or
my horses as your horses.
But
you're doing the New Testament
after Israel.
Dog, I'm reading the Bible.
The counsel of the Lord.
Yeah.
So the king of Israel brought together
Also, I'm pretty sure
prophets,
Jesus is more than 10 books away.
And asked them,
"Shall I go to war against Ramoth-Gilead,
1, 2, 3,
or shall I
4,
refrain?"
5, 6, 7,
Go,
8, 9, 10, 11.
For the Lord will give it
12,
into the king's
13, 14,
hand.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
Is there
21,
no
22,
longer a
23,
prophet
24,
of the Lord here
25,
whom
26,
we can
27,
inquire
28.
of?
The king of Israel answered
yeah,
Jehoshaphat,
28 books.
There is still
I'm pretty
one
sure
prophet
Jesus
through
is
whom we
born
can
in
inquire
Matthew.
of the Lord, but I hate him because he never prophesies anything good about me, but always bad. He is Micaiah, son of Imlah.
The king should not
Micaiah
say such
from
a thing.
Fire Emblem.
Jehoshaphat replied. So the king of Israel called one of his officials and said,
"Bring Micaiah, son of Imlah, at once."
Dressed in their royal robes, the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, were sitting on their thrones at the threshing floor by the entrance of the gate of Samaria, with all the prophets prophesying before them.
The prophets prophesy,
now Zedekiah,
as
son
they
of
do.
Kenana, had made iron horns, and he declared,
"This is what the Lord says. With these you
Bible
will gore the Arameans until
I was
they
talking
are
about Apocrypha
destroyed."
earlier.
All the other prophets were prophesying the same thing.
Attack Ramoth-Gilead and be victorious.
At some point?
For the Lord will give it into the king's hand.
The messenger who had gone to summon Micaiah said to him,
"Look, the other prophets, without exception, are predicting success for the king. Let your word agree with theirs, and speak favorably."
But Micaiah said,
"As surely as the Lord lives, I can tell
play
him
Path
only
Radiance
what
for
the
reading
Lord
on.
tells me."
I played like the
When he arrived,
first
the king asked
12
him,
chapters of
"Micaiah,
Path Radiance, and
shall we go
got
to
kind of
war
bored.
against Ramoth-Gilead or not?"
"Attack and be victorious,"
he answered.
"for the Lord will give it into the king's hand."
The king said to him,
"How many times must I make you swear to tell me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord?"
Then Micaiah answered,
"I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep without a shepherd. And the Lord said, 'These people have no master. Let each one go home in peace.'"
The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat,
"Didn't I tell you that he never prophesies anything good about me, but only bad?"
Micaiah continued,
Why doesn't he give me any good
"Therefore
prophecies?
hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne with all the multitudes of heaven standing around him on his right and on his left. And the Lord said, 'Who will entice Ahab into attacking Ramoth-Gilead and going to his death there?' One suggested this, and another that. Finally, a spirit came forward, stood before the Lord and said, 'I will entice him.' 'By what means?' the Lord asked. 'I will go out and be a deceiving spirit in the mouths of all his prophets,' he said. 'You will succeed in enticing him,' said the Lord. 'Go and do it.' So now the Lord has put a deceiving spirit in the mouths of all these prophets of yours. The Lord has decreed disaster for you."
Then Zedekiah, son of Kenana, went up and slapped Micaiah in the face.
"Which way did the Spirit from the Lord go when he went from me to speak to you?"
he asked. Micaiah replied,
"You will find out on the day you go to hide in an inner room."
The king of Israel then ordered,
"Take Micaiah and send him back to Ammon, the ruler of the city, and to Joash, the king's son, and say, 'This is what the king says. Put this fellow in prison and give him nothing but bread and water until I return safely.'"
Micaiah declared,
"If you ever return safely, the Lord has not spoken through me."
Then he added,
"Mark my words, all you people."
So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah,
I wonder what's going to happen.
Gilead. The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat,
"I will enter the battle in disguise, but you wear your royal robes."
So the king of Israel disguised himself and went into battle. Now the king of Aram had ordered his 32 chariot commanders,
"Do not fight with anyone, small or great, except the king of Israel.
That's
when the chariot commander
kind of an impossible task, I feel.
Surely this is the king of Israel.
So they turned to attack him. But when Jehoshaphat cried out, the chariot commander saw that he was not the king of Israel and stopped pursuing him. But someone drew his bow at random and hit the king of Israel between the sections of his armor.
Oh.
The king told his
never
chariot
lucky.
driver,
"Wheel around and get me out of the fighting. I've been wounded."
Stray arrow. Oops.
Raged, and the king was propped up in his chariot facing the Arameans. The blood from his wound ran onto the floor of the chariot, and that evening he died.
Okay,
As the sun was setting, a cry spread through the army.
Every man to his town! Every man to his land!
So the king died and was brought to Samaria, and they buried him there.
And he died, LOL.
At a pool in Samaria, where the prostitutes bathed, and the dogs licked up his blood, as the word of the Lord had declared. As for the other events of Ahab's reign, including all he did, the palace he built and adorned with ivory,
parenthetical, where the prostitutes bathed,
are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Israel? Ahab rested with his ancestors, and Ahaziah his
if you want to learn about the other
succeeded
shit, go read this other book that doesn't exist, asshole.
Jehoshaphat, son of Asa, became king of Judah in the 4th year of Ahab, king of Israel. Jehoshaphat
if you want the rest of it, go read a different book.
King, and he reigned in Jerusalem 25 years. His mother's name was
Isn't it crazy that
Azubah,
prostitutes were
daughter
just
of
in the
Shilha.
Bible?
In
Yeah,
everything,
so were
he followed the ways
slaves.
of his father Asa, and did not
But also,
stray from them.
the term
He did what was
wife
right in
is
the eyes
used
of the
very
Lord.
loosely.
The high places, however, were not removed.
Like every
and
main
people
character of the
continued to
Bible
offer
has
sacrifices
multiple
and burn incense
wives.
there. Jehoshaphat
And they have
was
not
also at peace
they
with
have
the
not
king of Israel.
defined what marriage
As for
is
the other events
or
of
what a
Jehoshaphat's
wife
reign,
means.
the things he achieved and his military exploits.
Does that book
are they
exist
not
current
written
day?
in the book of the annals of the kings
No.
of Judah?
No, it doesn't.
He rid the land of the rest of the male shrine prostitutes who remained there even after the reign
Nope.
of his father Asa. There was then no king in Edom, a provincial governor ruled. Now Jehoshaphat built a fleet of trading ships to go to Ophir for gold, but they never set sail.
Also,
They
you
were
can marry
wrecked
your
at Ezion
siblings.
Geber.
Yes, this is true.
At that time,
Plenty of incest
Ahaziah,
has
son
happened.
of Ahab, said to Jehoshaphat,
"Let my men sail with yours."
but Jehoshaphat refused. Then Jehoshaphat rested with his ancestors, and was buried
For those
with
of you
them
coming in
the
from the
city of
Coney
David
stream
his
that are
father.
still here,
And Jehoram his son succeeded
King
him as
Solomon. You guys know Solomon? Does that
Ahaziah,
name
son of
sound
Ahab,
familiar?
became king
Solomon
of
from the
Israel in
Bible.
Samaria
That
in
guy
the
had
17th year of
700
Jehoshaphat,
wives
king
and
of Judah.
300
And he reigned over Israel
concubines,
2 years.
which is a
He did
fancy
evil
word
in
for
the eyes of the
prostitute,
Lord, because he
or
followed
a
the ways of his
mistress
father and
by
mother,
current standards.
and of Jeroboam son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin. He served and worshipped Baal and aroused the anger of the Lord, the God of Israel, just as his father had done.
Yo, 2 kings! Beep, 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 beep! Woo! There's 1 kings! We did it! The first kings in the books. Now time for the second one. And for my, I fill out my notes. Anyways, we rattle off like 5 more unimportant kings and end it. Bada bam. And I copy. And I fiddle with my notes a little bit. And I hit play. My boy Abraham also lives to be like 1,000. Yeah, we very suddenly there's just a break point in the Bible. There's no gradient. Like early in the Bible we're living to be like 700, 800, and then at a certain point, like when you're 80, you're old. Like now people are living to be like unrealistically old for the time, but within the realm of reason. You know, like here's a king and he lived to be 75. And I'm like, probably not, but you know.
2 Kings, chapter 1. After Ahab's death,
that was
Moab
God
rebelled
nerfing humans
against
after
Israel.
Noah's Ark?
Now
No.
Ahaziah had fallen through the lattice of his
Noah's
upper
Ark
room
was
Samaria
Genesis, and we were
injured
living to be
himself.
mad old
So
much
he sent
after that.
messengers saying to them,
"Go and consult Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron, to see if I will recover
Baal-zebub.
from this injury."
But the angel of the Lord said
this-
to Elijah the Tishbite,
Go up and meet the messengers
Is
of the
this
king of Samaria,
foreshadowing?
and ask them, is it because there is no God in Israel that you are going off to consult
Is this
Baal-zebub,
Satan foreshadowing?
the god of Ekron? Therefore, this is what the Lord says. You will not leave the bed you are lying on.
Have we
You will
established the main
certainly
antagonist?
So Elijah went. When the messengers returned to the king, he asked them,
"Why have you come back?"
"A man came to meet us,"
they replied.
"and he said to us, 'Go back to the king who sent you and tell him, this is what the Lord says. Is it because there is no God in Israel that you are sending messengers to consult Beelzebub, the god of Ekron?
Literally Beelzebub.
Therefore you will not leave the bed you are lying on. You will certainly die.'"
The king asked them,
Satan is not canon yet either.
Told you this.
There's no Jesus, there's no Satan. Both of these things
and
do
had
not
a leather
exist
belt around his waist.
at this point
That was
in the scripture.
Elijah, the Tishbite.
Then he sent to Elijah a captain with his company of 50 men. The captain went up to Elijah, who was sitting on the top of a hill, and said to him,
"Man of God, the king says, come
So
down."
what the fuck happened in the
Elijah
garden?
answered
It was
the
a
captain,
serpent.
If I am a man of God,
I don't know.
may fire come down from
A
heaven
serpent
and
tricked
consume
Eve
you
into
and
eating
your
the fruit.
50 men.
Then fire fell from heaven and consumed the captain and his men. At this the king sent to Elijah another captain with his 50 men. The captain said to him,
So I got retconned to being Satan?
This is what the king
I don't know.
says.
Maybe that's
Come
what they
down at
teach.
once.
In the scripture, they called it a fucking snake.
Elijah replied,
May fire come down from heaven
A serpent
and
talked to
consume
Eve
you
and tricked her
and
dumbass
your
into eating the
50 men.
fruit. They didn't say it
Then
was
the fire
Satan,
of
it was a
God fell from
snake.
heaven and consumed him and his 50 men. So the king sent a third captain with his 50 men. This third captain went up and fell on his knees before Elijah.
"Man of God,
Anyways, we're like killing a bunch of people
have
again.
respect for my life.
It's a
the lives of
book
these
of
50
murder
men, your
and
servants.
pillaging.
See, fire has fallen from heaven and consumed the first two captains and all
Historically,
their
it's a
men.
god from a neighboring religion.
But now,
I mean,
have
yeah.
respect for my life."
We're talking. We talked about the god of Ekron.
Do not be afraid of him.
And so, like,
Elijah
if
got up
we
and went down with him to the king.
from a competition
He told the
standpoint, if we say
This
that
is what the
opposing
Lord
God is actually the
Is
sign
it
of
because
evil,
there is no God in Israel for you to consult that you have sent messengers
then people are
to
going to be like,
consult
I'm going to
Beelzebub,
choose the one
god
that's
of
the good
Ekron?
guy and not the bad guy.
Because you have done this, you will never leave the bed you are lying on. You will certainly die.
So he died, according to the word of the Lord.
And
that
so he
Elijah had
died.
spoken. Because Ahaziah had no son, Joram succeeded him as king in the 2nd year of Jehoram, son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah. As for all the other events of Ahaziah's reign and what he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Israel?
I don't know. Are they? Are they written in that thing?
When the Lord was about to take Elijah up to heaven in a whirlwind, Elijah and
Heaven?
Elisha were on their way from
Heaven?
Gilgal. Elijah said to Elisha,
Where?
Stay here. The Lord has sent me
Huh?
to Bethel.
But Elisha said,
First mention of heaven?
As the Lord lives, and as you live, I will not leave you.
First mention
So
of
they went down to
heaven
Bethel.
in the books.
The company
This is
of
the
the
first time
prophets
we've
of
mentioned
Bethel
heaven.
went out to Elisha and asked,
Do you know that the
What the
Lord
fuck is heaven?
going
I don't know
to
what
take your
heaven
master
is.
from you today?
Yes, I know.
Elisha replied.
So be quiet.
Then Elijah said to him,
Stay here, Elisha. The Lord has sent me to Jericho.
and he replied,
As surely as the Lord
So
lives,
apparently,
and
Second
as
Kings
you
is where we start to establish
So they went to Jericho.
Satan
company of
and
the
heaven
prophets
and
of
all the
Jericho
stuff you
went
and
up
I
to
know, I
Elijah and
guess.
asked him,
Do you know that the Lord is going to take your master from you today?
Yes, I know.
How could you forget about God making? Yeah, in the beginning, He made the
Then
heaven and
Elijah
the
said to
earth,
him,
the heavens and the
Stay
earth,
here.
and they've not
The
mentioned
Lord
it
has sent
since.
me to the Jordan.
And he replied,
As surely as the Lord lives, and as you live, I will not leave you.
So the two of them walked on. 50 men from the company of the prophets went
Also, I
and
like how
stood at a
Jericho's
distance,
just back.
facing the place where Elijah and Elisha
Jericho
had
fell,
crossed
but then
the
they're like,
Jordan.
and they rebuilt it.
Elijah took his cloak, rolled it up.
So now
and
it's a part of the
split water
story
with
again.
it.
Continuity
Water divided to the
maintained.
right and to the left, and the two of them crossed over on dry ground. When they had crossed, Elijah said to Elisha,
Tell me, what can I do for you before I am
Elijah
taken
to
from you?
Elisha.
Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit.
Elisha replied.
You have asked a difficult thing.
Elijah said,
Yet, if you see me when I am taken from you, it will be yours. Otherwise, it will not.
As they were walking along and talking together, suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire appeared, and separated the two of them. And Elijah went up to heaven in a whirlwind. Elisha saw this and cried out,
My father.
Okay, just
My father.
why?
The chariots and horsemen of Israel.
And Elisha saw him no more. Then he took hold of his garment and tore it in two.
Okay, goodbye.
Elisha then picked up Elijah's cloak that had fallen from him and went back and stood on the bank of the Jordan. He took the cloak that had fallen from Elijah and struck the water with it,
Where now is the Lord, the God of Elijah?
He asked. When he struck the water, it divided to the right and to the left, and he crossed over.
Again?
The company of the prophets
We're
from
parting
Jericho
seas
who were
once
watching
more?
said,
"The spirit of Elijah is resting on Elisha."
And they went to meet him and bowed to the ground before him.
"Look,"
they said,
"we, your servants, have 50 able men. Let them go and look for your master. Perhaps the Spirit of the Lord has picked him up and set him down on some mountain or in some valley."
"No,"
Elisha replied.
"Do not send
Why does this sound AI generated? It's because you have brain worms.
To refuse. So he said,
"Send them."
And they sent 50 men who searched for 3 days, but did not find him. When they returned to Elisha, who was staying in Jericho, he said to them,
"Didn't I tell you not to go?"
The people of the city said to Elisha,
"Look, our Lord, this town is well situated, as you can see, but the water is bad, and the land is unproductive."
"Bring me a new bowl,"
he said,
"and put salt in it."
So they brought it to him. Then he went out to the spring and threw the salt into it, saying,
"This is what the Lord says. I have healed this water. Never again will it cause death or make the land unproductive."
And the water has remained pure to this day, according to the word Elisha had spoken.
For sure.
From there, Elisha went up to Bethel.
And
As
he did
was
it.
Walking along the road, some boys came out of the town and jeered at him.
"Get out of here, Baldy,"
they said.
"Get out of here, Baldy."
Baldy?
He turned around, looked at them, and called down a curse on them in the name of the Lord.
What the fuck?
Then 2 bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys.
Huh?
And he went on to Mount Carmel, and from there returned to Samaria.
Oh, okay.
Chapter 3. Joram, son of Ahab,
and then he summoned bears.
in the 18th year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and he reigned 12 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, but not as his father and mother had done. He got rid of the sacred stone
somebody
of Baal
called
that his
him
father
bald,
had.
so he summoned bears. So he
clung to the
killed
sins of
42
Jeroboam, son of
children.
Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. He did not turn away from them. Now Mesha, king of Moab, raised sheep, and he had to pay the king of Israel a tribute of 100,000 lambs and the wool of 100,000 rams. But after Ahab died, the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. So at that time King Joram set out from Samaria and mobilized all Israel. He also sent this message to Jehoshaphat, king of Judah.
"The king of Moab has rebelled against me. Will you go with me to fight against Moab?"
"I will go with you,"
he replied.
"I am as you are, my people as your people, my horses as your horses."
"By what route shall we attack?"
he asked.
"Through the desert of Edom,"
he answered. So the king of Israel set out with the king of Judah and the king of Edom. After a roundabout march of 7 days, the army had no more water
this
for
one in my
themselves
notes, a different
or
color.
for the animals with them.
"What?"
exclaimed the king of Israel.
"Has the Lord called us 3 kings together only to deliver us into the hands of Moab?"
But Jehoshaphat asked,
"Is there no prophet of the Lord here, through whom we may inquire of the Lord?"
An officer of the king of Israel answered,
"Elisha, son of Shaphat, is here."
God, I wish I could do that. Somebody calls me bald. Boom. I summon bears.
The word of the Lord is with
and I have them
so the
killed.
king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him. Elisha said to the king of Israel,
"Why do you want to involve me? Go to the prophets of your father and the prophets of your mother."
"No,"
the king of Israel answered,
"because it was the Lord who called us 3 kings together to deliver us into the hands of Moab."
Elisha said,
"As surely as the Lord Almighty lives, whom I serve, if I did not have respect for the presence of Jehoshaphat..."
Classic collective punishment, by the way.
I would not pay.
It just keeps happening.
But now,
imagine being like kid number 37 who is not fucking involved in the slightest, and all of a sudden you're being mauled by a bear.
This is what the Lord says. "I will fill this valley with pools of water. For this is what the Lord says, you will see neither wind nor rain, yet this valley will be filled with water."
They move on from
it.
Yeah, it was just one tiny little paragraph.
Will drink.
Like, what is the lesson there?
He will
to flex
also deliver Moab
that he has godly powers.
You will overthrow every
can summon
fortified
bears.
city and every major town.
Whenever
the
kids make fun of him, like, it's so extreme.
Stop up all the springs and ruin every good field with stones.
The next morning, about the time for offering the sacrifice, there it was, water flowing from the direction of Edom, and the land was filled with water.
There's a rare exclamation point.
Now all the Moabites had
in the
heard
Bible.
that the kings had come to
They
fight
don't use those very
them.
often.
So every man, young and old, who could bear arms was called up and stationed on the border. When they got up early in the morning, the sun was shining on the water. To the Moabites across the way, the water looked red, like blood.
That's blood,
they said.
Those kings must have fought and slaughtered each other. Now to the plunder, Moab!
But when the Moabites came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites rose up and fought them until
I feel like we haven't mentioned the Moabites in a
Israelites
minute.
invaded the land and slaughtered the Moabites. They destroyed the towns, and each man threw a stone on every good field until it was covered.
What?
They stopped up all the springs and cut down every good tree.
They covered the fields
Only
with
Kir-Hareseth
stones?
was left with its stones in place.
That's a lot of stones.
Men armed with slings surrounded it and attacked it. When the king of Moab saw that the battle had gone against him, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through to the king of Edom, but they failed. Then he took his firstborn son, who was to succeed him as king, and offered him as a sacrifice on the city wall.
All right, man.
Fury against
Fuck
Israel
them
was
kids.
They withdrew and returned to their own land.
Yeah, and then we like killed them and stuck them to the wall, I guess.
The wife of a man from the company of the prophets cried out to Elisha,
"Your servant, my husband, is dead, and you know that he revered the Lord. But now his creditor is coming to take my 2 boys as his slaves."
All right, man.
How can I help you? Tell me, what do you have in your house?
Very nice.
There's nothing there at all,
she said,
except a small jar of olive oil.
Elisha said,
"Go around and ask all your neighbors for empty jars. Don't ask for just a few. Then go inside and shut the door behind you and your sons. Pour oil into all the jars, and as each is filled, put it to one side."
She left him and shut the door behind her and her sons. They brought the jars to her, and she kept pouring. When all the jars were full, she said to her son,
"Bring me another one."
But he replied,
"There's not a jar left."
Then the oil stopped flowing. She went and told the man of God, and he said,
"Go sell the oil and pay your debts. You and your sons can live on what is left."
Okay.
One day, Elisha went to Shunem,
Okay.
and a well-to-do woman was there, who urged him to stay for a meal.
Is that the whole story?
So whenever he came by, he stopped there to eat. She said to her husband,
"I know that this man who often comes our way is a holy man of God.
We spawned more oil?
Roof and put in it a bed and a table.
Because somebody asked us to?
Then he can stay there whenever he comes to us."
One day, when Elisha came, he went up to his room and lay down there. He said to his servant Gehazi,
"Call the Shunammite."
So he called her, and she stood before him. Elisha said to him,
"Tell her, you have gone to all this trouble for us.
I mean,
now,
like,
what can be done for you?
Why not just spawn infinite oil so that way the entire, it's not even a resource. It's just
I have a home among my own people.
Make the olive oil as plentiful as the oxygen in the air."
Said,
"She has no son, and her husband is old."
Then Elisha said,
"Call her."
So he called her, and she stood in the door.
And then he did it.
"About this time next year,"
Elisha said,
"you will hold a son in your arms."
"No, my lord,"
she objected.
"Please, man of God, don't mislead your servant."
But the woman became pregnant, and the next year about that same time, she gave birth to a son, just as Elisha had told her.
Well, I don't know about that same time.
And one day he went out to his father, who was with the reapers. He said to his father,
My head.
Time skip. And then the child grew up.
Carry him to his mother.
After the servant had lifted him up and carried him to his mother, the boy sat on her lap until noon, and then he died.
Oh, okay.
She went up,
Get fucked,
laid him
idiot.
on the bed of the man of God, then shut the door and went out. She called her husband and said,
"Please send me one of the servants and a donkey so I can go to the man of God quickly and return."
"Why go to
He had a headache and then he died.
Not the new moon or the Sabbath."
"That's all right,"
she said. She saddled the donkey and said to her servant,
"Lead on. Don't slow down for me unless I tell you."
So she set out and came to the man of God at Mount Carmel. When he saw
the most
her in
hilarious
distance,
thing about
the man of God said
that
to his
bear
servant
mauling
Gehazi,
Look,
section is that
Shunammite.
whenever he summoned the bears, it played the bear dot wave, like whenever you press the E button as Udyr in League of Legends.
All right.
Everything is all right.
Or whenever you summon Misha in World of Warcraft.
Mountain, she took hold of his feet. Gehazi came over to push her away, but the man of God said,
"Leave her alone. She is in bitter distress. But the Lord has hidden it from me and has not told me why."
"Did I ask you for a son, my lord?"
Who asked?
"Didn't I tell you, don't raise my hopes?"
Elisha said to Gehazi,
"Tuck your cloak into your belt. Take my staff in your hand and run. Don't greet anyone you meet. And if anyone greets you, do not answer. Lay my staff on the boy's face."
But the child's mother said,
"There's no way we're going to resurrect somebody again."
Lives, and as you live, I will not leave you.
So he got up and followed her. Gehazi went on ahead and laid the staff on the boy's face, but there was no sound or response. So Gehazi went back to meet Elisha and told him,
"The boy has not awakened."
When Elisha reached the house, there was the boy lying dead on his couch. He went in, shut the door on the two of them, and prayed to the Lord. Then he got on the bed and lay on the boy, mouth to mouth, eyes to eyes, hands to hands. As he stretched himself out on him, the boy's body grew warm. Elisha turned away and walked back and forth in the room, and then got on the bed and stretched out on him once more. The boy sneezed 7 times and opened his eyes. Elisha summoned Gehazi and said,
"Call the Shunammite."
And he did. When she came, he said,
"Take your son."
She came in, fell at his feet, and bowed to the ground.
The boy sneezed 7 times. We're going to use the number 7 for everything.
Elisha returned to Gilgal,
and imply that
and
it
there
has
was a
any
famine
sort
in that
of
region.
reasoning.
While the company of the prophets was meeting with him, he said to his servant,
"Put on a large pot, and cook some stew for these prophets."
One of them went out into the fields to gather herbs, and found a wild vine, and picked as many of its gourds as his garment could hold. When he returned, he cut them up into the pot of stew, though no one knew what they were. The stew was poured out for the men, but as they began to eat it, they cried out,
"Man of God, there is death in the pot!"
And they could not eat it. Elisha said,
"Get some flour."
He put it into the pot and said,
"Serve it to the people to eat."
And there was nothing harmful in the pot. A man came from Baal-Shalisha, bringing the man of God 20 loaves of barley bread baked from the first ripe grain.
We're just fucking rapid fire. Boom, 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 boom.
"Give it to the people to eat."
Elisha said.
"How can I set
Fast
this
ones.
before 100 men?"
His servant asked. But Elisha answered,
"This is the the episode of any random cartoon show where we had a bunch of ideas, so they say fuck it, make
He set it before them, and they ate and had some left over.
Just make a Treehouse of Horror out of it or whatever."
Chapter 5. Now Naaman was commander of the army of the king of Aram. He was a great man in the sight of his master, and highly regarded.
This one's going in the Scary Door
through him
episode.
The Lord had given victory to Aram. He was a valiant soldier, but he had leprosy. Now bands of raiders from Aram had gone out, and had taken captive a young girl from Israel, and she served Naaman's
anthology
wife.
episode, right?
She said to her mistress,
"If only my master would see the prophet who is in Samaria. He would cure him of his leprosy."
Naaman went to his master and told him what the girl from Israel had said.
"By all means, go,"
the king of Aram replied.
"I will send a letter to the king of Israel."
The Elisha
So
Miracle
Naaman
Arc,
left,
popular
taking
sequel
with
to
him
the
10
Elisha
talents of
Miracle
silver,
Arc.
6,000 shekels of gold, and 10
Was
sets
there a
of
reason
clothing.
why
The letter
Elijah
that he
was
took to the king
raptured
of
to
Israel
heaven
read,
by a chariot
With
of fire?
this letter, I am sending my servant
Like,
Naaman to you, so that you may cure him
why?
of his leprosy.
As soon as the king of Israel read the letter, he tore his robes and said,
Am I God? Can I kill and bring back to life? Why does this fellow send someone to me to be cured of his leprosy? See how he is trying to pick a quarrel with me.
When Elisha the man of God heard that the king of Israel had torn his robes, he sent him this message.
"Why have you torn your robes? Have the man come to me, and he will know that there is a prophet in Israel."
So Naaman went with his horses and chariots, and stopped at the door of Elisha's house. Elisha sent a messenger to say to him,
It's a plot device.
"Go wash
He
yourself 7
prestiged.
times in the Jordan, and your flesh will be restored, and you will be cleansed."
But Naaman went away angry and said,
"I thought that he would surely come out to me and stand and call on the name of the Lord his God, wave his hand over the spot, and cure me of my leprosy. Are not Abana and Pharpar, the rivers of Damascus, better than all the waters of Israel? Couldn't I wash in them and be cleansed?"
Probably
So
not.
he turned and went off in a rage. Naaman's servants went to him and said,
"My father, if the prophet had told you to do some great thing, would you not have done it? How much more then when he tells you, wash and be cleansed?"
So he went down and dipped himself in the Jordan 7 times, as the man of God had told him, and his flesh was restored and became clean like that of a young boy. Then Naaman and all his attendants went back to the man of God. He stood before him and said,
"Now I know that there is no God in all the world except in Israel. So please accept a gift from your servant."
The prophet answered,
"As surely as the Lord lives, whom I serve, I will not accept a thing."
And even though Naaman urged him, he refused.
"If you will not,"
said Naaman,
"please let me, your servant, be given as much earth as a pair of mules can carry. for your servant will never again make burnt offerings and sacrifices to any other god but
we're still
the
doing
Lord.
that?
But may the Lord forgive your servant for this one thing. When my master enters the temple of Rimmon to bow down, and he is leaning on my arm, and I have to bow there also, when I bow down in the temple of Rimmon, may the Lord forgive your servant for this.
Go in peace,
Elisha said. After Naaman had traveled some distance, Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of God, said to himself,
My master was too easy on Naaman this Aramean by not accepting from him what he brought. As surely as the Lord lives, I will run after him and get something from him.
So Gehazi hurried after Naaman. When Naaman saw him running toward him, he got down from the chariot to meet him.
Is everything all right?
He asked.
Everything is all right,
Gehazi answered.
My master sent me to say, 2 young men from the company of the prophets have just come to me from the hill country of Ephraim. Please, give them a talent of silver and 2 sets of clothing.
By all means, take 2 talents.
Naaman.
2 of them.
He urged Gehazi to accept them, and then tied up the 2 talents of silver in 2 bags, with 2 sets of clothing. He gave them to 2 of his servants, and they carried them ahead of Gehazi. When Gehazi came to the hill, he took the things from the servants and put them away in the house. He sent the men away, and they left. When he went in and stood before his master, Elisha asked him,
Where have you been, Gehazi?
Your servant didn't go anywhere,
Gehazi answered. But Elisha said to him,
Was not my spirit with you when the man got down from his chariot to meet you?
Is
this the time to take money, or to accept clothes, or olive groves and vineyards, or flocks and herds, or male and female slaves?
Why
will cling to you and to your descendants?
Why differentiate?
Forever.
Then Gehazi went from Elisha's presence, and his skin was leprous. It had become as white as snow.
Okay, yeah, fuck that guy.
Chapter 6.
And we move on.
Said to Elisha,
if you fuck with Elisha, then fuck you.
Too small for us. Let us go to the Jordan, where each of us can get a pole, and let us build a place there for us to meet.
And he said,
Go.
Actually, you're a leper again.
Would you please come with your servants?
I will,
Elisha replied, and he went with them. They went to the Jordan and began to cut down trees. As one of them was cutting down a tree, the iron axe head fell into the water.
Oh no, my lord,
he cried out.
It was borrowed.
The man of God asked,
Where did it fall?
When he showed him the place, Elisha cut a stick and threw it there, and made the iron float.
Lift it out,
he said. Then the man reached out his hand and took it. Now the king of Aram was at
cool.
war with Israel.
Here's a thing that totally happened, and it is actually real, and moving on.
In such and such a place.
The man of God sent word to the king of Israel.
Beware of passing that place, because the Arameans are going down there.
So the king of Israel checked on the place indicated by the man of God. Time and again, Elisha warned the king so that he was on his guard in such places. This enraged the king of Aram. He summoned his officers and demanded of them,
Tell me, which of us is on the side of the king of Israel?
None of us, my lord the king,
said one of his officers.
But Elisha, the prophet who is in Israel, tells the king of Israel the very words you speak in your bedroom.
Go. Find out where he is,
the king ordered.
So is this not just, are we not just going through and doing...
The report came back.
He is in Dothan.
Fucking
then he sent
Jesus
1.0 and a strong force there.
With Elijah and Elisha.
The city. When the servant of the man of God got up and went out early the next morning...
This is totally like the prequel to Jesus, right?
And chariots had surrounded the city.
Oh no, my lord. What shall we do?
Did they do a little bit of plagiarism when they wrote the New Testament?
The prophet answered.
Those who are with us are more than those who are with them.
And Elisha prayed.
Open his eyes, Lord.
You have Elisha and cooler Elisha.
Then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. As the enemy came down toward him, Elisha prayed to the Lord,
Strike this army with blindness.
So he struck them with blindness.
And then he struck them with blindness.
Elisha told them,
This is
Give me 400 bitches, and he gave him 400 bitches.
And I will lead you to the man you are looking for.
And he led them to Samaria. After they entered the city, Elisha said,
Lord, open the eyes of these men so they can see.
Then the Lord opened their eyes, and they looked, and there they were, inside Samaria. When the king of Israel saw them, he asked Elisha,
Shall I kill them, my father? Shall I kill them?
Do not kill them,
he answered.
Would you kill those you have captured with your own sword or bow? Set food and water before them so that they may eat and drink and then go back to their master.
So he prepared a great feast for them. And
Bro,
after they had finished eating and drinking, he sent them away.
Some kids call you bald and you murder them, but you take a prisoner of war and you're like, no, that would be evil if you killed them.
Sometime later, Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, mobilized his entire army and marched up and laid siege to Samaria. There was a great famine in the city. The siege lasted so long that a donkey's head sold for 80 shekels of silver, and a quarter of a cab of seed pods for 5 shekels. As the king of Israel was passing by on the wall, a woman cried to him,
"Help me, my lord the king!"
The king replied,
"If the Lord does not help you, where can I get help for you? From the
Ask God.
From the
not my problem."
Then he asked her, "What's the matter?" She answered,
"This woman said to me, 'Give up your son so we may eat him today. Then tomorrow we'll eat my son.' So we cooked my son and ate him. The next day
that's pretty
I said
hardcore.
to her, 'Give up your son so we may eat him.' But she had hidden him."
When the king heard the woman's words,
cut him in half. I don't know.
As he went along the wall, the people looked, and they saw that, under his robes, he had sackcloth on his body. He said,
"May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if the head of Elijah, son of Shaphat, remains on his shoulders today."
Now Elisha was sitting in his house, and the elders were sitting with him. The king sent a messenger ahead, but before he arrived, Elisha said to the elders,
"Don't you see how this murderer is sending someone to cut off my head? Look, when the messenger comes, shut the door and hold it shut against him. Is not the sound of his master's footsteps behind him?"
While he was still talking to them, the messenger came down to him. The king said,
"This disaster is from the Lord. Why should I wait for the Lord any longer?"
Chapter 7. Elisha replied,
"Hear the word of the Lord. This is what the Lord says. About this time tomorrow, a seah of the finest
Bro,
flour
how many
will
fucking
sell
measurements
for a
do they
shekel,
have?
and 2 seahs of barley for a shekel
12
at the gate of
pounds.
Samaria."
The officer on whose arm the king was leaning said to the man of God,
"Look, even if the Lord should open the floodgates of the heavens, could this happen?"
"You will see it with your own eyes,"
answered Elisha.
"but you will not eat any of it."
Now there were 4 men with leprosy at the
What
entrance
about
of the city gate. They said to each other,
"Why stay here until we die? If we
What about
we'll go into the city, the famine is
woman
there,
who had
and
her
we will
kid
die.
ate?
And if we stay here,
We're not going
we
to
will
address
die.
that again?
So let's go over to the
But
camp
that
of
felt
the
kind of
Arameans
needless.
and
I feel like we
surrender.
didn't really
If they spare us,
do anything with
we
it.
live. If they kill us, then we die."
At dusk they got up and went to the camp of the Arameans. When they reached the edge of the camp, no one was there, for the Lord had caused the Arameans to hear the sound of chariots and horses and a great
It's
army,
probably that,
so that they said to one another,
Look,
this
the king of Israel has
was
hired the
written by
Hittite and
somebody
Egyptian
else who
kings
was
to
writing the
attack
other
us.
measurements
So
in
they
the
got
other
up and
books.
fled in the dusk,
And they used different
abandoned their
systems of
tents and their
measurement
horses and donkeys,
in the various
left the camp as
regions
it
where the
was,
different
and ran for
authors
their
were.
lives. The men who had leprosy reached the edge of the camp, entered one of the tents, and ate and drank. Then they took silver, gold, and clothes, and went off and hid them. They returned and entered another tent, and took some things from it and hid them also. Then they said to each other,
"What we're doing is not right. This is a day of good news, and we are keeping it to ourselves. If we wait until daylight, punishment will overtake us. Let's go at once and report this to the royal palace."
So they went and called out to the city gatekeepers and told them,
"We went into the Aramean camp and no one was there. Not a sound of anyone. Only tethered horses and donkeys, and the tents left just as they were."
The gatekeepers shouted the news, and it was reported within the palace. The king got up in the night and said to his officers,
"I will tell you what the Arameans have done to us. They know we are starving. So they have left the camp to hide in the countryside, thinking they will surely come out, and then we will take them alive and get into the city."
One of his officers answered,
"Have some men take 5 of the horses that are left in the city. Their plight will be like that of all the Israelites left here. Yes, they will only be like all these Israelites who are doomed. So let us send them to find out what happened."
So they selected 2 chariots with their
And
horses,
then they did it.
and the king sent them after the Aramean army. He commanded the drivers,
"Go and find out what has happened."
They followed them as far as the Jordan, and they found the whole road strewn with the clothing and equipment the Arameans had thrown away in their headlong flight. So the messengers returned and reported to the king. Then the people went out and plundered the camp of the Arameans. So a seah of the finest
still major
flour
parts
sold
missing,
for a
allegedly.
shekel, and 2 seahs of
Or
barley
feels like
sold
it.
for a shekel, as the Lord had said. Now the king had put the officer on whose arm he leaned
Also, people back then were just not good at writing stories.
Him in the gateway,
the stories suck.
Just as the man of God had
written like shit.
When the king came down to his house. It happened as the man of God had said.
The whole thing is written like a second-grade book report.
A seah of the finest flour will sell for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley for a shekel at the gate of Samaria.
The officer had said to the man of God,
Look, even if the Lord should open the floodgates of the heavens, could this happen?
The man of God had replied,
You will see it with your own eyes.
Maybe that's why there's so many people who like it.
That is exactly what happened to him.
Nobody knows how to read.
For the people trampled him in the gateway, and he died.
And then he died.
Chapter 8.
Fuck him.
Now Elisha had said to the woman whose son he had restored to life,
Go away with your family and stay for a while wherever you can.
Bro, why all these quote-unquote miracle stories ended up with people fucking dying?
Years.
The woman proceeded to do as the man of God said. She and her family went away.
History books about the nation and the lives of the kings of Israel, the important historical documents.
Years, she came back from the land
I don't know if you want to figure out about one of these kings of David. Go read the fucking history books. Why don't you?
Had said,
Tell me about all the great things Elisha has done.
Just as Gehazi was telling the king how Elisha had restored the dead to life, the woman whose son Elisha had brought back to life came to appeal to the king for her house and land. Gehazi said,
This is the woman, my lord the king, and this is her son, whom Elisha restored to life.
The king asked the woman about it, and she told him. Then he assigned an official to her case and said to him,
Give back everything that belonged to her, including all the income from her land from the day she left the country until now.
Elisha went to Damascus, and Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, was ill. When the king was told,
The man of God has come all the way up here,
he said to Hazael,
Take a gift with you, and go to meet the man of God. Consult the Lord through him. Ask him, Will I recover from this illness?
Hazael went to meet
what happens
Elisha,
to Ben-Hadad,
taking with him as a gift 40 camel loads of all the finest wares of Damascus. He went in and stood before him and said,
Your son, Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, has sent me to ask, Will I recover from this illness?
Elisha answered,
Go and say to him, You will certainly recover. Nevertheless, the Lord has revealed to me that he will in fact die.
He stared at him with a fixed gaze until Hazael was embarrassed. Then the man of God began to weep.
Why is my lord weeping?
Asked Hazael.
Because I know the harm you will do to the Israelites,
he answered.
You will set fire to their fortified places, kill their young men with the sword, dash their little children to the ground, and rip open their pregnant women.
Hazael
that's pretty
How
metal.
could your servant,
fucking
a
Jesus
mere
Christ,
dog, accomplish such a feat?
The Lord has shown me that you will become king of Aram,
answered Elisha. Then Hazael
Just
left Elisha and returned to his master.
As the writer, I say, like,
asked,
oh, what?
What did Elisha
So nobody
say to
becomes the
Hazael
king?
replied,
He told
and then
me
it's
that
and
you
then it's
would
prophesied
certainly
by
recover.
the guy doing all
The
the
next
miracles?
day, he took a thick cloth, soaked it in water, and spread it over the king's face so that he died.
Oh.
Then Hazael succeeded him as king. In the 5th year of Joram, son of Ahab, king of Israel,
that's
when Jehoshaphat was king of Judah,
he fucking suffocated him with a water-soaked cloth.
He was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. He followed the ways of the kings of Israel, as the house of Ahab had done, for he married a daughter of Ahab. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. Nevertheless, for the sake of his servant David, the Lord was not willing to destroy Judah. He had promised to maintain a lamp for David and his descendants forever.
Forever.
In the time of Jehoram, Edom rebelled against Judah and set up its own king. So Jehoram went to
no matter
with all
what
his chariots. The Edomites surrounded him and his chariot commanders, but he rose up
it
and
belongs
broke through
to
by
the
night.
house of David.
His army, however, fled back home. To this day, Edom has been in rebellion against Judah. Libnah revolted at the same time. As for the other events of Jehoram's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Judah? Jehoram rested with his ancestors and was buried with them in the city of David.
Are they?
And Ahaziah his son succeeded him as king. In the 12th year of Joram, son of Ahab, king of Israel, Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah, a granddaughter of Omri, king of Israel. He followed the ways of the house of Ahab, and did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as the house of Ahab had done. For he was related by marriage to
everybody does evil.
Ahaziah
just
went
keeps
with
happening.
Joram son of Ahab to war against Hazael, king of Aram, at Ramoth-Gilead. The Arameans wounded Joram, so King Joram returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds the Arameans had inflicted on him at Ramoth in his battle with Hazael, king of Aram. Then Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to Jezreel to see Joram, son of Ahab, because he had been wounded.
All the fucking proper nouns, man.
Chapter 9.
How many chapters this bitch got?
The prophet Elisha summoned a man from the company of the prophets and said to him,
Tuck your cloak into your belt.
I don't know if we're going to finish 2 Kings tonight, if I'm being 100.
When you get there, look for Jehu.
I don't know if I have another 16 chapters in me.
Go to him. Get him away from his companions and take him into an inner room. Then take the flask and pour the oil on his head.
That's several hours of reading.
This is what the Lord says. I anoint
in all
you
likelihood.
king over Israel. Then open the door and run. Don't delay.
So the young prophet went to Ramoth-Gilead. When he arrived, he found the army officers sitting together.
I have a message for you, Commander,
he said.
For which of us?
Asked Jehu.
For you, Commander,
he replied. Jehu got up and went into the house. Then the prophet poured the oil on Jehu's head and declared,
This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I anoint you king over the Lord's people, Israel. You are to destroy the house of Ahab, your master, and I will avenge the blood of my servants, the prophets, and the blood of all the Lord's servants shed by Jezebel. The whole house of Ahab will perish.
Ishman.
I will cut off from Ahab every last male in Israel, slave or free. I will make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, son of Ahijah. As for Jezebel, dogs will devour her on the plot of ground at Jezreel, and no one will bury her.
Then he opened the door and ran. When Jehu went up to his fellow
then he
officers,
ran away.
one of them asked him,
Is everything all right? Why did this maniac come to you?
You know the man and the sort of things he says.
Jehu replied.
That's not true,
they said.
Tell us.
Jehu said,
Here is what he told me. This is what the Lord says. I anoint you king over Israel.
They quickly took their cloaks and spread them under him on the bare steps. Then they blew the trumpet and shouted,
Jehu is king!
So Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram and all Israel had been defending Ramoth-Gilead against Hazael, king of Aram. But King Joram had returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds the Arameans had inflicted on him in the battle with Hazael, king of Aram.
This is a long parenthetical.
Jehu said,
If you desire to make me king, don't let anyone slip out of the city to go and tell the news in Jezreel.
Then he got into his chariot and rode to Jezreel, because Joram was resting there, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, had gone down to see him. When the lookout standing on the tower in Jezreel saw Jehu's troops approaching, he called out,
I see some troops coming!
Get a horseman,
Joram ordered.
Send him to meet them and ask, Do you come in peace?
The horseman rode off to meet Jehu and said,
This is what the king says. Do you come in peace?
Thing you just
what
said?
What do you have to do with peace?
Jehu replied.
Fall in behind me.
The lookout reported,
The messenger has reached them, but he isn't coming back.
So the king sent out a second horseman. When he came to them, he said,
This is what the king says. Do you come in peace?
Fool me once.
What do you have to do with peace? Fall in behind me.
The lookout reported,
He has reached them, but he isn't coming back either. The driving is like that of Jehu, son of Nimshi. He drives like a maniac.
Hitch up
we can tell by the driving.
When it was hitched up,
he rides
Joram,
his horse
king of
crazy.
Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, rode out, each in his own chariot, to meet Jehu. They met him at the plot of ground that had belonged to Naboth the Jezreelite. When Joram saw Jehu, he asked,
Have you come in peace, Jehu?
How can there be peace?
Jehu replied,
As long as all the idolatry and witchcraft of your mother Jezebel abound.
Joram turned about and fled, calling out to Ahaziah,
Treachery, Ahaziah!
Then Jehu drew his bow and shot Joram between the shoulders. The arrow pierced his heart, and he slumped down in his chariot. Jehu said to Bidkar, his chariot officer,
Pick him up and throw him on the field that belonged to Naboth the Jezreelite. Remember how you and I were riding together in chariots behind Ahab his father when the Lord spoke this prophecy against him. Yesterday I saw the blood of Naboth and the blood of his sons, declares the Lord, and I will surely make you pay for it on this plot of ground, declares the Lord. Now then, pick him up and throw him on that plot in accordance with the word of the Lord.
When Ahaziah, king of Judah, saw what had happened, he fled up the road to Beth-Hagen. Jehu chased him, shouting,
"Kill him, too!"
They wounded him in his chariot on the way up to Gur near Ibleam, but he escaped to Megiddo and died there. His servants took him by chariot to Jerusalem and buried him with his ancestors in his tomb in the city of David. In the 11th year of Joram, son of Ahab, Ahaziah had become king of Judah. Then Jehu went to Jezreel. When Jezebel heard about it, she put on eye makeup, arranged her hair, and looked out of a window. As Jehu entered the gate, she asked,
"Have you come in peace, you Zimri, you murderer of your master?"
He looked up at the window and called out,
"Who is on my side? Who?"
2 or 3 eunuchs looked down at him.
"Throw her down,"
Jehu said. So they threw her down, and some of her blood spattered the wall and the horses as they trampled her underfoot.
Okay, she got thrown out of a building and then crushed by horses. Tight.
"Take care of that cursed woman," he said, "and bury her, for she was a king's daughter."
But when they went out to bury her,
she was royalty, so that means she deserves it.
Her skull, her feet, and her hands. They went back and told Jehu, who said,
"This is the word of the Lord that he spoke through his servant Elijah the Tishbite. On the plot of ground at Jezreel, dogs will devour Jezebel's flesh. Jezebel's body will be like dung on the ground in the plot at Jezreel, so that no one will be able to say, 'This is Jezebel.'"
Which version is this? King James? Absolutely fucking not. This is not King James version.
Samaria 70 sons of the house of Ahab. So Jehu wrote letters.
Pause. That's it. Jezebel getting thrown out of a window and dying. 2 Kings 10 start for next time. Wowee, we're still not out of the constantly fucking murdering people all the time section, huh? It's this is the new international version. Yeah. I could not sit through fucking King James. Absolutely no. That's a fool's errand. I don't understand the point at all. Ever. It doesn't even fucking read like English, bruh. King James that like no one knows what the fuck is happening. Like you can't even understand it. I implore all of you guys to go and fucking open up a King James version of the Bible. It is hard to read. Anyways, I think that like 5 or so hours of 5 or so hours of Bible is enough for me. Archaic is the term, yeah. Anything other than King James Version was blasphemy? Nah, anything other than reading the original fucking Hebrew is blasphemy, in my opinion. Learn Hebrew if you want to study it, asshole. Good night, Dylan. I'm not going to sleep. I'm just going to go and watch something more important. A modern age Bible. I'm going to patreon.com/FOB Discord server, $4.20 tier, to watch One Piece, the anime. That's next on the chopping block for me. Just as long? It's definitely longer. You can definitely read the Bible much faster than you can watch all of One Piece. Is One Piece better than the Bible so far? Yeah, probably. This song sounds like it's supposed to play at like a basketball game, but it's actually a perfume song. As you guys can see at the there. What has had more cultural impact? The Bible, I would say. What has more fights in it? Absolutely the Bible. The Bible definitely has way more fights. The Bible, through the first, like, fucking, like, 12 books has been nothing but fighting. We're raising armies and raiding cities, overthrowing kings. Eve really ate the devil fruit? Yeah, and fucking cursed humanity for all time. She ate the get fucked fruit. Whoop. Not exclamation point raid. That's not how you do that. It's slash raid. I wonder who we're about to raid, guys. This channel has follower, subscriber only, chat. What the fuck, Cade? Soft. Cade's on follower only? Okay, goodbye.